kid. I thought they smelled bad on the outside.
This is Rogue 2. Captain Solo, Echo Base. This is Rogue 2. I found them. Repeat, I found them.
Fade in.
This is where the fun begins.
Hello there.
Crap. 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 Crap.
You know, you guys sure are friendly, aren't you?
I'll probably never meet him.
You might. There's something different about him.
Had enough?
What do you want? I'm busy.
No, we have a race.
No. There's nothing special about you. You're nothing.
Now stand aside, worthy adversary. 'Tis but a scratch. A scratch? Well, what's that then? I've heard worse. You liar! Come on, you pansy! Victory is mine. Just a flesh wound.
You will each be part of me, and together we will be complete.
Use the Force. Let go.
The Force is strong in this one. Cocainum.
I have you now. What?
You're all clear, kid. Now let's blow this thing and go home.
He saved us. He really did it. May the Force be with us.
Ready program! Together, we have achieved a great many things.
Greetings, programs. Welcome to the Not My Star Wars live stream. Not My Star Wars 11,000 subscribers celebration or chill stream. Disney Lucasfilm is in flames. I hope everyone is well. What a week for Disney. My. What a month for Disney. It just gets worse and worse and worse. And they're doing it to themselves. I don't even have to try. I don't have to hate. I don't have to put effort. They literally do it to themselves. Hope everybody's good. Let's see what's going on in the chat. Hey, Not My Star Wars. It may be past my bedtime, but I'm here for the live stream. Awesome. Great to have you. Good to see you. Adaptive Writer Bear. Hi, Not My Star Wars. We're on the West Coast. See you soon. Yeah, I saw that earlier. Good to see you guys. That Mickey Wicked community post was pure gold. Yeah, a lot of people don't want to believe that stuff. There's a few things. There's people that are like wicked. So It's the type of stuff that I tell you all the time. Don't attack people. Use logic against them. Now watch this. If that says Wiccup, then that means the correct right side up says Miccup. Miccup. Right? So if someone says that, I can just turn around and say, okay, Miccup. And maybe you've seen that in the comments. Then they're going to say, well, what are you talking about? Well, isn't that a P that you're claiming that's a reverse B? No, that's Mickey. Okay. So therefore, that's a Y with a loop on it. And when it's reversed, that's a D with a loop on it. And you know it. So remember that you can win every battle with just plain logic. You don't have to try. You don't have to be sneaky. You don't have to lie. It's there. People don't know about it and people don't want to admit it. But this kind of stuff has been in Disney a long, long time. All kinds of nasty messages and stuff. So, you know, it's just funny. But it's true. And you're going to see some of that stuff coming from Not My Star Wars. I'm not going to turn into a Disney conspiracy channel. But I want to remind you that let me double check that you guys are hearing me. Okay. That my intro from the first video, welcome to Not My Star Wars, where we talk about Disney, Disney Plus, and of course Star Wars. So I always have and I always will talk about Disney and Disney Plus as well. Star Wars, as you all know, is my bread and butter, my first love, and it will always be focused on Star Wars. But part of this comes from decades of seeing what Disney does. And again, none of it is about hate. It's about calling them out. It's about truth. So anyways, there you go. You will see some Disney stuff. There is a video coming that's going to expose a lot of their stuff. But don't worry, I'm not going to turn into like this Disney channel. It will always be Not My Star Wars. Hi, Dead Girls. Nice to see you. Not My Star Wars. Not My Star Wars. Your video today about the High Republic on Instagram. Holy hit, those freaking weirdos. And your video before that, her voice is like nails on a chalkboard. Yes. Again, I am not here to hate. I expose them. One person said, oh, you edited it all and you took it out of context. No, I didn't. Go watch all those interviews. That's exactly what they say. Because you can change things in editing. But the only time I edit is for time, to condense things, not to take out of context. I have never done that. I'm always fair and honest. And anytime that Disney does something good, which is never, I will say so. But I don't manipulate my posts or videos. What you see there is what these idiots are saying. And a lot of you know that because you're in my live stream and we watch this stuff and then I put out a video and everyone else that didn't watch the live stream is like, did they say that? Where's the real video? Where, you know, you're editing. And half of you know this because you're in the live stream with me and we're all like, holy shit, did they really just say that? Yoda, whatever. So don't ever doubt, because I will never put things out of context. I will never twist them to my advantage. I report the facts as they are, as I find them. I also want to address, somebody just made a comment. Well, I don't know, it might have been a few hours ago, but I couldn't get to it till today was just insane. This week has been insane. But somebody said, oh, so you're just putting out the word gay loosely or some crap like that. No, Disney is. A lot of people want to come on my posts and make little comments. Take that shit to Disney. I'm showing you what they're doing. Don't get mad at me. Take that shit to Disney. Just like you're saying, well, what you're doing isn't going to do anything. Well, you coming on my channel isn't going to do anything. Sorry. You're only going to fuel me further. And I'm saying this because I know some of you watch my live streams and you want to make your little comments. You hate my channel so much, yet you're on my shit every day. And I sense much fear in you because we all know Disney's going down. We all know that Star Wars shit is going to end because Disney's in massive train wreck mode right now. They can't make a single post anywhere. Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, they're screwed. Any little move they make, nope, they're getting stopped. And they did this to themselves. Nobody in this room, nobody in this stream, including me, wanted this for Disney or Star Wars. They did this to themselves. They kept pushing, and now the rebellion is going to push back. So when I state things, don't waste your time making comments, because all you're doing is just driving. People are like, why are you showing up on my feed? Because you got idiots coming on my posts and commenting. So I shouldn't say anything. I should just let you keep blah, 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 because you're only pushing me up in the algorithm. But hey, keep it up. Keep making your airheaded denial comments. I show you the proof. And instead of you going to say, hey, let me go check that out. What's up with that? You want to come on my shit and comment stupidity. It doesn't hurt my feelings. You're not going to make me go away. Quite the contrary. So keep it up. Keep it up, fuzzball. Laugh it up, fuzzball, but you know what I mean. Anyways, so just to address that the gay remark, I have nothing against gay people or anybody. I have a belief that everyone has a right to be happy. As long as you're not hurting someone else or infringing on their happiness, then you have every right to do it what you want. But that's part of the problem with all this SJW shit, is that they want to take your stuff. It's not about equality. It's about invading your space and taking it over. And then once they take it over, they're like Borg. They assimilate. They destroy it and just move to the next thing. It's not even like they want Star Wars to love and respect and fund Star Wars. They just want to trash it and move on to the next thing. Not on my watch. So I don't want to hear any bullshit like, well, what's this gay remark or what's that or whatever. Fuck you. Take that shit up with Disney. I'm showing you what they're doing. I'm not the one that's saying that. Disney's the one saying it. Disney's the one that's making anagrams. Drengir, which is red herring. Leox Gyasi, which is Leo the 10th is gay. I didn't make that. They did. So take that shit to Disney. And when I have a chance to decipher all the anagrams, I've gotten about half of them, but they're all very tricky. But every last name in the High Republic is an anagram. And I've discovered at least half of them. And when I get a chance to decipher all of them, there will be a video. Furthermore, if anybody's good with anagrams, let me know, or start looking at the names and let me know if you figure them out. And they're tricky anagrams because sometimes they're leaving letters in or out, or adding a letter or taking a letter or two out, or they're combining the first and last names together. So they're very tricky anagrams. They're not just obvious like Gyasi is gay. But they're there. I've been finding them. And someone said, oh, you're sounding like a conspiracy, blah, 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 blah. They themselves, in one of their own storyboards, it was caught about 3 weeks ago. There was a reveal that the Drengir, the deadly plants, just get killed off anyways in the beginning of the series. So again, you know, they make this big thing about, oh, look at this dark side plants. They're so dangerous. And then they just get killed off and they keep moving on with the space pirates. And in that same thing, I have it. I have the image. It's very small because it's in a video and you see it very small. But someone was able to blow it up. And it says right there that Drengir is an anagram for red herring. So not only did I already know when most of you were with me when we watched that High Republic live stream, the launch event, which was, I don't know, a month ago. And I even called it out. I said, look at that, the names. And I've mentioned it in other streams. So I've known. And other people have known about it as well. But they themselves have acknowledged that those names are anagrams. So take that shit to Disney. Hi. Greetings, programs. D, great to see you as always, brother. Yes, I'm just so busy. Holy shit, Disney is keeping me busy. They are just dropping gems all over the place. I feel like I'm in a game, like you whack a boss and all the gems fall out, you know? Spilled on myself. Oh, man. Disney's on fire right now. Ooh-wee. So I've been getting all kinds of stuff together. It's like I'm being forced to make a video every day, which I'm sure you guys don't mind, but I want to work on some other bigger projects. And it's like every time I turn around, Disney's just dropping a gem. So I have to keep up. Especially right now, we need to put pressure on Disney. And they are feeling it. They are feeling it. They thought they were slick today. Oh, we'll just put this up on Instagram. 3 hours later, they took it down. Hilarious. Hilarious. But anyways, I wanted to do A New Hope today, and it just kept getting later, and I kept editing and doing stuff and preparing, and it just kept getting later and later and later. And I figure it's starting it now. By the time we get through chat and start, it's just late. So I figured, you know what? I hit 11K. Let's just have a chill little celebration, hang out with you guys. We always end up talking a bunch about stuff anyways. We can talk about the nonsense that is Disney, you know, what's going on in life or whatever. And we will do A New Hope next Friday, I promise. Well, assuming nothing, Disney doesn't drop some insane gem again. But we'll do A New Hope next Friday. Earlier, 7, 8 o'clock, so we can, you know, I'll be fresh and we can dig in and have a good time with A New Hope. So, yeah, a little bit late today, but, you know, and I did want to do a stream anyways. And I know you guys are kind of used to me being here. So, I knew that I had to come on at least for a while. I'm here, I'm awake. We can chill for several hours, but I know that some of you are wondering, and that's why. So I just think it'll be smarter. We'll do A New Hope next week, nice and fresh, and we'll get to that. So there's plenty of things that we can gossip about and laugh about with, you know, all that's going on. So here we are. Thank you again, guys. I cannot say thank you so much again, so much. 11,000. Channel keeps growing. I pick up 50, 100 a day. While any YouTube creator wants like 1,000 at a time, or, you know, I cannot complain. If I can get 100 subscribers every day without fail, great. It would be nice to get some spurts of a few thousand here and there, but most channels, you know, cry to get a subscriber, cry to get 5 or 10 or 100. So just averaging 100 a day, I'm super thrilled. And again, that's you guys. So anyone new, anyone old, thank you so much. It's a ton of work. Obviously, I did most of it, but a lot of it is you guys. So appreciate you. Hello, hello. Yes, I am here. Yes, they are on fire. Disney is just doing it to themselves left and right. They're gluttons for pain. They literally are Sith, because they are just hurting themselves all over the place. Now look at you guys. It's nice. I've built a little community. Fade in. Yes, fade in. Oh man, you always got to fade in.
Fade in.
You know, that's what you got to do. Some video man. Mickey Mouse crying his little mouse ears off. Dum dum. Rocks and their fast responses. I mean, do they? You know, some people have been saying it, but it's like they're literally trolling us at this point. They literally, like, they don't give a damn. They're just like, all right, we're just gonna make whatever silly shit and just mock them. I mean, they're just On another level. Yes, never take rocks for granted. Very good. Very, very good. Oh, just a moment, just a moment. All right. Watch Curb Your Enthusiasm. We watched a random episode last night where Larry wanted to fire his personal assistant, but he just couldn't because she knew all his personal affairs. Yeah. I've watched a little bit of it, like over the years here and there. I never was like a faithful watcher. He kind of annoys me because he's so damn stupid, and I know that's why a lot of people enjoy it. But yeah, I totally know, you know, his character, and that's totally yeah. At the end of the episode, she got angry and quit and threatened to tell everyone about all of Larry's secrets, etc. We immediately thought of you know who, and Not My Star Wars. There you go. Bob Chapek still thinks of his treasure. What he thinks of his treasure. Now we all know about a character that's a rock. Let's talk about that for a minute. Because you got a lot of mixed reactions. You got people that are like, oh shit, she's got something on him. And then you got a lot of people, well, not a lot, but quite a few. They're like, well, of course he's going to say that. What do you expect? He's in an investor meeting. Okay, I'm not denying that. But I'm someone that understands body language and tonations in the way that people speak. And if you pay close attention to that presentation, which a lot of you watch live with me, and obviously most of you would have seen the video at this point, you can see that when he's being asked financial questions, not only is he like talking, but you can see his eyes are constantly, he's like rolling his eyes and like thinking, and you know, and a lot of people pointed out this probably he's trying to remember the stuff they cued him to say. So you can see he's all jittery. But when it comes to the questions about Marvel and Star Wars, you could see like a relief, like, oh, this I can hype up, this I can be proud of. And he not only is talking very happy and positively and not stuttering, he's just straight up like, yeah, we're doing great. They're geniuses, blah, blah, blah. But here's another key thing. He could have just left her out of it. He said, how's Marvel doing? Let's talk about Marvel. And he said, well, you know, Marvel and Lucas are the same thing. So he pulled her and Lucasfilm into it. And at least 3 times in that, he pulls Kathy's name and says it. He could have just left her out of it. So it's one thing that, how is Kathy Kennedy performing? And he's like, okay, this, and this. Another thing is when you're asked a very broad question and you keep pulling her name into it. So you have to look at the nuances of his body language, the tone of his voice, and the fact that he keeps going out of his way to praise her. So I don't want to hear that bullshit about that he didn't have a choice because of investors. No. He consciously kept pulling her into it and saying her name and praising her. So it's very clear that he is happy. Now, in a proper corporate structure, he's not at Lucasfilm every day looking over all the stuff they're doing. The idea is that she's the president of that organization so that he doesn't have to do that. She's entrusted to run Lucasfilm and Feige, Marvel, and this guy that, and this guy the parks, and this guy Disney Plus. You understand? So while they get in meetings quarterly, monthly, they maybe text here and there, they look at numbers, but for the most part, take care of that division, you take care of that division, and we check in from time to time. So Bob Chapek isn't like looking at, okay, what's coming out for High Republic next month? He doesn't have a faintest clue of what Star Wars is. He saw the movies, you know, and he sees them. He probably sees every Disney movie because it's a Disney product and he goes and sees it. But does he know Star Wars or understand the lore or anything? No, he doesn't. Never mind does he know what issue of High Republic is coming next. So first of all, he's probably not even clued as to that there's a rock navigator on the ship. Second of all, even at that, he would look at a glance and be like, okay, well, it's Star Wars, so I guess that makes sense. He's trusting Filoni, Hidalgo, Kathleen, to be doing the right thing. He's not talking to me that knows the lore and it's like, hey, Bob, what the fuck are you doing? Now, this past month, they've been getting wrecked. So he has to know something's up. And after today, oh, I'm sure he heard about The Rock. But before today, he didn't know. He just knows, you know, the High Republic's one of Lucasfilm's products and they're making comic books. After today, with Twitter blowing up, Facebook blowing up, Instagram getting comments crazy, and myself and a few other creators have made videos on it, he knows about The Rock now. How does he feel about that now? Well, I don't know. But just keep in mind that it's not like he's every day under a microscope knowing what Kathleen's doing. More and more, he's probably hearing this past month, like every video is getting shot down. They tried this Instagram shit and it didn't work. That's another little slick comment. You're stupid. You didn't bother to research. They put every High Republic video on Instagram. Yeah, but they specifically didn't put this one on YouTube, which is the point. So again, take that shit to Disney. Coming to me and bitching ain't going to do you no good. It's only going to fuel me further. All you're doing is crying. People are like, you whine, you blah, blah. No, I show you the facts. And if you don't like what you're seeing, either stay off my channel or take that shit to Disney. Because I'm not the one that creates that stuff. I simply report it and expose it. If you're angry, take that shit to the mouse. Stop trying to defend them. Go to their channel, go to their emails, and talk to them. Tell them. But getting mad at me isn't going to make me go away, and it's certainly not going to change anything. But we are changing things. We are affecting them. They know damn well that every move they make, they're screwed right now. They cannot breathe. And they thought they were slick today with their little Instagram trick. And that lasted 3 hours. 3 hours. $60 stores. 60 stores. So you see it in my videos and live streams where I show you the financial reports. We know that toys don't sell. We know that people don't give a damn about High Republic or the sequel trilogy. The only thing they had was Mandalorian, and they shot that down with the Gina thing. And they can pretend like everything's okay. Of course, in a financial meeting, he's going to try to make it sound like they're okay. Meanwhile, we know they're billions of dollars in debt, losing money on every angle, haven't even made their money back from buying Star Wars, and they're now closing 60 stores. Here we go. Yes, he does. And so does my intro. Good to see you, Brian Moxley. I don't recognize you, so welcome. Fade in. Oops, wrong video. That's the right video. You're in the right place. Come on now.
Fade in.
Oh boy, oh boy. Keely Chow, good to see you. Hello there. Thank you for coming. Jedi Radic, good to see you, brother. Hello, D. Thank you so much, AR. I appreciate it. Truly do. It's a lot of work, but here we are. Thank you, Keely. I appreciate it. Darth, I watched your video. Bootlegging Bad Batch, they ain't getting another cent. Yeah, well. Remember what I always tell you. You guys like what you like. I don't tell you what to watch. But you can't pick and choose. You can't be like, well, I'm not going to watch this, but I'm going to watch Bad Batch. Because Disney doesn't give a shit which part you're watching. All they care about is, oh, we got them. That's why they throw 10 things out there, is just to pull you in some which way. And as long as they get you with one thing, they got you. They can go back and say, see, we're doing good because this is working. And if that little cartoon is going to keep you supporting the mouse, we're not going to get anywhere. You shut them down on every avenue, they have no choice but to sell it, and maybe we'll get Star Wars back. Anyways, I watched your video. I will do a review. I don't want to say too much, but it's very well done. Very good. There's problems, there's holes, but overall, very good. I can't believe they introduced a rock, but at this point, I'm not surprised. Disney Star Wars. And this is the thing, like, I'm not trying to put anybody down. I'm not saying that I have a crystal ball or that I know better than everybody, but think of the channel name, Not My Star Wars. I've been saying this for years. I'm just glad that a lot of people are starting to open their eyes, because I told everyone a long time ago, the second I walked out of Force Awakens, Star Wars was done. And a lot of people are like, nah, you're crazy. There's all kinds of ways they can go. Okay, look where we are. So if you think that they're going to just all of a sudden 180 and start doing it right, that Dave Filoni is going to start caring and respecting lore, that Kathleen Kennedy is going to stop, and even if Kathleen gets fired today, everything's not going to turn around, guys. They're still making the nonsense shows. They're still doing the same crap. It's still Disney. We need to get it out of Disney's hands. That's the only way we're going to save Star Wars, period. So just remember that. Blue Snaggletooth, good to see you. Do you think future generations will love the prequels as much as some of us do? As much as some of us do? No, absolutely not. Disney's already forgotten it. Star Wars fans have already forgotten it. And most certainly kids will not. Are there 1,000 kids in America that will? Sure. But 1,000 kids aren't going to do anything for Star Wars. Those movies are not beloved. They're not memorable. You go to Galaxy's Edge, you don't even see Kylo Ren or any of these characters. Where's Finn? Where's Poe? The toys don't sell, so we know kids aren't playing with them or collecting them. So absolutely not. There's nothing to remember or care about. There's no story. There's no planet or character development. There's nothing there to hold on to. Most kids either don't like them or just have lost complete interest in Star Wars. So absolutely not. Will there be a few 1,000 kids out there that do? Sure. But that's nothing. When we were kids, there was millions of us across the globe for 35 years until George Lucas sold it. A little bit of a difference. What will you do if you receive a death threat in real life from Disney Assassin saying to take down this channel or else? What do you do? First of all, I'll make 15 other channels. Second of all, I'm not one to scare. And furthermore, I'll tip it on them. I'll just make videos about that and expose them further. I'm not worried about it. And I'm not stealing their stuff or, so it's not like they can do anything about that. Furthermore, I don't make stuff up about them. Everything that I say is the truth. I just expose their stupidity, so they can't really argue. If one day I was in court against Disney and they're like, well, but you said this, this, and this, I can very easily reference my own videos, never mind all the stuff I have cataloged, and be like, look, Your Honor, they really are this dumb. So I don't even think that way. It sure is. And fast. On your Discord concept of layouts, I will do. Sell Star Wars back. You're going to have to change your name to Got My Star Wars Back. There you go. Well, probably what I would make it is, this is my Star Wars. If that were to happen. But we'll see. Depends who gets it. Depends what happens. If it was George Lucas, probably that day I would say, this is my Star Wars. And again, I don't pretend that George Lucas is perfect, that did everything perfect, but it's his story. I respect his decisions. And he knows this more than any of us. Assuming he would get it, you know, we don't know. Netflix or somebody else could get it, and we'll have to see. But yeah, exactly. You know, attacking the fans. That's smart. If all this goes on much longer, Lucas will be able to buy it back. Yeah. I think he can get it for $1 to $2 billion. Yep. Like I've said before, they bought Power Rangers, they screwed up the series and sold it back for half. So there is precedent. It could happen. And the more we keep on the pressure, and I will remind you, I always say, don't attack people. Don't be an asshole. But downvote the video. Leave a comment why you're unhappy. The Gina quotes, I mean, holy shit, you guys see my videos, and if you go look at their videos, it's there. It's like just over and over and over. And I know they're pulling their hair out over there. So we have to make them absolutely miserable to where they're like, we got to sell this damn thing. They haven't made their money back, and they have to know they're not going to make their money back. And if we really drill that into their heads, they're going to sell it. And honestly, guys, I hope the right person gets it. But at this point, anybody is better than what Disney has done. At least someone else would try. Yes, sir. I don't consider myself actual fandom menace, but I support it. No, I guess you could somewhat I'm in the outer ring of it, but same goal, same mission, same thing. I cannot imagine Disney releasing a Star Wars movie in theaters right now. At this rate, it will definitely flop. Oh, if they put out a movie right now, it would just crash and burn so terribly. By the way, World Press, I don't recognize you from before, so thank you for being here. The Force is the fandom. The fandom is the Force. Leo the 10th is gay. Like Master, I'm a gun D. I'm a Gandhi. There you go. I said it a long time ago. You know, people are excited for Obi-Wan. Did you see what they did to Luke Skywalker? Okay, so they'll go fuck around and do some dumb shit like that. Like Obi-Wan's got a boyfriend now. And it's nothing against gays. It's that Obi-Wan isn't gay. It's that simple. But they'll do something dumb like that. May the Force and Tsunami be with us. Yes, indeed. We don't mind. Yeah, well, I'm doing my best to keep up. 11K. Thank you, D. Truly, again, you guys are what make it happen. Thank you so much. 1 year. That's pretty damn good. You know, most YouTubers will never make that. Most YouTubers struggle to get to 1,000, never mind 10. So there's people that put out a video and in 3 days they get 1 million subscribers, but you know, that's just a very rare. I do have 1 or 2, but they're tricky because like I said, sometimes they're leaving a letter out or adding a letter, or it's a combination. So you have to do so many combinations. But I'm working on them. Commander, is that a little streamer thing or celebration thing? Adela Nicole, cool sunglasses. What is your opinion? Which, in your opinion, is pure George Lucas Star Wars? Prequels or OT? Both. One through 6 are the true canon, the Skywalker saga. They're both. I like the prequels. I'll even say I love the prequels. Now, by all means, the OT is the crown jewel. I'm not saying that they are the OT. But when you're asking which or it's all 6, the Skywalker saga. That's pure Star Wars. And that's not an opinion. That's literally George Lucas's Star Wars. At the end celebration of Return of the Jedi, someone, and thank you for being here, Adela. Or is it Adela? I assume Adela. At the end of celebration of Return of the Jedi, someone yells out, "Son of Sons," referring to Luke. I don't remember that. But then again, I can't remember every last little thing. But I'll have to look at that. That Junkman. Way to go. 11K means 12K around the corner. I appreciate that Junkman. I've never seen you in my streams before. I do watch some of your videos. So it's nice to see you. I appreciate it. We don't always agree, but I do watch your stuff. I know you love Boba Fett and collecting. And I got a real kick out of your video not so long ago, maybe a month ago. You're like, man, I give up. I can't defend Disney anymore. I've been trying, and like, where's the sign-up sheet for Fandom Minute? That was great. I loved it. You know, and that's the thing. I'm a really positive and kind person, but I've seen Disney's bullshit for years and years and years. And then they went and messed with Star Wars, and that was it. No mas. I'm not playing this game anymore with them. I don't tell people to go to Disney World and light a match. I don't tell people to attack anybody. But this game has to end. We got to get Star Wars out of Mickey Mouse's hands, out of his gloves, because we're just going to continue with this. And I'm done. And I'm certainly not going to hold on for a little Bad Batch cartoon or fucking rock-navigated comic books. Anyways, good to see you. Thanks for being here. No. Did I miss? I don't think he's made a previous. Some context? No. Gangster Chewbacca. Upright Citizensburg. Jessica McPhail White. Wow, I'm seeing more and more ladies in my streams. I'm very happy about that. I like that. There's always been female Star Wars fans, and it's nice that I've been seeing more and more of you around. By the way, the last stream that I had, a lot of the boys, we were talking about all the Star Wars chicks. So I want to be fair. And if you girls throughout the stream want to mention your favorite Star Wars guys, or if you're into women, make comments and I'll talk about it and we can have some fun with it. So, you know, if you like Han or whoever, you know, we weren't being rude or explicit for whoever wasn't here. But, you know, I did say stuff like Padme had a hell of an ass on her, you know, beautiful ass. So, you know, if you see, if you want to mention Star Wars guys, and my favorite Star Wars chick, ironically, is Jyn Erso. I don't like any of the Disney stuff, but I really like Baby Jyn. I call her Baby Jyn. So pretty much any Star Wars character is fair game. So if you girls want to mention any of the Star Wars guys that you liked or like, it would be fun. And I'm just curious what, you know, I know a lot of you would say Han Solo, obviously, but, you know, have fun, put it in the chat, and I'm curious. Me personally, I like my Baby Jyn. Picking up his girlfriend's mommy from Popeyes. I love Popeyes. I don't have one near me. It's like I got to take a trip, so I rarely have it anymore. But man, I love me some Popeyes. Love that chicken for Popeyes. How did Luke recognize the younger Anakin? He would just surmise that. I mean, obviously, first of all, who else would it be? It would make sense. Plus, he smiles at him, and then also, I would assume that he would feel it through the Force, right? Because he was next to him, so he was sensing him and feeling him while he was Vader, after he redeemed him, and you know, took off the mask, and they spoke, and he was feeling him through the Force. So by the time, you know, all that time, he takes him off the Death Star, goes down to Endor, burns him, he would be sensing him, feeling him. But, you know, obviously he could also surmise that, you know, he wouldn't recognize him because he's never seen him. But he would obviously know. Hi there, Alexander Kruglov. Nice to see you. I still don't know how he knew who the old man that throw legs and hair and looking nothing like the old Anakin was. That threw legs and hair? You lost me a little bit. I still don't know how he knew who the old man that threw legs and hair and looking nothing like the old Anakin was. Well, he wouldn't know what the old Anakin looked like either. Well, I guess to be fair, he does take off what he sees like his messed up, but right? But you know, that's very brief, and he's all messed up, and he only sees like because his face is kind of covered up, right? So to be fair, he does see him. He looks in his eyes. That's the main thing. But Groot was a tree, and that worked. Rock, yeah, that will work. Yep. It's Disney Star Wars, man. Just whatever. Could have, should. Doesn't matter. Some fans say Bob Iger has loved Kennedy for years and trust her. Yeah. I've not seen any indication of them being upset with Kathleen. Again, they look from the outside. They think that Star Wars is functioning okay. They see that people have interest, that some stuff moves and sells, and they think it's okay. They don't understand what a Star Wars fan is. And it's not to put down any other fan, because Doctor Who, Star Trek, these people are very passionate. Also, like Dungeons and Dragons, there's all kinds of fandoms. But there's nothing more crazy like a Star Wars fan. And they don't have even an inkling of a clue of that. They have no gauge. We see it and like, holy shit, this is all screwed up. But they have no understanding of it. When are you doing another toy run? Yeah, you do a lot of cool toy videos. I enjoy them. Bob Musso or Odette. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say. But from what I see, and I've heard over years, neither one of them has ever seemed unhappy, upset, whatever with Kathleen. They generally praise her. So, and again, it's because they don't truly understand the dynamic of the fandom. They're just looking at some numbers, and what they also don't understand is they're like, okay, well, like Chapek said, we had however many movies that made $1 billion. Well, first of all, as we know, the box office made that, not you. But on a far, 20,000 foot view, they're looking at a spreadsheet and it says, oh, Lion King made $1 billion, Endgame made $1 billion, Rise of Skywalker made $1 billion. So that's all they're looking at. They're not looking at the minute numbers and being realistic of what did we actually make. They're just saying like, look, see, we made all these movies that made $1 billion. But what they don't realize is if the fandom was truly united and happy, they would have made like $5 billion off the Rise of Skywalker. Like that's totally could have happened had they done the trilogy correctly, built up, got everybody, the old fans back, and a new generation in 2020. Holy shit, they could have made $5 billion off that movie had they done it correctly. So they don't even fathom that. They don't even know or understand that if they had treated the franchise properly, $1 billion is like pennies. I will remind you that A New Hope, adjusted for inflation, is over $3 billion. It made more than all these new films. So there's no reason that Episode 9 of Star Wars couldn't have made $5 billion. It easily. If I had control of Lucasfilm, it would have made $5 billion. I can guarantee it. With Disney's budgets and studios and marketing and easy in 2020. So they don't even fathom that what they're really losing. They're just looking at, $1 billion, $1 billion, $1 billion, and they think, okay, well, we're okay. Everything is empty. Got your run, good run on 12, and then 100K. Thanks, I appreciated that, Junkman. You take care. May the force be with you. How the fuck does The Rock move? Ask Mickey Mouse. Ask Kathleen. Ask the High Republic authors. I hear you. I'm in Florida, and they don't even have a Star Wars section anymore at Wally World. Yeah. Listen, when I was a kid, there was entire walls of Star Wars toys, whole sections, and it wasn't even like I would go into Toys R Us, and there would be the Star Wars, like the figures and the ships and stuff. But then you would go to the Lego section, and there was a bunch of Star Wars. You would go to like the board game section, there was a bunch of Star Wars. You would go to the bikes and like big wheels and power wheels. There was at least one or two. There was like Barbie and Strawberry Shortcake and Star Wars. All over the poster section, there were Star Wars. The movies, DVDs, there were Star Wars. I mean, easily in every toy store, there was like 5 sections of freaking Star Wars. Not to mention like a mug or bed sheets or, And then at the register, there's little, Pez or candy Star Wars, gum, chocolates, whatever. So, and now, I just checked in Walmart within a month ago, and the section is like, you're not going to get a gauge, but literally it's like this big. It was like one Baby Yoda, I think like 2-3 Finns. I want to say Princess Leia. I mean, there was like nothing. It was literally like this much of a shelf, like, I took a picture, but I don't feel like uploading it and all that crap right now. But I mean, there's nothing. It's embarrassing. There were a few cool Legos, but it was a giant AT-AT, a throne room from Jedi. Like, holy man, that thing's $90. If I had the money, I would totally buy it. That thing's awesome. But there wasn't Mandalorian. There wasn't Rey. There was none of that. Anakin Starkiller, cool name. Too much personal attacks ruined. Yes. Look at that. Jessica McPhail White. Man, I got all these girls coming to my streams now. I feel special. Nice to see you, Jessica. Yeah. Every angle, they're screwing it up. From the product itself to how they treat the fans, the people they employ, the executive decisions they make. There's just every angle. They're all over the place. More about the anagrams for the new characters' names. I didn't know about this until your latest videos. The last handful have been gold, brother. I'm glad you like them. Every name in the High Republic is an anagram. Now, it's not also obvious. I'll give you one that I wasn't going to give out till video, but since you asked, I'll give you one more because I don't want to give too many. But there's Leox, which is Leo the 10th is gay. There's Dredengir, which is red herring. And then there's one of the characters, I can't remember their name right now, but it's the anagram breaks down to Kiev. Kiev, I backtracked it, the etymology, and it's to a place called Kiev in the UK. So I was digging around and trying to see where the connection is. Kevin Scott grew up just a couple miles from this area called Kiev in the UK. So it's like I've been saying, they're injecting their personal lives into the stories. Some of it is stuff like Leo the 10th is gay, and some of it is like personal, like their neighborhood, things from their, they mention hurricanes. Here's another one. What's this guy? The Nile leader, Markion. Some people say Martian, but I've heard Charles Soule say it. It's Markion. If you flip it around, it's harmonic. And that's because I've been digging up on all the authors, and he's into like harmonies and tones and rhythms. So Markion is harmonic. Just switch the letters around. You'll see it's harmonic. So what they're doing is they're putting a lot of their personal lives into the High Republic. And it's not to say that it's all like evil, but the thing is that they are very consciously putting their personal stuff into Star Wars. And that is not what Star Wars is. They should not be doing that. They should be focusing on Star Wars. They should, if they need content, go into the EU and pull lore, not inject the area that you grew up in or the fact that you like harmonics. So every one of the characters' names is an anagram of some sort. I haven't figured them all out, but I have gotten a lot of the pieces. And I'm not going to tell you too much more because then I take away from the video. But they are all anagrams. So go look at Markion and you're going to see it's harmonic. I know you don't like Solo. No, I don't. And it's not canon. But I really enjoyed the character Kira. Yeah, she's with a Q, though. Kira with a K is what Rey was supposed to be. That was the original character, was Kira. I think she's badass. She's street smart. She knows how to fight. And she does have a bit of an arc, unlike Rey. And she's cute as hell. I like Kira. It's not that I don't like Kira. But was she very developed? No. We see her in the very beginning. Then she goes, disappears. And then we see her at the very end. Oh, she's working for Darth Maul. So, like, you did all that when we could have had a whole thing of her, a whole arc with her. Not to mention Kira's dice. Han gives them to Leia, or Luke does. I mean, the whole thing's just dumb. But, yeah, Kira was okay. She didn't have a whole lot of development, but the character herself, she was cool. It would have been nice to see her do more. And here's the thing, guys. There's little things like Baby Jin that I adore. It's not that there's not little chunks of things that are okay. But what I care about is the continuity. I care about the canon. I care about the respect to Star Wars. So just because I adore Baby Jin isn't going to allow me to be like, well, the Rogue One, it was great. No, it's still messed up and it still breaks canon and it still is a part of the detriment to Star Wars. So just because I love Baby Jin, I'm not going to sit here and be like, but Rogue One. No, I'm not ever going to do that. But that doesn't mean there's not little things I didn't like. They're few and far apart, but Kira was cool. I had no problem with Kira. What? Because I said the girls are hanging out? Or because I said, hey, talk about the guys you like? I am curious. Say what you will about, I don't know what happened there. But it probably will have more character development than Rey. Anything has more character development than Rey. There is no character development for Rey. That's the problem. That's the problem to begin with. She's got no story. She's got nothing. What a waste. Sold themselves short. Not my issue. That's correct. Again, this is not a hate channel. I'm not choosing to attack Disney. They chose this. Just found your channel a few days ago. Cool. Glad you did. Every Friday I do a stream. Sometimes in between. Which reminds me, and I'll mention it again later, it should be March 9th. Here, I'll look it up right now. Let's see what's going on. Oh, the Disney stock took a dip yesterday again. It's back down. It was down $4. Now it's up $1.96. But yesterday it took a $4 and something dip. March 9th at 1 p.m. Eastern. So I'll come on probably like 12:30, 12:45. Walt Disney Company's 2021 annual meeting of shareholders. So I'll be doing a stream if anyone wants to join me. 1 p.m. Tuesday, March 9th. That should be this Tuesday coming up. Yes, a few days. So just a heads up. Of course, you can always see the replay of the stream. And if there's anything juicy, I will definitely make a little highlights video. I'm sure we'll get something out of there. It'll be interesting to see what they did. So just a heads up. Miss Kennedy did not age well. No, she didn't. You know, and some people want to defend her, but she was a producer on this. Okay, she didn't do anything, guys. The people that made that was Zemeckis, Spielberg, Lucas. Those are the people. She was just there for the ride. People always want to give her this credit, but she was involved in all these movies we love. Well, not really. The producer doesn't do a whole lot. The director is the one that makes the film. And that's with the support of a massive cast and crew and makeup and clothing and, you know, all this stuff. I'm not saying she didn't have any part of it, but a lot of people want to defend her that she was involved in all these movies. She didn't do a whole lot there, guys. She just happened to be at the right place at the right time, get in with the right people, and rode the wave. But then she got handed the actual responsibility for franchising. You see what she did with it. So if she did that to the easiest thing, the biggest franchise ever, that all you had to do was respect what you had, that just goes to show that she wasn't that involved in the other things, because all those things were successful. We see her track record on her own of what she does. Is it just me, or does KK's skin look like it's sloughing off her face? Yeah, well, you know, she's getting old. She's up there, to be fair. Minds, they got like, what is Potter still involved in this? Oh, the crossover with Trek, and that little crescent, that was a show. I've talked about it in the past that Disney had. I don't know if that's what you're referencing, or just witchcraft, like because of Potter, but that was a show that was on Disney. I can't for the life of me remember the name, but that show was about like wizardry, and there's all kinds of, speaking of Disney symbolism, there's all kinds of owls and little symbols all through that show, which is, it's actually, I haven't looked back at that recording because it was made a while ago, but in the Disney video I have coming up, exposing some of their stuff, that's in there. Right now I can't remember the name of that show. It's been a while since I've seen it. Yes. Execs are soulless cultural vandals. They sure are. Welcome, David. Deans or Dennis? It seems on YouTube the casual fans have rebelled against the mouse. Yes, more and more people are starting to wake up. And understand that a lot of this is fear, guys. I've said this before, but it's fear because they smell the blood in the water. They know that their bad batch and all that nonsense is about to go away. They know it. So that's why some of them are reacting that way. But it just goes to show, if I point something out and you're getting angry with me, it goes to show that they're scared. Because if you had focused emotion or response or logic, you would take that shit to Disney. Saying stuff to me does nothing for you. Because all I'm doing is showing you what Disney's doing. So if you're mad about it, take that shit to Disney. Dabs, X, many good people lost. Patent law enforcement agencies. Man, I don't know. I'm behind, so I don't know what your 11K amazing work. Thank you so much. Talk to me. You want me to do a video review of it? It was pretty good, so it's not like I'm going to trash you, but there are some things that I can point out there. But I was pretty. If I remember, that's the only video you have. So I don't know if that's the first video you ever made, but it's pretty good. He good. I'm saying many people are gone and we need help. Good evening, Not My Star Wars. It's great to see you and to see your channel continue to grow. Loving my Friday routine of spending and enjoying my favorite Star Wars movies. There you go. Doubles in effect. Yeah, and for anyone new, we've been doing the Skywalker saga. I did the prequels. Then everyone wanted me to do Rogue One, so I did Rogue One. And we started to do A New Hope, but we tend to get into these conversations, and so I'll be doing a part 2 next Friday. And then we'll do Empire and Jedi. Hundreds of amazing characters in the OT and prequels. Why is Disney creating new ones that suck? Because they don't want to have to pay George and the authors for royalties. That's why. George gets 25% royalties whenever they use his stuff. That's why The Mandalorian came out and not Boba Fett. That's why they used Rey instead of Kira. Understand? That's why they do this. One, so that future generations think, oh, well, Disney, look, they created this. And 2, because they don't want to have to pay. But what happens? They keep trying to do that, and then they end up having to bring back the old characters anyways. They can't escape it because people reject their nonsense. That's why they it was never true canon, but they decanonized the EU, is because they thought, okay, well, we're just going to wipe that stuff to the side so that we don't have to credit and pay royalties on it. We'll just create new stuff based off of that stuff. Jyn Erso, Saw Gerrera, all that stuff was created by Lucas years ago. So they were trying to avoid it, but they have no way around it. Do you rather eat a chocolate with shit flavor or shit with chocolate flavor? Neither. I want Star Wars. And with Disney, that's what you're going to get. It's tricks, mirrors, smoke. That's not what I want. That's not what Star Wars is. And good to see you there. Torres, arroba. Not new. Just provide the truth. You're not new? Or, shoot, I don't know. I'm behind, so I'm not sure what you mean. I like your little smiley face there, though. And sometimes, some of you might have been listening to me for a while now, but you don't always show up in the chat. So I don't know, I know I got people that watch and don't say anything. That's okay. As long as you guys are enjoying it and you get something out of it. Whole new 3-movie series called George. I'm for that. Jim Sinister. Yeah, the only way we're getting good Star Wars content is Disney sells. That's just the facts, guys. I don't know how much more they have to punch you in the eye for anybody to realize this. Oh, but it's going to get better. It's going to change. This and that. And it's like, I mean, really, really, 9 years. You haven't got it yet. It's not going to change. This is what you're going to get. So that's why I tell you, I don't tell anybody what to do. But if you guys, are waiting for the Mandalorian or Bad Batch or whatever or other nonsense, then we're just going to continue to get that. If you want real Star Wars, well, we got to shut them down. Got to force their hand. How they split up my family. Hey, what's up, Mega? Good to see you, Mega Jetty. MJ Media, nice. MJ1 Media, I see you there. I see what you did there. Good. I think that's the smart thing. Now, take advantage of that. In your description, like for your YouTube page, when you write stuff, social media, use the keywords, obviously MJ1, but media, because media is a common word. So integrate that in things you write and say. And Google and YouTube will pick up on that. It's a common word, so it's hard to rank, but you also have many opportunities to use it throughout your stuff. Your keywords, your tags, your titles. Remember that YouTube hears you, sees your videos, and also reads your videos, your descriptions. Now, I know on Google, they can read text on pictures, on images. I don't know that YouTube has gotten that far where they can read text yet, but it's possible. So keep that all in mind. When you talk, the things you write, the way you write, the descriptions, they pick up on that stuff. So Lucasfilm to Red Bull. Sell it to anybody. Sell it to freaking, I don't care. At this point, it can't get any worse. Called Lucas's Star Wars, yeah. What is that? Coffee and I can't see it. Maybe I can see it on the other screen. What is that? I'm curious. Let me see if I can see it. Because I see, I'm not seeing the chat like you guys see it. I have an internal version of it, which is a little bit different. It's past that. I can't see it right now. Well, maybe I can. Let me see. Is that soup? A cup of tea? Oh, okay. On my other screen, it looks yellow. Here, it looks more greenish. Maybe soup? Soup and coffee? I like both. I'm not sure what you meant there. But I'll take them. Disney are full of crooks cult, yeah. Karime Deloya. WTF Google. Roberto Centennial. Star Wars only channel talked about a rumor. Lucas is, yeah, I saw that. Bullshit. He's totally making that. My source, that, by the way, he's 20 years old, which doesn't, I'm not saying invalidates him. I'm just saying, so you know, he's a young guy. That's total bullshit. We all know that. Lucas isn't going to come back. The only way Lucas is going to get involved in Star Wars is if he has full control. So don't even waste your time with that thought or rumor. Empire and Attack of the Clones. Love them both. 231654. For me, it's 654321. Does Disney not realize by virtue signaling to a small group of Twitter, they are becoming their own undoing financially? No, I don't think they really do. That's the thing. And it's like what I said earlier, because they don't really understand Star Wars to begin with. So they don't understand the depth of the fandom, but they also don't understand that they see, well, we made $1 billion, but they don't realize they should have made 5. So they have no way to gauge. They don't get it. And Kathleen's not going to obviously go to Bob Iger and be like, oh, well, you know, we did pretty good, but actually I should have made $5 billion off that, just so you know. She's not going to say that. So Freddie Prinze Jr. quote, Google keeps deleting it, or are you doing some moderation? No, I don't see anything. Google or what? YouTube in the chat is doing it? I'm not doing anything. I don't see anything. Yeah, I don't know what's happening there. But relax, dude.
Star Wars is for fucking kids.
You know, Not My Star Wars has always got your back. If you have some time one of these days, check out my videos of my handicap accessible sports bike motorcycle. Paralyzed from my chest down and was paralyzed by a drunk driver 2000. Wow. Sorry to hear that. I'm really sorry to hear that. But there's always things in life to appreciate and understand. And sometimes things happen for a reason. I know, you know, that doesn't help much, but things happen for a reason. And celebrate the things that you love. Don't think about the negative. Always try to be positive. You can almost always find a positive in things. Unless it's Disney Star Wars, then you're shit out of luck there. But you have 35 years of George Lucas. And maybe if we get lucky, we get him back for at least a little bit. So, you know, focus on that stuff. And you always have Not My Star Wars. But I will take a look. I am very busy, but I will make an effort to look. I never defended Disney. I just tried to defend the sequel trilogy. But after TLJ, I just gave up. Yeah. They cashed out. I haven't. Conservatorship didn't consult with me. There you go. Actually, we need to go to Disney and light a match. It's starting to stink. Well, I'm not stopping you. But I'm not telling you to do that either. I wonder if Hasbro will make an action figure. Of what? They're certainly not making any Star Wars action figures. I just made a perfect tweet about the power of Lucasfilm. It involves Kathleen Kennedy's head on Lucy as she holds a football for Charlie Brown. There you go. I'll take a look at it. Or tag me in it or something. Hi, guys. I think the comics of Disney have a bunch of weird concepts. There's one where Vader meets Padme's twin sister, and he has the conflict of falling in love with. Why? Okay. If you remember my Attack of the Clones stream, I showed you Padme in her house, her mother, her father, and her sister, her older sister. She was a babe too, but doesn't look anything like Padme. She doesn't have a twin sister. But, you know, Disney Star Wars. And by the way, it's Ben Skywalker. There is no Ben Solo. Favorite Star Wars chick is Bria Theron. There you go. Spot on. Baby Jen. He was murdered. Amazon. Jen. I think she's gorgeous. I love me some Baby Jen. And I like her character. The daughter of the guy that built the Death Star. You know, she loses her family when she's young, so she grows up pretty strong and independent and resourceful. And I just think she's awesome. And she, at the end, Rogue One's kind of a mess when you really watch it, like we did. But at the end, you know, she says, screw it all. I'm going to make sure that this damn signal gets sent to the rebellion. And I love her so much for that, because really, Casio keyboard doesn't do anything. He's just a dumbass that wants to shoot his own teammates. So she does, you know, she fights to the very end to make sure that damn transmission goes to the rebels. I really love her for that. Luke, because of the 70s look, and he has cool long hair. Then Anakin, pre-Vader, because he has a very cool style and kind of a rocker vibe going for Star Wars dudes. Nice. Yeah. You know, me personally, I always can have more Baby Jen. I don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that she was done great or that they should have developed her more. They should have done more stuff with her. But I like the concept of her character, and I of course love Felicity and Baby Jen. Somehow that always slips in there. I don't know where that comes from. Yes, Star Wars. I got you, Dead Girls. It's sad when a movie from 2005 looks better than movies from today. Can't argue that. Of course, to the shareholders, they're going to say everything's peachy. Man, I haven't heard that in a while, peachy. But they must do analytics and know the shit is broken. Hence, Luke in Mando suckered so many people in. Yep. Oh, they're not totally oblivious, but again, when you don't know the fandom or the scale of the franchise, it's hard for you to really know how bad it's doing. You know what I mean? Like, if you don't know that it's supposed to be here and it's here, but yet here is better than most everything else, then you're like, okay, well, we're doing pretty good. It made $1 billion. But again, if they understood, they would know that they should have made $3 or $5 billion. That's the thing they don't understand. They don't understand the gravity or scale or size of what Star Wars is. Been monitoring toy news. Everything Hasbro is putting out is, yeah, it is. OT and yeah, they just came out with a Jar Jar. Even Clone Wars is getting some. Yep. Nope, not a single sequel trilogy. Sure would. Ahsoka. But outside of that, yeah, a lot of OT stuff. It's the only thing that sells. Marky J, hard to believe that Disney doesn't realize they could have made billions more if they played it right. They're supposed to be experts in marketing, yes. But again, they don't truly understand the property that they bought. Here's the thing, and I'll just equate it this way as a guy. They saw a hot chick and were like, wow, she's hot. I got to get her. But they don't understand the substance of this girl. They know nothing of her. Now, maybe she could have been not very good on the inside anyways, but let's say she's equally beautiful inside and out. Well, all they see is the outside. All they see is the name, Star Wars. So they scooped up the hot girl. But they didn't love her. They didn't respect her. They didn't even get to know her. So therefore, you're not going to get all the wonders from this woman. All you're going to get is, look, we got the hot girl. And that's only going to take you so far. Through internet, yeah. Through the trash dumpster at this point. I used to see a lot of classic Star Wars stuff at record stores here too. At this place called The Last Bookstore had the old Star Wars books. I was 17 when I saw that. I haven't seen any in years. Yeah. You know, honestly, I don't like when I go to the store. I mean, there's so much going on with life and stuff. But when I go to the store, I don't like go to the book aisle or the toy. Like the toys, I check maybe every 3 to 6 months just because it pops in my head and like, let me go see. But whereas years ago, even if I had no intention of buying anything, I'd be like, hey, let me go through the book section and just peek. Let me go through the toy section and just peek. Like I would always have this interest in the back of my mind of like, what's going on with Star Wars? Nowadays, like I barely even check because it's just, first of all, there's nothing there. And whatever's there, it's like just bad memories anyway. So now there's rare. Like they are doing a lot of OT stuff, and like I said, I just saw the throne room. It's so badass. It has 2 royal guards, Luke, Vader, and the Emperor. He has like this extent, like you can put lightning on his hands, and it's the whole throne room. It's so freaking badass. But you know, that's one of those rarities. And the AT-AT is like this big one, but it's like $150. It's a lot of money for a little Lego set right now, at least for me. But cool stuff. They lost all the B&M shops, closed down the Toys R Us. Yes, Jar Jar. Woo, you're awesome. Well, thank you. Avoid them. Not sure what I said, but there you go. Baby Jen. What is one name you haven't figured out? There's A few of them, like Skier. I would have to look through my list right now. Their names are so, I can't even, like, there's Vanestra, and like I can't remember all of them. I got so much on my mind to be even thinking about their names. I'd have to look at a list. Some of them can go different ways. Some of them are very clear, like harmonic. Some of them, like, I'm picking up on like 2 or 3 different possible anagrams. So I got to dig deeper to see where the connection and context is. That's how I found the Kiev one. Because at first I'm like, well, what the hell is this? Kiev, this doesn't make sense. Then I started digging around. I found where Kevin Scott was from. And guess what was right on Google Maps, not far away? Kiev. So that's how I know that one is that. But some of them can go different ways. So that's another problem. So I just got to keep digging. BMI, yeah. Good ways to write yourself into a story. The way that people Disney Lucasfilm is doing is not one of them. They write themselves out of a story. They paint themselves into a corner all the time, especially Dave Filoni. Oh, he's famous for painting himself into a corner. Man, it's awesome. You guys are really chatting up today. My story, Blue Shogun, some characters have traits pertaining to me, but they are subtle and not in your face like Disney does it. There you go. Where's Mr. James? I guess it's late. Thoughts on Dr. Aphra? Okay. I stayed out of the loop with Disney Star Wars for a while, especially like after The Last Jedi. I wasn't reading any of their comics, or I'm not a huge Clone Wars cartoon fan or any of that. So I kind of was like from a distance looking at stuff. And in particular, I was playing this game called Force Collection, which I loved. It's probably my favorite all-time Star Wars game. And in that game, you had little cards. And those cards had high-res graphics on them, and they also had a description. But those cards also had like different attributes that would affect other cards. Like you would set the cards up on a board, and you would make your formation, and then that formation you would use to battle other people's formations. So I've described the game in the past. I won't get all into it again. But for a while, my only real contact with Disney Star Wars was that, because I wasn't looking at StarWars.com or anything. I didn't want to know anybody. So there were some characters that I really connected to because of the game. Ezra, Ahsoka, Mother Talzin, and Dr. Aphra. I loved Chelly. Because in the game, she was a little badass. And she had an awesome image, and she was just a really cool card. So as far as like the concept of the character, I like her a lot. And I really liked her without knowing all the extra stuff. Now, I'm now aware more so of her stuff in the comics, and especially the more recent comics, where they fuck up Han Solo and do all kinds of shit with her. So I liked the concept of her being this archaeologist that works for Vader and all that, fine. But now knowing a lot of the, like everything that Disney does, all the bullshit, I have no interest in Chelly Aphra. Which is a shame, because as a concept, I really liked her. So. I did like her a lot. Now I don't. Piss off with the QBS. A boy in my blue Shogun represents my hopeful, polite, and optimistic side, while his little sister represents my blunt, selfish, derogatory side. There you go. Blue Shogun, is that the story you're writing? No, she's not at all creative. Proud to have been with you for these Friday night streams since the Phantom Menace. Oh, cool. From the beginning of the movie, 16 hours later until the end of the stream. There you go. Nice. I'm glad to have you. understand executive producers don't do creative aspects. They're in charge of film budgets. Yeah, that's the thing. And I never wanted to indicate that she did, but that's part of the point, is like people think like she was a big part of all these films, and no, she wasn't. She's very outside. She mostly is a coordinator. She gets funding, she gets supplies, makes meetings, flies people in. She's overlooking to make sure that the production goes smoothly, that the people that are actually doing work have what they need to do that work. But she's not actually involved. And that's the thing. A lot of people are like, well, she produced this and was on these others, but she didn't do anything. She was just there. I never understood how George Lucas thought KK was good for the job. She's a terrible president. Yeah, but at the time, she probably just kept her head down, kept her mouth shut, went along, made it look like, oh yeah, we love this. I love what you're doing. We're gonna. Even in the first interviews, don't you remember? The important thing is to respect the characters that you created. Blah blah blah. He didn't know that, or like I said, there's the theory that maybe she's a mole. Maybe Lucas put her in there and said, hey, Kathy, go in there and wreak havoc. Just fuck all of Disney's shit up. And I'll buy this thing back in a few years for like $1 billion. So I don't think that that's what it is, but it is a possibility that he put her in as a plant to just fuck it all up. I, again, don't think that that's what it is, but just saying. KK proves the adage the best performance does not guarantee future returns. Correct. And yes, thank you. 570 Wood, Gravity Falls. That's exactly what I was thinking of. Cool avatar, by the way. Star Wars. Wizards of Waverly. No, Gravity Falls is the one. High Republic looks like Lord of the Rings in SOS. I don't know the reference there. SOS. I haven't watched Lord of the Rings in a long time. I guess that's maybe one of the areas in the film or map. Gravity Falls, yeah. I don't see all the chat. I'm like behind, so but that, yes, thank you. I think the show you're referring to, how Star Wars evolved. If you could do a reaction format like Goldman's, okay. Like Overlord DVD always says, without respect, we reject. Correct. Rights have died. They can replace them. Mandalorian is based on Boba, so they don't know how to come up with the original. Yes. George regrets. Yes, absolutely. He's detached. It's not like he cries about it every night. But absolutely, it's his baby. And he figured, okay, they're going to do some stuff, but the fact that they just totally like twisted it, turned it inside out and destroyed it. Yes, I'm sure he does regret it. It's not so much regretting selling it. It's that they've destroyed it. He wanted to sell it, but he wanted also someone to respect and love it. Will we ever see George's sequel scripts? That I don't know. It's hard to say. If it's up to the mouse, probably not. If someone else gets control of it, maybe. Maybe we get lucky and they make George's stuff. Maybe George gets control and makes it. Who knows? I don't think he's going to sit through 3 movies and make them, but he'll oversee them. Sure, could happen. It's hard to say. I don't know. Honestly, with the way things are right now, I would say no, but never say never. Disney's burning right now, so I've said it in the past. There's a good chance they're going to sell it this year because they just Lucasfilm has been nothing but a thorn in Disney's side, and we have them in the best position we've ever had them. So people got caught up in patent application war for tech over animation. This is why I'm going public with what has happened. Good. If you know anything on Disney. KK, yeah. Top 2 favorite Star Wars films, Return and Phantom Menace. While I may upset some people, I want to say why I like Rots. I think it's the weakest of the prequels. There, I said it. I don't necessarily agree, but I love them all. So Jedi is my favorite, period. Google in the chat. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Always loved AOTC. I can watch that movie over. That's my favorite prequel movie. Darth's video. Yeah. What, tonight? Possibly. Rock brought me here. Nice. Glad to see you. Cute avatar. The only thing is I got to double check that thing for copyright. And I've been busy and I haven't had a chance to. But it's not out of the question. I meant to say I wonder if Hasbro will make a action figure on the Rock from HR. I used the emoji. HR High Republic or something else. I'm not a huge Rock fan, so like off the top of my head, I'm not going to be thinking of what HR is. I know him very well. I don't dislike him, but I'm just saying I'm not like a big... Goldberg's my guy, by the way. Not that I'm really into wrestling, but Goldberg has always been my dude. I like John Cena too. It wasn't the sister, it was Sabe, Padme's personal aide. Okay. Thank you for your kind words. I'm thankful to be alive and thankful for Not My Star Wars. I'm proud to have only seen TFA and knew the rest would be the same kind of virtue signaling. It's crap. I've been through a lot of stuff myself. I've been all over the U.S. I've traveled to other countries. I've had ups and downs. There's times where I've been very up and successful, and times I've had to sleep outside. So I have a real good perspective on everything. And sometimes, some days are really hard, you know. But usually, you can find a positive in things. Usually, your energy and your outlook and your way of going about things is going to determine the results that you get. So just remember that if you become negative, self-pitying, and all that kind of stuff, then that's what you're going to do. But if you try to stay positive and you try to do good for yourself and for other people, sometimes you'd be surprised. You do stuff for other people unselfishly and things come back to you. You get back a lot of what you put out in the universe. So the moment I saw the trailer to TFA, I knew I was going to hate it. I wasn't overly thrilled about it, but you know, they did make it like, oh, we're going to see Luke and the gang and Finn's going to Jedi and blah, blah, blah. And none of that happened. In the Vader comic, they're referring to the girl who posed as Padme. Remember when Padme revealed to the Naboo she was a real queen and this girl was a decoy? That she's the one. Okay, that's Sabe. I believe everything happens for a reason. Not long after my 9-month recovery in the hospital, I started working on 501c3 nonprofit called the Adaptive Motorsports Project. Cool. Baby Jen in all her wonderful, lovely glory. Will you do a character study on Geode? Well, I'm not really much into archaeology or rocks, so I kind of doubt it. Oh. Liberalism ruined Star Wars. Well, it was a lot of things. Ego. Lack of knowledge of the IP, the fandom. It's a combination of things. Greed. Kathleen Kennedy's personal, like, I got to show everybody women are better. Force is female. I mean, the Force isn't any sex. It's just the Force, but, you know. Our mission is to get kids, adults, and veterans involved with adaptive motorsports. I think maybe that's why I was in my accident, to help fellow people like myself find the joy in all kinds of motorsports. Very cool. Yeah. Leverage what you know. Use what you got. That's what I always tell people. Go with what you know. So, Jar Jar figure, but not for $29. Well, wait, we'll get it on sale maybe. He's really detailed. He looks actually very nice. Japan canceled a lot of their sequel trilogy line of figures scheduled to come out also. I mean, nobody wants sequel trilogy, so. Sad but true. When I was in Barnes & Noble a month ago, their Star Wars section took up only 1/10 of a shelf. Nothing like the old days when it had its own shelf. Yeah. I mean, I remember going to the library or like bookstores. I can remember like just a flash I have from, it was probably 2005-ish. I was living in San Diego. I went to a bookstore with a girlfriend. And I remember there was just this massive section of Star Wars books, EU, you know. But there was like the visual dictionaries and visual guides and that stuff, you know. 50, 100 books, easy. On the comic, when Vader meets Padme's twin sister, he gets scared thinking Padme is alive. The more the story goes forward, he starts pretending being a good guy to conquer her heart. Disney fan fiction. Judging by the whackness of the current comics and saturation of the OT era, I think Disney is looking into potential multiverse. Yep. And I want no parts of that. There is no time travel. There is no multiple timelines in Star Wars. There's Star Wars. That's it. And it's not for everyone. Some people just don't like Star Wars. That's okay. Some people like it so-so. That's okay. And some people love it. But it is what it is. You can't have a woman that's like a transformer for everybody. Some people are going to like her or some are not. Some people are going to like a certain guy and some are not. Blue Shogun is a story I've been working on. Started 15 years ago as a Star Wars ripoff called Space Wars. But now it's totally different. Cool. Keep going. By fortune, here in Mexico, I can still find a section where there's a lot of books of legends. Maybe the owner of the library likes Star Wars. Very cool. They're in English, I assume. Producer in film is entirely different than producer. Yes, correct. Completely different. Music producers are involved with projects and hand-on. Yes, and for that matter, the people that make the music are the producers. And then there's writers are the ones that actually write the lyrics. And then there's performed by is Justin Timberlake that sings the song, or, you know, Madonna or whoever, which is completely different in movies. But generally the producer is the one that makes the beat, the song, the track. And then you have an executive producer that's overlooking the album, the project, the tracks. GC fired, Oscars video, Bob sticks up for KK, New Republic trash videos, me reacts, unexpected this is, and unfortunate. Yeah. It's one thing after another with Disney. I wish. I mean, to be fair, I don't know her. She may adore me, or she might not like me at all. And by the way, she is married and just had a kid not long ago. But I can pretend anyways. Unfortunate that we know the truth about their failure to stay on top of things at Disney. Yeah. It's hard, you know. It's hard, but just got to keep going, man. You got to keep. My thing is to just keep exposing them, you know. Put egg on their face at every corner that I can, as long as it's legitimate, fair, real. Because I don't just make shit up. I don't clickbait. If the video says this, and this, it's because that, and that happened. You know, I don't do clickbait. What do you think about Guardians of the Galaxy? I was never a big fan. I don't like hate it. I don't, you know, but I just not really, never got into it. I know a lot of people like it. I personally not a big fan. I don't like Amora. I don't really like any of the characters. If the one character I kind of like is the little raccoon guy. I just never, not real big on it. I can watch it. It's not like I'm like, ugh, that's terrible. But it doesn't get me hyped up. I'm not like, oh wow. And I know again a lot of people like it, but I never really grabbed me. Rock from High Republic, not the act. Oh, okay. Okay. I wasn't even thinking of yes. Oh boy, The Rock. Oh man. Wasn't even thinking of that. That's funny. There you go. I was never a huge wrestling guy, but I've watched my share. And you know, I like his spear, and he's done a lot of stuff. But the one thing to me is he had a fight with Andre the Giant, the new, you know, the younger one. And man, I'll never forget. He picked that dude up, benched his ass, and then didn't like drop him out of the ring. He threw his ass out of the ring. Andre the fucking Giant, like he was fucking paper, dude. He picked his ass up, benched him, and then tossed him. And I was like, holy shit. Fucking Goldberg. Revenge of the Sith is the weakest because of the rushed ending with Padme's death and so many fights that it diluted. The anticipation for lightsaber battles also has the most CGI. Yeah. I mean, again, to me, Clones is the best one. I like Attack of the Clones the most. So, you know, it's a toss-up. But I also think the Phantom Menace, which I do like, is the weakest of them. So TFA trailer dropped on my birthday. Oh, look at that, November 28th. I took it as a birthday present from Disney. Sadly, TLJ made me want to give it back. Yeah, that's one birthday you're not going to want to remember, I think. I'd recommend you read the Rod's novel if you're unsatisfied with the movie. Yeah, just be advised there's like 20 contradictions to lore in that novel. I know a lot of people really love it and speak very highly of it, and I'm not telling you not to read it or enjoy it, but just know that I'm aware of like 20 violations of canon in that novel. So corporatism ruins Star Wars, SJWs, and woke agendas are just sprinkles on the cake. Yep. I wish Disney made animated movies about me. Stop living in the past, get over it, move on. Star Wars is done, move on, grow up. That's up to you. You're in the wrong place, though, if that's what you think. Or are you saying that's what people say? Don't be rude to me, Lowell. Just kidding. I remember my mom telling me, don't wander off when we were in Walmart when I was a kid. But I just had to see the Star Wars section. She ain't going to worry about me walking off now, and I'm 18. There you go. Well, I guess you could always knew where to find you. Unfortunate the fans are repudiated. That Gina was fired through social media, that even with billions of dollars tucked away, they still pander to nostalgia, fan service, unoriginal garbage. Yep. And they support racists. Geode seems like a solid character to me. Oh, yeah, he's solid, all right. Exactly. Star Wars is not for everyone. I have an uncle, my godfather in Virginia, who never got into Star Wars. When Phantom Menace came out, tried to get him to watch, he would. 2 years ago, I told him he's lucky. He Phantom Menace, he would. Yeah. And here's the thing, guys. Like, some people interpret that the wrong way. Like, you're being a gatekeeper. You're this. You're that. Like, you're keeping it. No. There's many fruit out there. I fucking hate strawberries. I don't like them. I can eat them, but I don't. I love a bowl of cherries. I don't like strawberries. I don't want strawberry shortcake. I don't want strawberry cheesecake. I don't want them on my fucking cake. I don't like strawberries. I don't want a strawberry milkshake. Ugh. And that's okay, because I will never stop you from loving the shit out of strawberries. I can go eat cherries. And if you don't love Star Wars, okay, go watch Star Trek or Mickey Mouse Club or, you know, Gravity Falls or WandaVision or, you know, whatever. Cobra Kai, whatever you like, go like it. But because something's not made for you doesn't mean you got to come and fuck it up for us. Just accept that you don't like it. Like I accept I don't like strawberries and move on. I don't go to strawberry farmers and fuck up their crops because I'm like, no, strawberries got to be for me too. And the strawberries got to taste like a cherry. How fucking dumb is that? Star Wars is not for everyone. Period. And that's okay. Disney Star Wars done. Damn near turned the fans into alcoholics. Yeah. I just really hope Kennedy withdraws. She's hiding out in the Fox feminist bunker somewhere. Faux feminine bunker somewhere. But it's no fucking mercy now. She deserves the hate she's getting. Just quit now, Kennedy. Take after Iger. Okay. She's not going to quit, guys. And she's not going to get fired. Put that in your mind right now. You must assume she ain't going nowhere. She's had 9 years to get reprimanded. She hasn't. She's cost them billions of dollars. They're way past like that. Bob Chapek just days ago was like, yeah, she's a genius. She's an amazing talent. She's a treasure. So she's not going anywhere, guys. You've got to accept and understand that. This is why I'm telling you. We must force them to sell it, because if we don't, we're just going to continue on with this bullshit. So it's up to you guys, because I'm one person. I can only do one dislike. I can only do so many videos and say so many things. It's up to all of you. If you want Star Wars back, we have to get it away from Disney, because otherwise we're going to continue with the bullshit. And be honest with yourself. Mandalorian wasn't all that. That's not real Star Wars. That's not George Lucas Star Wars. So get over that fucking Mandalorian and Bad Batch or Clone Wars, all this nonsense, these little cartoons. Fuck that shit. We need Star Wars back. We need massive blockbusters. Not these little silly comics and cartoons. So many people are so desperate to have Star Wars. They're like, oh, God, I'll take a Bad Batch. And you continue to consume that crap. We're going to continue to get that crap. So, again, I give you the solution. It's up to you guys. But I'm telling you right now, the only way we're going to get Star Wars back is to get it out of the Mickey's gloves. Because it's not going to change. Even if they replace Kennedy, that doesn't mean anything's going to change or get better. But I'm telling you right now, Kathleen ain't going nowhere. So it's your choice. Do we continue on, or do we get Star Wars back? The fans control this thing. Remember that. We have the power. Remember, noted from Revenge of the Sith, saying when Padme was pregnant, she had a midichlorian count higher than Anakin's. I remember noted from Revenge of the Sith saying when Padme was pregnant, she had a midichlorian count higher than Anakin's and Yoda's because of Luke and Leia. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't recall that. I don't recall ever hearing that. And no, because Luke and Leia aren't necessarily more powerful than Anakin. Anakin has the highest midichlorians. He is the chosen one. Luke just was more righteous, more under control, and he chose to not go to the dark side. That's why he defeats Vader, not because he's technically more powerful. Also, remember that Vader's a machine at that point. It's not the young human Anakin. That would have been a different battle. But Luke won because of this and this, not because of the Force. Sure, the Force was part of it, helped him, and he's trained and he became a Jedi, but it wasn't midichlorians, it was his heart. Strawberries look better than they taste. Can't argue that. I like pears and strawberries, I see there, I think. Or apples, pears and apples. I like cherries myself. I can't stand bananas or strawberries. Ugh. How do you guys do it? It's funny that everyone says it's George Lucas's fault when you know it's Plunkett's fault. Yeah. And Mickey's says, under KK, we're not getting quality content like back in the old EU days, Dark Horse Comics. Yep. I'm glad I'm not the only one critical of the Clone Wars. Everyone around me seems to love it and deny the fact that the show constantly breaks. Oh, yeah, all over the freaking place. I don't hate it. It's fun. It's cute. But it breaks canon. It's not canon. It's not true Star Wars. And it's a fucking cartoon, man. I love cartoons as much as the next person. But Star Wars is movies. Massive, multi-million-dollar lines down the fucking road movies. Not little comic books and cartoons. That stuff is cool. But no. We need the movies back, guys. And if we continue with the mouse, forget it. It's not going to happen. Yeah, they're going to make movies, but they're just going to be trash. Noted. Yeah, no worries. Force them to sell it. Okay, but how do you suppose we do that? Picket fences, sit-ins, civil disobedience. Should we emulate BLM and start looting? I just want to know so we can get the franchise back. Okay, you don't fight, you don't argue, you don't attack anybody. You keep a cool head, you stay logical. Every move they make, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, you downvote, you leave a comment, and you rip them a new one. Not by being rude or cussing, but you just remind them, like, you know, you should have made this much money, or you screwed this up, or a Gina Carano quote. Everywhere they turn or look, you shut them down. You say, no, we're not interested in your cartoons. We're not interested in your comic books. No, no, no. So that they have no room to breathe, and every which way they try to look and make money and pull you in, they constantly get denied. So then they finally get to a point where they're like, well, shit, we got nothing. We can't get them to latch onto anything. That's how. You don't spend money. You don't buy a single toy. You don't buy their Disney Plus. You don't support them. If you buy a toy, you buy it from eBay or from somebody else, third party. You don't buy stuff from Disney. You don't go to the parks. You don't buy any of their shit. That's how. You squeeze and bleed them to fucking death. That's how. But attacking people and all that, no. Like a concept they considered. Okay. I'm going to put a little video on. It's about 5 minutes long, so I can take a quick break. And it's something that I made today anyways for the stream. So 2-3 days ago, I made a video about Bob Chapek. And I will see you in a minute. I made a video about Bob Chapek, and this happened.
So this just dropped. Not my Star Wars. If you're still in here, you shout out to you.
Shout out to you.
Great job on this. This was fantastic work. I suggest you watch all of the video.
Particularly as you weave in Disney Plus, and the amount of content coming to us is going up, pretty dramatically.
I would say the situation is the same for Marvel as it is Lucas. And it goes to speak to the talent of not only Kevin and his team, but Kathy Kennedy and her team over at Lucas. And we're really fortunate to have both groups being led by such stellar creative talent. But in terms of, fatigue.
Stellar creative talent.
So the creative canvas.
Like Brian Johnson.
Very broad for both.
J.J. Abrams. Now My Star Wars just shows like all the fans just dumping on them in the comment section. If you go in the video, Now My Star Wars has the report. He posted the report in the video earlier on, all down. This is the latest January. Like he's looking at comparing to 2021 compared to December 2019. So this is their Q4, comparing it from 2 years ago and then this year, and you can see how like negative 98%. And I don't know what this is. Oh no, it just tells. Okay, never mind. Income from continuing operations negative 98%. It's down. I assume that's like in millions. Or billions? I have no idea. So.
It's in it's right there in millions, except per share amounts.
Okay, right. So like you can see it. Like look at that. Negative 99% net income from continuing operations. That's
good job, Marvel.
So like you can't tell me that all this stuff is doing well when it's like negative 99%. Like just absolutely ridiculous. So insane. So like when you have the CEO of your company like straight up lying, there's no wonder that Kathleen Kennedy is going to be lying too, and that you have this entire like nasty, disgusting culture that Gina Carano really shined a light on for a lot more people, and which we've been doing here for a long time at Bounding into Comics, shining a light on this stuff. And this is what Not My Star Wars points out at the end of his video. All of the people posting on these videos, a lot of them are posting about the China stuff, and that is huge, because you're exposing that to so many people on that as well. And I can't believe they haven't shut off comments altogether.
He's like literally planting his lips right on her behind this whole thing. So this comes from Not My Star Wars, and he captured this was during a virtual conference hosted by Morgan Stanley.
It has not been a pretty look for Star Wars. When you look at these ratios, people despise Star Wars right now. That's the bottom line. Chapek's statement came during an appearance at a virtual conference hosted by Morgan Stanley. YouTuber Not My Star Wars captured the conversation and shared parts of it to his channel. Now, shout out to Not My Star Wars. I've seen a couple of the things he's put out there before.
Chapek's statement came during an appearance at a virtual conference hosted by Morgan Stanley. YouTuber Not My Star Wars captured the conversation and shared parts of it to his channel.
He heaped praises on Kathleen Kennedy and the Kevin Feige, both of them.
YouTuber Not My Star Wars captured the conversation and shared parts of it to his channel.
What this article is basically talking about is they recently had a virtual conference with Morgan Stanley, an investor, and they were going back and forth about what's going on with the company.
Chapek's statement came during an appearance on a virtual conference hosted by Morgan Stanley. YouTuber Not My Star Wars captured the conversation and shared parts of it on his channel.
YouTuber Not My Star Wars captured a conversation and shared parts of it to his channel.
Now this is virtual. It was just a virtual press conference, basically, hosted by Morgan Stanley, and Not My Star Wars, a YouTuber, captured the conversation and shared parts of it on his channel. So if you go through to this article, go and check out the channel directly.
Disney CEO Bob Chapek recently lavished praise on Kathleen Kennedy less than a month after she had a spokesman fire and lie about The Mandalorian's Gina Carano. Chapek's statement came during an appearance at a virtual conference hosted by Morgan Stanley. YouTuber Not My Star Wars captured the conversation and shared parts of it on his channel.
YouTuber Not My Star Wars captured the conversation and shared parts of it to his channel, so if y'all want to go check it out, I guess a shameless plug to Not My Star Wars.
So I'm going to read you guys this story, and we'll leave Disney and Star Wars here. So 2 days after Disney CEO Bob Chapek touted his optimism about the company's future. The Walt Disney Company announced they are shutting down at least 60 Disney stores throughout North America. CEO Bob Chapek appeared to the Morgan Stanley Technology, Media, and Telecommunications conference where he participated in a question and answer session.
Funding for this program is brought to you in part by...
Are you tired of scratched, lost, or broken glasses? Bulky, hard-to-use sun and eyeglass holders? Then you need the Clippy. It's as easy as pinch, clip, hang.
Did you know the average American spends 101 minutes a day in the car? Wouldn't it be great if your customers could see your company logo every time they hit the road? Then you need the Clippy, the perfect, unique, affordable product to promote your brand and with constant marketing exposure. Plus, it's 100% made in the USA. No longer will your promotional investment become someone's unused, unseen, discarded item.
And by the annual financial support of viewers like you.
Hello. Let's see. So that was fun. Which, by the way, if any of you pick up on other channels that cover that, let me know, because I'm making a little montage. We can only hope for a brighter decade in the 2030s, because Lucasfilm have managed to ruin the IP for the next 10 years. They're party poopers, yet they think they are the life of the party. Sad times. Yeah. Well, and here's the reality. If Lucas got it back tomorrow, or let's say I got control of it, I would make Lucas's stuff anyway. So either way, it would be at least 3 to 5 years before we could really bring it back, because the movies would be made correctly on a 3-year schedule. Not to mention all the fixing that we would have to do. But as I've said in many streams, day one, I would make an apology for Disney's stupidity and let everyone know, don't worry, Star Wars is back. The EU would become the EU again, and the Disney stuff would minimum be all pushed to Legends. But as I've said, if I owned it, it's all going away. All of it.
Wipe them out. All of them.
Comics, Mandalorian, Clone Wars, Rebels, Resistance, all of it is going bye-bye. And we're starting from October 31st, 2012, George Lucas. So even if George himself got it, it would be a few years before it would really get back to where it needs to be. But I'd rather be in that process than be where we're at. Hail the fandom. Yes, sir. Disney has taken Star Wars for granted. They sure have, the dreamer. Padme had the sum of Luke and Leia's midichlorians inside her when she was pregnant, but that doesn't mean she has midichlorians. Plus, Leia doesn't have high midichlorians, and Luke doesn't have the midichlorians that Anakin has, so it's all pretty irrelevant. I could list like 50 contradictions the Clone Wars causes the movies. Oh yeah, there's tons. All kinds of problems. And they contradict Rebels, and they contradict The Mandalorian, and they contradict comics, and they contradict the old Clone Wars, and most importantly, they contradict the movies. They contradict themselves. So, as soon as Rey got pissed at Finn and yelled something like, "I don't need you to hold my hand," I legit threw my hands in the goddamn air above my head in the theater and wanted to roll out. Yep. She doesn't need anybody. She's Wonder Ray. She's the bestest ever. Oh, boy. Boy, you guys are chatty today. I like raspberry flavor and chocolate flavor, but I can't stand chocolate and raspberry flavors mixed. That's funny. I like oranges, but I can't stand orange juice. And I love chocolate. Cherries, nice. Yeah, I love cherries. Cherries are far and away my favorite. Chocolate-covered cherries, maraschino cherries, cherry. I love when girls wear little cherry dresses. I love cherries. The Rise of Skywalker was so bad, people in the handicap seat stood up and walked out. Very good. They sure did. Villains make Star Wars, but the villains in the Clone Wars are abhorrent. The only characters that are somewhat three-dimensional are Filoni created such an insidiously mediocre show. Yeah. Walked out from TLJ. I felt someone punched me in the face. I felt empty, wondering why the film is called Star Wars if there's nothing of Star Wars. I wondered the same thing too. You hear about the Daily Wire hiring Carino? Yeah, of course. I have videos about it. You need to watch my videos. High Republic stuff I have seen, which is hardly anything. Looks like pure cancer. Yep, it's a disaster. The great disaster is the High Republic. I don't even want Disney continuing the EU because I know they'd fuck it up. It's best to keep the EU dead until Star Wars is in better hands. No, I agree. In a way, we're lucky that they shelved that stuff and didn't start bringing it out, because everything they do, they just screwed up anyways. So, which brings up a very good point. And I haven't seen my friend Private Eye in here, which I don't know if you're hiding in the background or you'll hear this, but he made a point that made me think. And here's a question for you. How many of you would like to see the Thrawn trilogy? But I want you to think about it. Because I, like just about everybody, love Thrawn. And it sounds real good on paper. And a lot of people said, well, that was the original trilogy, the original sequel trilogy anyways, which it wasn't, but that they should have done that. And okay. But here's the thing. Remember that Dave Filoni is all about his pet, Ahsoka. And that he brought Ahsoka into The Mandalorian looking for Thrawn. They're at some point going to do Thrawn. And I don't know if it'll become his own show or he's going to be in multiple shows, but he's going to become kind of the big boss. But have you really thought about it? Because anything that happens, anything that is relating to Thrawn is just going to be Ahsoka. So in a way, it's better to stay away from Thrawn because it's all going to be about Ahsoka anyways. So by getting Thrawn, what you're really going to get is just more Ahsoka. So I ask you, do you really want Thrawn? Because they're not going to make him this badass and all about him. They're going to make it about Ahsoka. I haven't seen any of the Star Wars cartoons. I always wanted to know and see more about the Clone Wars, but I couldn't bring myself to watch the cartoons. It felt like a cheap cash grab. The first few seasons are super slow. All throughout it, they break canon. The artwork is cool. There's some cool arcs. It is fun. But a lot of people insist that, like, that's what made the Clone Wars Attack of the Clones good, and that made the prequels good, and no, it didn't. You just didn't really like Star Wars. You're all hung up on the Clone Wars, and you're saying that that's what made Star Wars good, which proves that you never liked Star Wars, because you're riding on a cartoon to validate those movies. Now, it's okay if that's what you like is those cartoons. Okay, I'm not mad at you. That's fine. But that in itself is saying that you weren't a fan of Star Wars. If you need those cartoons to validate the prequels, you weren't a Star Wars fan. And that's fine. You don't have to be. Remember that being a Star Wars fan is accepting what George Lucas made. It doesn't mean you have to love every little piece of it. Doesn't mean that it's perfect. But if you don't love overall 1 through 6, then you were never a Star Wars fan, because that's what Star Wars is. Bouting in the comments. Yeah, well, I've had John Trent on my channel, and we're buddies. But yeah. You're not missing much, to be honest. If you want to enjoy some gritty and mature Clone Wars content, though, I'd recommend reading Shatterpoint. Yeah, Shatterpoint was cool. Dark Rendezvous, Labyrinth of Evil, MedStar. I've read all of that except Republic Comics. It's been a while, but I did. I'm more pissed that Lucasfilm wasted such a great world-building name in the New Republic post-ROTJ. Rolls off the tongue and everything. But their tunnel vision ruined the chances of a great story. Yeah, they didn't build anything. On the contrary, they've just destroyed everything. George Lucas and I share a birthday. I pray he puts his Star Wars back on the train tracks before he isn't with us anymore. Yeah, well, time is ticking. So do we keep wasting time with Bad Batch, or do we encourage George? You see what I'm saying? Stop fucking around. Stop wasting time on bullshit cartoons. Do you want Star Wars or not? Since 2015, I've been wanting George back, so I can't do it alone, guys. Selfish trader, in the words of Tico, even if TLJ sucked. Our favorite creator ever dies. Plinkett is next to die for his treason against George. God isn't striking him dead. Irrelevant. He's nothing more than a relic of the past from the George Lucas and prequel hate days. Yeah. Well, that was a big part of what made them what they are. And that's true. Their videos don't get as much traction as they used to. I feel like they barely put out content anymore anyways. Granted, there hasn't been many movies lately, but there's thousands of movies out there. Plinkett was associated with the Clone Wars. Yes. No. Imagine going back in time just to prevent his bad reviews. Of what? The prequels? Or Plinkett? I think a lot of it's funny, and he makes a lot of valid points. It's not that, again, the prequels aren't perfect. Nothing in Star Wars is perfect. I think he makes a lot of good points. But that doesn't mean that they're not good movies, and it doesn't mean that they don't do what they're supposed to do, and that's complete the Skywalker saga. I say it all the time. Individually, those movies aren't super great, but what matters is, as a whole, as a Skywalker saga, the 6 films, they did exactly what they're supposed to do, and they are a wonderful story. That's what matters. It's like what George Lucas himself said, is you don't have to see the movies in pieces anymore. Now it's one movie. Was like a who's who of the Phantom Menace. Yeah, kind of. Some of those guys are small channels, 8 subscribers, and then some of them were, Yellow Flash, RK Outpost, Jeremy, Mr. H. Congrats on the video getting recognized. Yeah, that was fun. Thanks. More subscribers of those various people mentioning with you how you caught the interview. A few. It wasn't like a big blow up, but a few. And that video keeps getting views. So you got to remember, some people will be late. They'll see that their videos a couple days late. Plus, it was a loose mention. They mentioned me, but they didn't really say like, "Oh, you got to go check him out." You know what I mean? So, it was just fun more than anything. It was just neat to see. But some subscribers, yeah. Lucas deserves a slice of the blame pie for even considering selling to Disney. Yeah, he was the anti-Hollywood guy in his youth, yet he gave into the very machine he despised. It just isn't. Well, he didn't give in. He wanted to retire. The mistake wasn't so much selling it. The mistake was selling it to Disney. That was the mistake. He just, he wanted to retire. He had a newborn daughter. He wanted to raise her. Remember, it's been a part of his life for, at that point, almost 40 years. Not a day of rest, not a day of being asked a question and hounded for an autograph and have to fly somewhere. And, I understand. He didn't sell it because of the prequels. He sold it because he wanted to retire and raise his daughter. The fuck up was KK and Disney. That was the mess up. And it's like I've said, he's a smart guy. When it comes to space operas, he's a genius. He's the best. But doesn't mean he's great at everything. Doesn't mean he doesn't make mistakes or bad decisions. And he made a bad decision. Hindsight is 20/20. It's crazy to think that in 9 years, the only decent thing out of Disney is Rogue One. Lucasfilm in 2006 to 12 released a lot of games, comics, books, Clone Wars. Star Wars fans were happy we didn't need movies. Well, I don't know if we didn't need movies, but yeah, and some people say, Star Wars for a long time didn't have any life, or there's the idiots that say, well, if it wasn't for Disney, we wouldn't have all this great Star Wars content. First of all, there's not a single thing great from Disney. It's all trash. And second of all, there was always Star Wars. There was always a video game, comics, something. It's not like it was totally gone. You always had the movies to watch. Yeah, there's not all this like 10 shows coming out, but what does that matter if it's all crap? That's like saying, well, I could have 10 girlfriends, but that's not equal to having one amazing girlfriend. "10 years of fan hate gets to you after a while." It really wasn't that. I'm not saying that that's not at all part of it, but it wasn't because of the prequel hate. He's talked about it. He sold it because of his daughter. He wanted to do other movies. He wanted to build a museum. He wanted to raise his daughter. Illusion they were going to do his sequel trilogy story treatments and would have the resources to make a ton of Star Wars content for the fans. Yes. See, that's another thing. They bought his stuff. They said they were going to respect it and continue it. He wouldn't have sold it if they're like, oh, well, we're just going to do whatever we want with Star Wars. He should have known better, but they did say that we're going to use their stuff. It sucks that happened. I became a fan about 2 years ago, so I had no idea of all the hate Lucas received. It sucked for the new fans. It wasn't that much. It wasn't as much as it's exaggerated. That was the media. And yes, there are people that hate the prequels. Absolutely. But it's not as much as people want to make it out to be. Not at all. And it's the same people that are like, Disney Star Wars is great. Okay, go look at YouTube and you're going to see videos with 20, 30,000 dislikes and 2,000 likes. So those same 2,000 people that were the bitching ones are the same 2,000 people that like Disney Star Wars. They're not the majority. They just talk a lot. And that's why I was saying earlier, like, if you want to win, you got everywhere you go. Welcome to the rebellion. Gina Carano. No, that shit's trash. We don't want that. No, no, no. Even just putting no. Give it a down vote. That's how we win. Is at every turn reminding Disney that no. Because we are the majority. There's people that like, you're a hater. You don't know Star Wars. Star Wars isn't for you. You're just a little minority. Okay. Where are all you people that are defending these videos and defending Disney? You see, there's not that many. He did have a lot. No, he clearly said why. It's not that. If I owned Star Wars, I'd establish two universes. George Lucas, EU, Renew Dark Horses. Happy Black Man. Not only that it's Plinkett's fault, it's Hollywood people's fault. They did not help Lucas on the prequels. Yeah, I would probably just delete it, but it would definitely become Legends. Doesn't deserve Legend status. Yeah. That's the thing. It doesn't even deserve that. Trolling us? Yeah, it kind of does seem that way. At this point, they're like, fuck it. But the thing is, we're the long game. We're the ones that are going to buy or watch their shit. So if we don't buy or watch their shit, it's like a bully. And I don't mean the bully that literally punches you, but someone that picks on you every day. If you react and you get all bothered about it, then they're just going to they get the reaction, so they keep picking at you. But if you just ignore them or slap them back in the face, then they're not going to pick on you anymore. Understand? So that's what you need to do. Is anytime you smack them down. You don't give in to their shit. You don't play their game anymore. We control the game. That's the mentality you need to get into. And it's not about fooling yourself. It's reality. We control this shit. Without us, they got nothing. So let them troll all they want. But when every post they make gets shut down. Speaking of which, let's take a peek at the Star Wars YouTube channel. Okay, so no, they have not uploaded that video, which I know they won't. They don't have the balls to at this point. I'll let you guys look with me. My dad hates cheese, yet he loves pizza. Lol. Maybe it's just different when on pizza. Yeah. Certain combinations of things. Okay, so their latest, well, their second to latest, because they just put out the Leox video, but their latest YouTube video, 1.4 up 8.7 down. So where's all these Disney fans at? And I've shown you in videos. Look, it's all... This is how you kill them. No conversation. The 3 Disney fans that posted in there, you're never going to see their comment because it's just a wall of nope. Ratioed in 30 minutes. What the hell? How did that happen? Try that again. Okay, so 1.4 to 8.7. 2.5 to 20K. Where are all the Mickey Mouseketeers? They don't exist, guys. The 3 loud assholes on Facebook and Twitter, they're like, you're a misogynist, you're this, and you're stupid. We love Star Wars, and Disney's great. Yes, all 2,000 of you. We control this game. 2,000 up to 24,000 down. $2.8 up to 28,000 down. See, Marshawn is harmonic. They think they're slick. I see right through their bullshit. $2K up, 9.1 down. Skiers not as bad, but still 2.4 to 3.2. But that's also 6 videos back. And look at the date, February 16th. This was right when Gina was getting fired. Anyways, so we have the power, guys, not them. Yeah, they are trolling at this point. Jeez, yeah. Redo some of the EU, like decanonizing the Force Unleashed, Dark Empire, Splinter of the Mind's Eye. Change some of the older 90s novels to edit out some of the stupid shit. The EU does need a little bit of cleaning up. It's not a lot, it's not terrible, but it does need some cleaning up. But it would be easier to fix the EU, clean that up, than it would all the Disney stuff, because all the Disney stuff is a continuity mess. Don't make the Disney's Legends, but the enter at your own risk. Calling Disney Star Wars Legends is an insult to the current Legends. Yeah, I don't even like that people call them Legends. You should call them always the EU. Don't acknowledge the fact that they call them Legends. I don't like that. But that's me. You notice I don't ever say Legends. I always talk about the EU. Last Jedi, more like Marvel's The Jedi Avengers Infinity Clone Wars. Disney content would and should be completely decanonized. Bottom line, it's cheap, it's lazy, it's vesseled to propagate an anti-male sentiment. It's a pathological expulsion of bile. I agree. Personally, I would delete all that shit. Bye. See it, but Disney has already paid Zhang off. Yeah, or Zhang has paid Disney off one way or the other. Or are you talking about Zahn? Heir of the Empire trilogy in live action? Heck yeah, just not made by Disney. See, that's the thing. So, do you guys want Thrawn? We got to get it out of Disney's hands, because guess what? You keep fucking around with Bad Batch, we're going to get Thrawn, and it's going to be all about Ahsoka. So you decide. While I enjoy Clone Wars, despite its lore breaking, I'll never forgive them taking the badass Jedi killer Grievous from the 2D cartoon and neutered him in the 3D show. He didn't do much and mostly fled. Yep. Yeah, I don't. I mean, I think he could do a good job, but yeah, me either. Heir to the Empire trilogy remade strictly following the books. The books are great, but that's Zahn. It's not Lucas. Lucas would do it differently. So remember that. If Lucas got it, you probably wouldn't even see Thrawn to begin with. But if you did, it's not going to be what Timothy Zahn did. Will he pull some of that in? Sure. But remember that Lucas is the ultimate voice there. So, but you're definitely not going to get it with Disney, that's for sure. No more reboots. They need to use the High Republic as a storytelling training ground before they can recreate any iconic EU characters. Well, they've proven that they can't. So, stop turning Star Wars into Marvel and keep it as dark as DC once was. Grievous rose the stakes in this 2D animated series. Yeah, I love him in that. The fans have a better grip on the franchise and all things Star Wars than the production crew. Yes. Yes. So sad. Yeah. General Grievous film based on the 2003 Grievous. That would be pretty wicked. Totally going to be an Ahsoka TV show, and he has already appeared in the Disney cartoon. Yeah. And he was a little cuck bitch in Rebels. That's not Thrawn. So do you want more of that little bitch? Because that's what you're going to get. Keep fucking around with Bad Batch. That's what you're going to get. You guys decide. I called Ray Mary Ray when discussing the film immediately after it came out. Then I got sick of thinking about the trash I had to sit through and hated having to try and remember details I wanted to forget. Yeah. It's like brain cancer. It's real hard to get out. Kind of makes Anakin a stale character instead of gradually transitioning from AOTC to Rod's persona. We see him straight off the bat a knight and a father figure to Ahsoka. Yep. Grievous is hotter than Padme. Oh, come on, man. Grievous has got no ass. Padme's got a great ass. Tanner Grievous needs his own Cobra Kai-esque reboot where he becomes morally gray. I sure wouldn't want to kiss Grievous either. I've been in John Trent's bounty chats. Yeah, John's awesome. He did what Star Wars means to us with me, so look through my playlist there. I had him on. We talked for, I forget, 2 hours or something. And then after the stream in the back room, we talked for like another half an hour, He's awesome. I had a great time. Grievous has the best backstory of any prequel. Probably the most developed, but the best backstory is probably Dooku. Dooku has an awesome. He was once a Jedi, and then he was on the Council. He's one of the Fallen 20. He grew up on Serrano. Remember, he's the one that contracted Django. I mean, Dooku's. And there you go. The Skywalker saga. I want to see Grievous. Carly. Warlord, I'm good with Grievous being a straight villain. I want Star Wars. Yeah, well, that's what I want, guys. That's what I fight for. Hate on their prequels and defend the sequels need to go home and rethink their life. Yeah. Well, it's funny because some people see my name and they're like, you hate Star Wars. No, that's the reason it's called Not My Star Wars, because obviously they fucked up Star Wars. On the contrary, I love Star Wars with all my heart. Real Star Wars, not fan fiction. And I love like fan films or things that people externally do. But when you're coming officially from Lucasfilm with billion-dollar budgets, you got to get it right. It would be like his life before his cyborg birth finishes off with him ending up with Palpatine, basically a rots for my man Grievous. It's been a long time, but from what I remember, he's a very small and unintimidating alien. He's not anything interesting. What he is was very smart and cunning. So that was the point of getting his mind into the Grievous body. That's where he became menacing, because as his alien self, he was nothing. Never bashed the Disney trilogy like they did the prequels. That's true. And that's because they have to admit they were too harsh and to blame Lucas. Yeah. They're Star Trek fans anyways. I don't think they're really much of Star Wars fans. Built themselves up on the prequel hate, and now Disney hate has ruined them. Yeah. Phantom Menace is filled with casuals who are too forgiving of Disney and only hate TLJ but love TFA, Ross. I'm not arguing that. Again, I'm called Not My Star Wars. So everything from October 31st, 2012 forward, to me, delete button. That would be awesome. I want to see Grievous transition from the warlord to the separatist general. Apparently he was in the Geonosian catacombs in AOTC. That would be cool to see. When Filoni goes to bed, he must have some dreams with Ahsoka almost every night. Oh, he's got a little Ahsoka doll, didn't you know? Probably calls his wife Ahsoka. Probably has her do cosplay. Yes, he does. It was sketchy Ahsoka fan art. Yeah, probably. He's the one that puts out, you ever see the sexy Ahsoka memes where she's got like this insane, voluptuous bikini body? That's Dave Filoni drawing that shit, probably. Lucas should have waited for Netflix instead of Disney. What Lucas should have done is, number one, keep it in control of the family. Even if nothing got made, just put the shit in the vault. But what he should have done, and it's sad because he was already starting to, is he was making Underworld. You should have just waited a few years. They would have got the cost down. He could have started Star Wars Plus, and all that original, real Lucasfilm shit could be on its own streaming service, and people would gladly pay $5, $10 a month for it. And you got all the Star Wars shit. And he could start releasing like behind the scenes and deleted scenes and doing extra interviews and commentaries. And he could have had the Underworld show once a week or whatever it would come out. And they had 50 episodes written, ready. He should have just waited. He could have made Disney Plus is nothing but a website. I could build that thing. He should have just waited, made Star Wars Plus, or whatever you want to call it. And that's that. And you would have access to all kinds of wonderful Star Wars shit. Including, all the movies. And he could have even had the despecialized originals on there. Imagine. He could have done all kinds of stuff. It's a shame. He could have totally done that. And man, what would we have now? Imagine a whole site of streaming Star Wars from official George Lucas Lucasfilm. Shit. And I think that's what's going to happen. There's not going to be many. And right now, Disney's buying everything, so it would be difficult. But it's possible that some IPs break away. Like I figured. First of all, Disney's still under an SEC investigation. Plus, there's this accountant that busted them years ago for scrubbing books. So they're still dealing with that lawsuit. Not to mention all the pedophile lawsuits. And right now they're billions of dollars in debt. I mean, Disney's like days from fucking crumbling. If we keep the pressure on them, they're fucked. So there's nothing saying that they won't get broken up for being a monopoly. So with that said, potentially big properties like Marvel, Lucasfilm could have their own streaming services. You know, it doesn't have to be Disney. It could just be Marvel Plus. So, never a mistake when it results in several $billion in your bank account. Yeah, he had much more than $4 billion, so it wasn't for the money, guys. It's to me and you, that's a lot of money. It's George Lucas. I don't know why people say that. He did one explore. Well, okay. People get that from Dave Filoni. That was saying that he wanted to explore some clones that were defective. But Dave Filoni says a lot of shit. And yet contradicts it all the time. I don't trust Dave Filoni for nothing because I've caught him lying several times. And he breaks laws. So Dave Filoni's word is garbage. He also hasn't spoken up about Gina Carano, so he's garbage. He was also on the set of The Last Jedi watching Jake Skywalker happen, so he's garbage. So anything that Filoni says is bullshit to me. And that's where people get that from, is because he said that George wanted to, experiment with some defective clones. Well, that's what Filoni said. It's like the old conversations. Well, this person said that the EU is canon. But that's not what George said. George clearly said that it's not canon. So, sorry. I don't care what Leland Chi said or Pablo Hidalgo said or Dave Phony Baloney said. What matters is what George Lucas said. Yeah, he had good intentions, guys. It just didn't work out quite so well. Someone or group of people is steering, influencing, however loosely, KK's decisions and direction with all the virtues in them and Mary Sue. I mean, I don't know because I'm not there. I don't know. But from what I understand and read and vibe and see, and it's KK. She just thought she was going to do shit better. She wanted to do it her way. I'm going to show them girl power. I know better. I've been doing this a long time. I know how to do this. I'm going to run this thing. And she ran it all right into the fucking ground. I don't think anybody's controlling her. On the contrary, everybody, all the executives are like, oh, look at all these films she worked on. George put her as the president. Don't question her. She knows what she's doing. That's what I think is happening. Reboots and remakes mainly don't have the same effect. Stories are not as cerebral now, so I even feel if Disney did not reboot it in this time, it still wouldn't have as powerful an impact. Yep. Good night to you. What are you looking on your phone? Plug it in, dude. You have a good night, man. Thank you for subscribing, Steve Morgan. Thank you for subscribing, Iron Shell. Thank you for subscribing, Jedi Hawk. Thank you for subscribing, Ricardo Molina. Thank you for subscribing, Vinicius. As you can see, I got that notification much later, so if you're still around. George is great, but so is Zahn. Timothy Zahn really understands Star Wars. He's kind of like George Lucas. I just wish George and Tim would sit down and work out. Mara Jade, yeah. George doesn't really like Mara Jade. I love Mara Jade. She's my favorite EU character. But and Zahn was amazing. He wrote beautiful books. Love Timothy Zahn. I do not want to live in a world where Grievous is hotter than Padme. Me either. I don't know what you're thinking, dude, but I'm taking Padme all day, every day, head to toe. Now, if it's Baby Jin or Padme, it's tough, but I'm going, I think, with Baby Jin. But Padme. I wish we could get more covert missions like Clone Commandos. I love the clones in Gendy's. That's what the clones are supposed to be. Not talky and different personalities and different haircuts. They're clones. They're just like the battle droids. They're all the same. They have a job and they do it and they shut the fuck up. They just go out there and be badasses. All that feely personality, talky. I think we have a better chance of forcing them to sell Lucasfilm than we do having them fire KK. That's just another reality. Here's the thing. People are going to hold out and start dissent, and then Bad Batch is going to come, and a bunch of you are going to buckle. Oh, but I want to see the Bad Batch. And then that'll ride for a month or two and give them some steam. And then that'll help get them through. And then in October, but September, we should find out if Kathleen is getting fired or not renewed. I'm already telling you this now, and I'm telling you, remember that I told you this. She ain't going nowhere. So some of you are going to hang on, and some of you are going to wait, and then September's going to come, and you're going to be like, ah, and I'm going to be like, I told you so. We should have got rid of this shit done months ago, but we're going to stretch it out. And they're going to, the longer that we go, the more that the CEOs think, see, it's working. And we're going to lose all the steam from Welcome to the Rebellion. Right now, we need to hammer the shit out of Disney. And then Boba Fett's going to come, and everybody's going to be like, oh, Boba Fett. And that'll ride for a few months. So it's just going to keep perpetuating. Now, I'm not saying don't use the hashtag and don't remind them every day that she sucks and that she should go. But all I'm saying is I think that we have more chance of them selling it because we just squeeze the shit out of them than we do her getting fired. And at best, she ain't going anywhere until September. But I can tell you right now, KK's not going anywhere, guys. So do you want to continue this nonsense or do you want Star Wars back? High Republic writers, we need to prove to the fans we can write good stories and that we understand George Lucas' wisdom. So what about Iraq? Yes. Looks like he could get, that's funny. Somebody in the past has said that I look like him. I don't know that I do, but I always say I'm definitely more handsome than he is. But anyways, it's worse people to look like, I suppose. I sure don't got his money. If he's my brother, he needs to help me out. As much as I do to defend him anyways. I would gladly pay $50 a month for a Lucas run Star Wars Plus. Well, it doesn't have to be that much. $5-10. Millions of Star Wars fans. That thing would be bringing in like 50 million a month. Boom, straight. Good. Plus, merch would be selling, and you'd want like, you know, some new character that's an Underworld. You'd want that shirt. Plus the 1313 game. Plus, you know, selling OT and PT stuff. And the sequel trilogy would have been beautiful. George Lucas, gorgeous. So all those toys and stuff. I mean, it all would be the Star Wars galaxy on a streaming service. Holy fuck. And that's exactly what I would have told him. I would have said, George, Just wait like 5 more years, dude, and build a streaming service. I'll build the website myself for you. Just do a Star Wars exclusive streaming service. You don't need Netflix. This is the beauty of today, guys, is you don't need money like that anymore. You don't need school and all that stuff. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that it's not good to go to college or not good to have tools or, you know, of course it's hard to compete with Hollywood, but at the end of the day, you can come on YouTube and make videos and movies. I was just thinking about this the other day. Like if I was a young kid these days, 18 years old, and I wanted to get into film, why would I spend thousands of dollars and years to go to film school at this point when you can watch YouTube videos and documentaries all day? You could spend a few $100s or $1,000 on software and just edit, and just for the next year or two as a 16, 18-year-old, just make videos. You'll teach yourself. You'll learn how to make videos, how to edit, how to do sound, how to, you know, the stuff works, how people react. You could get the reaction from people. You could build up a channel, maybe even make a little money, but you can self-teach yourself. There's enough technology these days that you don't need Hollywood. And if you're that good at editing or production or direction, then you're going to meet other people. And then you all get together, and now you're making movies that are bringing in millions of dollars. You can even premiere it and play it on YouTube. You could sell a premium membership to have access to it, or you could build a little website to have premium access to it, or you could just make it a public video. If that video gets 10 million views, guess what? You just made a whole bunch of money. Understand? So it's like nowadays, for George Lucas to have a website built and just have all the streaming Star Wars, I mean, that's like small potatoes. It's nothing. Disney Plus is different because Disney Plus is so much content from so many properties and so many years. They're trying to do too much, and they're trying to put it everywhere. George Lucas just makes this one site with all the Star Wars stuff. There's a lot, but it's not that much video stuff. It's only so much. 6 movies, hopefully 9. Once a week, you got a show. And then there's a little stuff like, well, the holiday special he hates, so that wouldn't happen. But maybe like Ewoks and stuff like that. But that's like a handful of videos. It's not even a big deal. Easy, man. You could build that site in a couple months. It has all the backing of the fans. You sell access for $5-10 a month. Done. Game over. And that site alone would compete with Netflix and everyone else. It might even have more subs. Netflix has 200 million subscribers. There's no reason why Star Wars couldn't have that. Even if all they had was 100 million for just one IP, that's insane. Oh, well. Yeah, we do. Exactly. He says a lot of things and he contradicts himself. He's been caught lying. And furthermore, he doesn't give a fuck because Lucas said Ahsoka dies. He comes out with a shirt that says Ahsoka lives, and here we are. She's getting her own fucking show. So there you go. Not only can you only take it as conjecture, but also we've seen him directly contradict and go against George Lucas' wishes. So you're actually right. How did I not notice this? Definitely not a coincidence. Not sure which part, but didn't you know? Not My Star Wars knows his shit. Has dirt on somebody. Baby Jin and Padme are hot, but I love me some Aayla Secura. Don't get me wrong. I love me some Aayla Secura. But I think I'm still taking Baby Jin. I love the idea that she's a Jedi and all that. And, you know, I don't mind a blue woman. She's nice. That's an actual real model, by the way. She's a model in real life, or at least was. Yeah, Ayla's nice. I've mentioned her before. She's one of my top Star Wars babes. But Baby Jin and Padme, I think, are the top, at least in my taste. I like Ula too. Some of them Disney execs grab some titties in college and KK got some photos. Maybe. That would be pretty badass. Ask him what would George do on the set of TFA. Why didn't you call him and ask him? You stupid. Exactly. There's an interview of her with JJ. And she's like, you know, every day we think of George. And we always say, what would George do? Everything we do, we consider, you know, what George would do. And I'm just like, oh, really? Because everything you've done is not what George would do. Literally. Not a single thing you have done is what George would do. Not to mention, you have him on speed dial on your goddamn phone. My very first video breaks all of that down. So, my very first video is still one of my best videos. My editing has gotten better. My production has gotten better. But the information and research in that first video not only establishes literally what Not My Star Wars is, but holy shit, do I blow the lid off of Disney in that one. The whole Star Wars situation, still one of my best videos. We shouldn't lose hope of Disney. The Rise of Skywalker was finished yesterday, by the way. We shouldn't lose hope of Disney selling off Star Wars. Like you said, they are crippled financially. So it wouldn't be crazy since they would essentially pawn off these IPs for cash. Yes. And the thing is, the very first IP that they would get rid of is Star Wars. Marvel, they already made their money. It's run its course. Fox is massive. They have so much stuff there, they're not going to sell it. ABC is news. They're not going to sell that. The one thing that has been a thorn in their side from the beginning, the one thing that every turn they get fucking squashed on, that people don't accept, and that they have not made their money back on, is Star Wars. So the first thing they're going to want to get rid of is Lucasfilm. Now they're in real bad shape, and then we compound that by squeezing the fuck out of them. Grab Mickey by the nuts and fucking squeeze as hard as you can. They got no choice. They're going to have to cough up fucking Lucasfilm. Go to Camino and clone George Lucas. Then he can give us Star Wars from attorney. There you go. But there's only one, so remember, you can't clone Force users. So that's not going to work. Any more advice for young, up-and-coming filmmakers wanting to make Star Wars one day? It's my dream, to say the least. But since this Gina BS happened, I lost motivation to create. Okay. First, remember that you're not going to actually be able to make Star Wars stuff because, I mean, unless you're willing to put a ton of money and time into it and not make a dime from it, because you can't make money off of Disney's property. So you can't really make you can make a fan film, but you can't monetize it. So number one, you should think of your own properties or stuff like parodying or something similar. But doing Star Wars, you're never going to make any money unless you go work for Lucasfilm, and then you're just an asshole. So I have learned a lot of shit and self-taught myself shit from YouTube and Google. Sometimes it's like some people are funny. Some people are like, oh, well, he's a YouTuber, like he knows anything. Yet anytime you need to learn how to do something, where do you go? Google, or specifically nowadays, you go to YouTube. Obviously, how do I change a tire? How do I fix this? How do I download this? How do I use this program? Fucking YouTube. There's tutorials. So it's insane to me when people try to downplay people that are on YouTube when most everyone relies on YouTube for information. And yes, there's a lot of clickbait and bullshit and rumors and blah, blah, blah. I get it. But you find channels like Not My Star Wars that are never going to lie to you, never steer you wrong. We're out here. But I can tell you, I've learned a lot of shit. Coding, extra shit to do with websites, different programs. You know, I'm a digital marketer. I build websites and do all kinds of stuff. Not really so much anymore. This is what I do now, but just saying. And I expanded a lot of that knowledge from YouTube. So just spending time on YouTube, you can learn all kinds of shit. If you want to learn about editing or film production, directing, watch. There's tons of videos. You'll see documentaries and tutorials, but you'll also meet, like, you can find directors and, you know, like, let's say you're a comics. There's tons of comic book artists that have YouTube channels. So watch their stuff, become friends with them, you know? So that's the first thing is this generation, you guys have everything in your hands. You got cell phones that are more powerful than computers were back in the day. So there's no excuse for you to learn something, do something. And like I said, nowadays, if money is the only thing keeping you back, then you're in good shape because there's tons of free tools. There's not just YouTube, there's Vimeo and all kinds of other stuff too, but just YouTube, you can learn and you can build a channel and you can practice and you can create videos and maybe even make money. So there's not really an excuse. Like if you want to do film or TV or whatever, with YouTube alone, you can learn and do that shit. And if it's that good, then some studio or some director or whatever is going to want to hire you. And it's pretty nice to be your own boss and make the videos you want and all that on YouTube anyways. So, and I'm not saying that most YouTubers do or that in this type of genre, but there are YouTubers out there that are making millions of dollars a year. Believe it or not. So, learn, practice, do it. That's what I tell you. In my day, if I was 16, you had to leave state, go to a specific school, get into debt, spend 2-4 years there, read a bunch of books, take tests, do all that. Whereas now, if you could invest like $1,000 to $2,000, go work at McDonald's for a fucking summer, you can save the money. Buy yourself a nice laptop. Buy yourself some decent. I use Camtasia. It's about $300. And I can do 90% of what any professional editing software, well, it is professional, but any expensive editing software can do. There's very little that I can't do with it. So there you go, $1,500. My laptop's about $1,000. So $1,500, $2,000, and then spend time on Google and YouTube and learn as much as you can. Watch other creators, look at other people's videos, look at the descriptions and how they do things, how they set things up. Learn from those that are successful, and you can pretty much self-teach yourself all this. And that goes for tons of stuff. There's girls doing makeup videos and, I mean, all kinds of shit. So you can go several ways with it. Let's say you do makeup tutorials. You could become a big YouTube channel and make money anyways. Or if you're that good, then tons of makeup companies are going to see you and you could become the official spokesman for L'Oreal or, you know, the official makeup artist or tutorial girl for L'Oreal. You know, they could hire you to use their products exclusively and do tutorials. Then you double dip because you got that contract plus you're doing your own YouTube stuff. You see? So you have now two avenues. You could go work for a studio or a company, or they could sponsor you, but you could also do your YouTube. But the point is you could be learning, making videos about makeup, and over time you see what works, you see yourself, you see how the lighting, the camera, and the best way to talk and the format, and learn how to edit. Most YouTube videos, if you can do just light editing, you're good. My videos are pretty complex. Not all of them, but you'd be surprised. Like if you understand editing, you see the shit that I do. It's more complex. I'm doing a very good job because maybe you guys see it and it doesn't seem that complex. And that means I'm doing a real good job because a lot of it is pretty complex. There's a lot of stuff that I have to chop up to make it. You know, it's not like I'm taking just 3 entire videos, putting them together into one big video and rendering it. No, it's hours of chopping that all up, what fits with what, making sure the sound doesn't fall off or is too abrupt. Does this shot to this shot make sense? Does it have context to what I'm saying or trying to show? Sometimes all these pieces, like in my Skywalker Legacy documentary, it's like I have this massive timeline of pieces, and then it's editing and fixing all these little pieces to their maximum, and then all those little pieces, where do they fit in the documentary? Where's the best place to put them? How does it all flow as a project? I used to work with a lot of music artists, and it was the same thing. Like, a lot of music artists are just thinking about their songs. A professional, an executive, a producer is thinking of how do all those songs fit on an album, because albums are actually a story. Just as important as each individual song is how each song leads into each other. So albums have a rhythm and a flow and a story to them, and they're about emotion. So you want to do like a roller coaster, like you want to build things up and have a climax, and different albums have different speeds and tones. But if you rarely listen to albums, if you were to rearrange the songs, that album's not going to have the same impact. And that's a very conscious thing. It's not like Dr. Dre just makes 20 tracks and just throws them on a CD and it's like, go. No, he takes a lot of time on each individual song, but then he spends maybe months. Like, does this track go before this one? How does this one lead into the next one? All of that is very important. It's the same thing with editing videos, is you've got all these pieces, and then you later have to not only make them fit, but like, does this part go better in front or behind this? This section, should it go here or there? And all that kind of stuff you figure out with time and practice. But the point here is, for a little bit of money and a lot of dedication, you don't have to go to college anymore for that. 20 years ago, you would have to literally go to college for video editing. Because not only would you not be able to afford the equipment, but you would need someone to teach you. Now, within 6 months, a year, you spending time on YouTube, watching videos, reading shit on Google, watching and talking to other creators like myself, you can totally do it. Hopefully that all helps. I mean, I can't believe I didn't notice how you look so... Oh, okay. That's funny. 2 or 3 people have said that. I don't know, but okay. If I stumbled into Ayla Sakura's room while she was naked, I'd act all awkward and hope she'd be more likely to seduce me and less likely to draw a lightsaber on me. I don't know. It's a toss-up. She might chop you in half, or she might jump on you. I don't know. You never know. I like me some Ayla Sakura. I know that. Ayla Sakura. I have a feeling the next run of Marvel movies won't do so well. Yeah, I think that Black Widow is going to bomb hard. And not because it's a bad movie. And everybody loves Scarlet in that tight black suit. You know, it's not. It's that that movie should have came out before Endgame. Should have been out years ago. It's like it's way too late, and they're holding on to it, and it's all out of place. It's just not going to do well. Now, granted, people haven't had movies, they haven't had Marvel in a while, so that it'll benefit from that. But in general, it's not gonna do well. It's not gonna be this big $1 billion, $2 billion Dave Filoni fan fiction. Yeah, no, that's what he does. Is fan fiction. I bet you Dave Filoni has some steamy fan fictions on his hard drive. Yeah, maybe, and they're all Ahsoka. Imagine had Lucas sold to Nickelodeon. Maybe it would be all cartoons, but at least the cartoons would probably respect the lore and not shit on Luke Skywalker. Doesn't take a genius. Can Jedi have sex, or is that some... Yes, they can. Technically, they can. And it's not that they, well, I mean, the code does say you're not to marry. The problem is attachment, not, Anakin even says that we're encouraged to love. We can love, we just can't possess, we can't keep, we can't attach. But yes, technically there's no rule against, a Jedi, you know, mating. Well, not mating. You're not really supposed to have children, but having sex. Technically, no, there's nothing that says you can't. You just have to have the strength and will and not to get all pressed and fall in love and attached. That's the thing. You have to be able to move on. And it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to be cold or, you know, anything, but you have to maintain a distance. You can't get possessive. But technically, no, there's nothing that, no rule. Lucas never said that, no, they can't. Ayo. Hello there, SL2004. Just joined. Oh, awesome. Glad to see you. Just joined the stream, I assume. Or subscriber. I'm assuming not membership, but yeah. Lol, no way is he involved, and if he tries to be, I'll draw our lightsaber on. Downplaying YouTubers' internet knowledge is primary defense to prevent traditional power structures and institutions being overcome by decentralized free information. Yes, a lot of people are threatened too. It's the same with the Disney thing. A lot of people are threatened. Like, I spent 5 years in college and I'm in debt $30,000 and blah, blah, blah. And now someone in 6 months can do it better than I can because they've got access to 100 different YouTube videos teaching them the shit that I had to take all this time to learn. You see, it's a little bit of like ego and self-defense and self-denial. But people often are like that. They don't like to celebrate someone else. They always want to bring you down and complain and try to belittle you. But the truth of this matter, anything you can think of, how to fix something, how to build something, how to edit something, how to build a website, you know, whatever. Pretty much any piece of software has reviews and videos, tutorials. You know, like you want to buy a video camera, you can find all kinds of videos, thousands of videos that are reviewing video cameras. You know, so it's like, yes, there is a bunch of dumb shit on YouTube. Not arguing that. But when people talk like that, it's just, they're just being either ignorant, they haven't really looked, or they're just being assholes. Because there's sometimes people that, you should get a job, or you should get a real job, or, you know, you're just a YouTuber. It's like, okay, first of all, if you think it's so easy, then why aren't you doing it? Go ahead, do it. It's simple. Go ahead, do it. You're going to see it. It's not that simple. But it's also foolish to discredit, because literally you can learn. I mean, right now you can search. You do know that the most used search engine in the world is YouTube, right? So, you know, how to fix glasses, what glasses to buy, what are the best sunglasses, what sunglasses do I need for, you know, this area or sport or whatever, you know, anything you can think of. What are the best bearings for skateboard wheels? I mean, whatever random shit you can think of. There's going to be a video on it at this point. And if you're lucky enough, there's not a video on it and you know about that topic, well, guess what video you should make? Which is what I try to do. I try to do videos that no one else is doing. But on the same token, when it's something real hot, like this High Republic shit, I got to jump on it because I know what's going on. And I found, like, the Bob Chapek shit, as you saw. I'm the one that found that shit. I'm the one that broke that news. All of a sudden, everybody's talking about it. So some shit you got to jump on, even though other people are doing it too. But for the most part, if you're a new YouTuber or you're someone that has a channel and you're trying to figure out what to do, well, there you go. What do you really know? I know about sewing clothing. Okay, so now start doing searches. What's the best needles to use? What's the best thread to use? What's kind of sewing machine? And you're going to see that a lot of these videos are there. But if you start looking and narrowing down, you're going to get to a point where you're going to be like, no one's talking about the best pin cushions. And maybe there's this whole thing about pin cushions and different manufacturers and particular shapes or materials for pin cushions. Maybe you know about the history of pin cushions. Maybe you hand sew pin cushions. So now you can start revolving a bunch of videos around that. And if you're the only person that's making pincushion videos, guess what? People are searching it. Now, some stuff 100 people search a month, and some stuff 1,000,000 people search a month. I'm not saying your whole world's going to change, but if you can find those videos, those gaps that no one else is making, that's a big part of the Skywalker legacy. Not only do I love Star Wars, and that's why I did it, because I wanted to create my own documentary about it, but there's a lot of Star Wars videos. There's a lot of critique videos. There's a lot of Star Wars news videos. But how many people do you know that made a proper Star Wars documentary? That I have a ton of people saying, man, your documentary is better than any of the Disney stuff. You see? You don't. I'm probably one, if not the only one that you know that made a Star Wars true documentary. There's a few out there. I'm just saying it's not a common thing, right? So how many TLJ reviews are there? You see what I'm saying? There's a big difference. So if you find those pockets of what no one else is doing, but specifically particular videos that aren't made, let's say you're into cars. Well, there's all kinds of car type tutorial videos, but is there a specific like how to change the timing chain on a 1989 Supra turbocharged Toyota Supra? And you might be thinking like, man, there's not going to be, well, yes, there are people looking for that. Not to mention that that video could be multi-purpose for different years or different models, or just a general tutorial on how to work on a timing chain. And just getting the general knowledge of that can help someone out. You know, there's like two main genres in YouTube. There's entertainment and there's education. So maybe you're not a good entertainer. Maybe you can't do live streams. Maybe you're not great at video editing, but you sure know about, you know, peach orchards. So then make videos about peach orchards. The seasons, how to grow the trees, how to maintain the orchard, how to harvest, all these types of things. You'd be surprised. There's people out there looking for this stuff. They're looking for those answers. And maybe someone's looking specifically for apple orchards. But if the only related video is a peach orchard, well, still your video can give some value. It's not the same exact thing, but at least it's in the realm. And then someone can get a general knowledge from your peach orchard video to do their apple orchard. So find those holes. What videos aren't around? That the owner of the channel? You talking about, am I the owner of this channel? Yes. I don't know if you mean a different channel. But yes, I am not my Star Wars. My lightsaber on, yeah. How do you get to Carnegie Hall? Practice, man, practice. There you go. And nowadays, it's not like the old days where you had to have connections and go to vocal school or dance school. Nowadays, you have 1,000 videos of kids dancing, and you can stand right here and practice every day watching other people. Not only other kids like TikTok and on here, but you also have Beyonce and Michael Jackson and all these examples that you can watch all day long, and you can study their moves. You see? Hairdresser, makeup artist. I mean, there's just thousands of videos of this stuff. So there's no excuse to learn this stuff because you have 1,000 examples, even the bad ones. Sometimes it's good to see, oh, like, I know I shouldn't do that, or that's a bad way of presenting it, or that hairstyle looks terrible, or whatever. You see what I'm saying? So even some of the bad stuff is constructive because then you see what not to do. So nowadays, like, you kids, here's the thing. For me, a lot of technology had to catch up because me, if I would have had all this stuff that I have now when I was 16, holy shit, you all are through. I'm a multi-billionaire. But I had to wait for editing software and laptops and all this stuff to become accessible. You guys have got shit on your cell phone that you can make entire videos and edit them now. If I would have had that back in the day, I was a semi-pro skateboarder. If I would have just had a cell phone and I could have filmed all myself skateboarding, holy shit, I would have been a pro. I would have had videos out all over the internet, and I would have been a pro. I wouldn't even need a sponsor because I would have such a big YouTube channel of me just making my own videos with millions of views. But I didn't have that. Today, you guys have no excuse. Archery, horseback riding, calligraphy, anything you can think of. It's like there are going to be videos, and or you can make videos, even with just your cell phone. Been to Carnegie Hall, great place. There you go. My late father was a music producer who really liked Star Wars. Since you keep talking about music producers, made me think of that. He's the reason I like Star Wars so much. Nice. That's awesome. That's another thing. Star Wars was very generational. Star Wars was parents passing it on to their kids. So many kids are in love with Star Wars because their parents shared it with them. I was the first class, I was there in the beginning, 77. But so many kids, obviously I was a little boy. So how did I go in the first place? Well, because of my father. But it wasn't so much him passing it because it was new to him too. But there's an entire generation, especially the prequel kids, that love Star Wars because their parents love Star Wars. Now, there's no parents like, oh, don't you love Star Wars? Let's go get Rey dolls. This is another thing. When you see the Mickey Mouseketeers start making arguments, what do they always say? Oh, well, there's tons of kids that love the sequels. Have you ever noticed that they don't say, I love the sequels, and I teach and show my kids the sequels? Have you noticed they don't say that? They say, oh, yeah, there's kids out there that love the sequels. That's always their default. And that's the difference. Whereas the OT and PT, it's, I love that and pass it on to my kids. You see how it's a totally different mentality and thing? It's completely different. Notice that. Real talk. What is the game plan of taking back Star Wars? Who do we want to buy the Star Wars rights? That's a tough one. Right now, I lean to Netflix. I mean, at this point, anybody but Disney. Just get it out of Disney's hands because they've made a fucking mess. But I lean towards Netflix because Netflix, I mean, Dark, Cobra Kai. I mean, Cobra Kai's so damn good and respectful. They just have so many great shows, and I'm not saying that Netflix is perfect. That whole cuties bullshit was some bullshit, but man, overall, they got so many good, they care about money like anybody, but at least they're smart enough to say, make the fans happy and we'll get the money. You understand? They don't have that stupid ego and agenda. They're just like, let's give them what they want. And that's what it needs to be. Star Wars fans, you give them what they want, they're going to throw their fucking paycheck at you. And Netflix will do that. Really, I wish I got it or George got it, but that's not going to happen. Not me, anyways. Part of Require thing a few years back. My group went to New York to perform there. Nice. See, and nowadays, your choir could buy a cheap little camera, or with your cell phones, you could all, each from a different angle, be recording yourselves and make YouTube videos of you guys singing. You could be international superstars. And you could have videos with 5 different panels from each of your different views from your different cell phones. You see? There's so much you could do there. And that's just 5 people. You might have had 100 people in your choir. I don't know. But do you see? You could have had 100 people with a cell phone in their hand doing selfies of you all singing. Now the editing and video opportunities are 100-fold. And you could literally make yourself famous on YouTube and TikTok and Vimeo and Facebook and Instagram. That's the other thing. You're not even limited to just YouTube. You've got like 10 platforms. I wish when I was 16, I had all this stuff, because my Lord, the stuff I would have done. Channel, those exist in Star Wars. Lightsabers and Sarlacc pits. There you go. Sarlacc pits. Oh. I expected you to say John Practice, the guy from Last Action Hero. Force healing video on my phone. There you go. And again, you did pretty good, man. There are some, and when I say that there's things like there's some stuff in your argument that I'm gonna talk about, but also I was gonna talk about like YouTube tips, because there's some little things there that could have made it better. But overall, pretty good. There you go. Be better than Disney, but Netflix is still, well, yeah. But again, when you give me Cobra Kai, then I can't really argue, you know? If you're going to do that with Star, now granted, it's not directly Netflix. Netflix empowered the people that love and know it to do it without being flim-flammed and interfered with. So it would take somebody like me for Netflix to entrust with it. Understand? But at the end of the day, Netflix is not wanting to step in the way and do dumb shit. Whereas Disney's different. Disney, regardless of who the Lucasfilm president is, they're going to still do their little Mickey Mouse crap. And I'm, again, not saying that Netflix is perfect, but when you've got so many hit shows, and when I see something like Cobra Kai that is respecting an old property the correct way, and not just respecting it, but holy shit, is that show awesome. So much fun, so well written, so well, you know, true to the game, let's say. Well, shit. You know, if Netflix came to me and said, hey, dude, we've seen your videos. We know you know your shit. We want to make some real Star Wars. You down? Fuck yes. Let's go, Netflix. Holy shit, are we going to make some Star Wars? And I'm not saying they're the only ones, but definitely miles away from this Disney fucking bullshit. Sucky teen. Yeah, a lot of stuff I don't care about on Netflix, but a lot of stuff is top notch, grade A. Holy fucking shit, this is great. Even Warner Brothers could treat Star Wars right. Anyone but Disney. Yeah, Paramount, Universal. I mean, honestly, anybody. I wouldn't say Ben Shapiro or the Daily Wire, but something like that. Like an independent, smaller, just someone that wants to make real Star Wars. Here's the thing, like, not everyone is as strong-willed as me. If I knew I had a bunch of people behind me supporting me, I'll go storm whatever fucking castle. I got no fear. I'll be the one up in front. But you can only do so much when you have, if you have the backing. You understand? Now, something like Daily Wire, if you can, and it's just an example, I'm not saying it has to be that, but something like that, where you can get some money together and some equipment, and it's professional enough to where you could make real shit. Maybe you don't have all the resources of Disney, but you can actually make a for real movie. Well, if there was a haven like that, then a lot of the people that are involved in this kind of stuff would migrate. They would leave to do real Star Wars or do other amazing projects. The problem is that a lot of them are scared to speak up, because at the end of the day, where do they go if they get fired? Now, granted, someone like Jon Favreau, he could fire or quit, and every studio is going to take him. So that's part of what pisses me off of him not speaking up for Gina. Because even if they had the balls to fire him, which they wouldn't, because Mandalorian's done. If they got rid of Jon Favreau, he holds the cards there. I don't know what the fuck he's waiting for. He should have been called out Disney. But do you understand? If Jon Favreau had a place, well, again, he would get picked up by any studio. But what I'm saying is, if you knew that there was a haven where that if you were to leave this big corporate structure, you still could make those quality type of films, then a lot of people would start to be like, fuck that, I'm out. I'm going to go do this, at XYZ studio. And I think that's where it's going. That's where we're going to end up. But it's going to take time to establish that and people to get comfortable and make the steps. But what Gina is doing and the Daily Wire, that's going to have a huge impact. That's going to be a big thing for independent creators. But we'll see what happens. I mean, you don't need Disney. That's the thing. It could be done so much better on a smaller budget, smaller scale, just with love, with respect, with knowledge of the fucking property. I don't believe so, but I'm not real good with all that. With the studio and the other one, but I have been so busy with just keeping track of Star Wars. I can't even. Next villain, no idea. It also depends. Does Disney still have it? So no idea. Disney doesn't know, so there's no way I'm gonna know. Hates the prequels. He was one of those. Yeah. Well, first of all, hate is a little strong. I don't think he hates them. I have heard him. He's spoken very badly of the Phantom Menace, and I'm aware. But does he hate the prequels? No, he seems to be a Star Wars fan. And again, I'm not saying it has to be Ben Shapiro or the Daily Wire. I'm just giving an example of something independent like that. No, absolutely not. That'll be the biggest. We'll be right back, if not worse than where we are now. No, he does not know his stuff. I know, and it's terrifying. We're fucked if he buys Star Wars. It's the last thing you want. When you don't know where Hoth was filmed, you should not own Star Wars. And I'm sorry, if you weren't even born when Star Wars came out, you should not own Star Wars. Absolutely not. The guy that loves Filoni and that is, excited to see Palpatine and likes Solo and The Rise of Skywalker, you want him to own Star Wars? The guy that says the comics are canon, you want him to own Star Wars? Oh my God. Nothing against the kid, but no, he is the last person you want to own Star Wars. Holy shit. He'll give Dave Filoni a promotion and be like, go, dude. Make Ahsoka. He's not who you want to have Star Wars. By KKK, yeah. One thing Dave Filoni and the 3D Clone Wars did that I liked was how they gave Plo Koon character development. Yeah. Yeah, there's some good sprinkles. But to me, I don't care if there's like 100 little good sprinkles. What matters is the entire project. And if the entire project is falling apart and not supporting and respecting the original, then I don't care how many cool little things you show me. None of that means shit. Yeah, and I heard Theory talking about him and Mark raising the money, but holy fuck, are we going to get some dumbass Star Wars? Oh, Lord. Guys that are getting excited for Ezra and Hera, and it would just be more Disney Star Wars. Know that. That's what you're going to get with Star Wars Theory, is more Disney stuff. Okay. If I owned Star Wars, I'd have George be in control, but I won't be a yes man. The guys over at Big Mouth say that Netflix leaves them alone and lets them do whatever they want as long as they keep pulling views. They don't care. Yeah. Yeah, Netflix doesn't have that ego. They just want to make good shit and make money. They're smart enough to let the people that know to do shit. Just going to do prequel films. Yeah, well, who knows? I don't know what they're going to do, you know. They came out with a rock today, so who knows? Tomorrow, you know, it'll be a grass monster or, you know, a cloud monster, or who knows what the fuck they'll do. I thought you might say that although Star Wars Theory and you both have the same. No, we don't. No, we don't. On the surface, he's like, George Lucas, but constantly he shows me he's about the Disney stuff. Not only does he not know the George, dude, he doesn't know where Hoth was filmed. And maybe half of you don't know where Hoth was filmed, and that's okay. But if you don't know where Hoth was filmed, you should not be making or owning Star Wars. Period. Sorry. No, we do not have the same philosophy. Because I call out Disney on every last piece of dumb shit they do. He's making videos about the Disney comics are canon. No, dude, we do not have the same philosophy. This is why I don't subscribe to him or watch his videos, because he does theories and nonsense. I do facts. I do canon. And I'm not hating on him. I don't want him to go away or fail or any of that. I'm just saying that he is not the person to own Star Wars. Oh, fuck no. Absolutely not. We will continue to have Disney Star Wars if he has control of Star Wars. Most likely no, but maybe. But understand that if I do, it's because it's so that I can dissect it and make fun of it. To review it, not because I have zero interest in Bad Batch. Absolutely zero. But for laughs and to continue to show Disney stupidity, yeah, I might review it. Maybe, if I have the time. But then again, I never made videos about Rebels or Resistance or any of that, so not necessarily. After what I saw them do in Season 7 of Clone Wars, I have zero interest in Bad Batch. So, probably not. But know that if I do, it's to tear it apart, not because I have any interest. My brother bought a Disney comic and said it was, what, canon? Yeah. And Star Wars Theory has entire videos about Disney comics that are canon. Darth Vader stuff, because he likes Darth Vader so much. So, of course, he's like fanboying on Darth Vader. That's not respecting George Lucas. So understand that if he owned Star Wars, he loves Dave Filoni. So you want to continue with this Disney shit? Well, give it to Star Wars Theory. Have fun with that. Don't get mad at me. I told you so. Emperor burned Vader and sent the whole Empire after him between Empire and Return of the Jedi. Vader comics when it tied into Episode 9. Yeah, but he's got videos right now that you can go see that say Darth Vader canon. And I don't care how much money it makes him, how many views he gets. If he respects George Lucas, he would have never made the video. And he certainly wouldn't leave it up. So why is he making the video? To make money off of you. Not because he cares about Star Wars. Understand? And I'm not mad at him. I'm not saying to delete him, cancel him, talk trash to him, unsubscribe. I'm not saying none of that. If you enjoy his stuff, enjoy it. But all I'm saying is if you think that it's wise for him to own Star Wars, holy shit, are we fucked. We're just going to continue to get the same Disney nonsense. Because this kid was excited that Emperor Palpatine was back. I hear you with your Netflix argument. I'd be down for it because it would have to be better than Disney. I'd be down for it because it would have to be better than Disney. And if they're smart enough to allow Star Wars to be Star Wars, I'm 100% behind it. Yeah. Yeah, they don't get in the way. That's the thing. What was George Lucas doing on the Mandalorian set, pissing in the bushes? He just visited. He's curious. He's just seeing what's up with Star Wars. Plus, did you notice he's not like on the move, the sequel set or around Kathleen's set? He was around the Mandalorian set. And by the way, he's been there twice. Because some people are like, oh, he's there all the time and he's helping with the show. And no, he's not. He visited twice. Once in season 1 and once in season 2. So he was just, Filoni and Favreau invited him, hey, why don't you come by, hang out for the day, and just see what's going on and this and that. And sure, why not? They're both in California. He went, spent the day on a Star Wars set. Why not? See what they're up to. See what technology they're using. We'll see what's going on. That's what he was doing. Did you notice that the second time he went to the set, it was for the Ahsoka? Okay? So, it's like I've said before in another stream. The reason he went specifically for that was, well, I told you Ahsoka's supposed to fucking die, Dave, but since you're going to keep her alive, let me go see firsthand what the fuck you're doing. And to be fair, he created Ashla. So he was curious. What is she going to look like in live action? Rosario Dawson, maybe he liked the casting. I think she was great for Ahsoka. So he was curious. He wanted to see. Doesn't mean he's happy about it. Doesn't mean that he's like, oh, well, great. You just broke my canon fucking again. So, but, he figures at this point, I don't own it. And you all have broken the whole shit anyway. So what does it matter? So I'll go see what you're doing with Ahsoka. I'm sure he's curious. He's still a filmmaker. He still technically loves Star Wars. So he's just curious what's going on. To theory, he did cry over not Luke's return and got insulted by Pablo. So now he may be more Phantom Menace. Well, and again, I'm not saying that the kid has bad intentions or that but he just doesn't know Star Wars like that. People seem to think like this kid knows all about, just because he has a bunch of subscribers, he knows about Star Wars. I'll school the shit out of him. Just like a year ago or something, he saw that thing with Dave Filoni, like explaining the prequels. He's like, oh my God, Dave Filoni just completely changed the prequels for me. When I could have told him that back in 1999, before I even knew who Dave Filoni was, I could have totally explained to you what Star Wars is, dude. That was a big revelation. And then finally, after all the shit that we've been through, Daisy Ridley, of all people, says, well, there wasn't a plan. So now he's all like, oh, we've been lied to. Really? We haven't been saying this for how long? He's not the guy to have Star Wars, guys. He's a fanboy. He loves Star Wars. I'm not saying he doesn't, but he's a fanboy. He's not an expert. He doesn't know Star Wars like that, nor does he care about it. Or, well, it's not that he doesn't care about it, but he just wants to see Star Wars stuff. He's not concerned with canon. Because if he was concerned with canon, he wouldn't want to know anything about any of this Disney stuff. But he's dying to see the Bad Batch, and he's excited about Hera, and he likes Solo. And I mean, it's like he heard about Palpatine and was like, oh my God, Palpatine. When someone that loves Star Wars and knows canon would have immediately been like, holy fuck, no. He died in Return of the Jedi. You don't even have to think about that. You know that, right? Instantly. And if you don't get that basic concept, then you should not be owning or running Star Wars, period. It would be a horrible mistake for him to get control of Star Wars. Oh my God. And let me tell you something. All he would do is promote Filoni and be like, dude, you run this thing. You're God. You're George's apprentice. You know all this stuff. Go. And we would get 15 more fucking Ahsoka shows. But hey, don't listen to me. Go ahead. Support Star Wars Theory to get Star Wars. Watch what happens. Don't cry to me. I told you so. Him crying for Luke doesn't mean nothing to me. But I like to think I'm somewhat of an expert, but don't quote me on that. I have Star Wars Trivia Pursuit. Listen, you don't have to know every detail of Star Wars. That's what the holocron is for. That's why there's the EU. That's why there's reference books. So it's okay if you don't know every detail. But when you get excited for Palpatine, that we all know died, and when you're making a video that you don't know where Hoth was filmed, no, you should not be running Star Wars. Now, one thing is a live stream. You get tired. You got a lot of things on your mind. You're thinking about the stream. You're getting a bunch of questions. It's okay to make a mistake on a live stream. But number one, you rarely hear me make a mistake. Number two, the very next live stream, I make any corrections if I did make a mistake. But one thing is to make a mistake in a live stream when you've got all this stuff going on. Another thing is to make a video, edit it, rewatch it, and make sure before you put it out that not only is the video in good shape, but what is coming out of your mouth is correct. And when you publish a video and you don't know where Hoth was filmed, you do not need to be running or owning Star Wars. Abso-fucking-totally not. And this is not hating. This is nothing against him. I like the kid. I'm just stating facts. He is not the person to own Star Wars. Sorry. Unless you want more Disney Star Wars. Then, okay. Rather have Ahsoka than Rey. Yeah, I can't argue that. Rather have Luke overall. Well, yes, of course. No, not Iceland. Norway. And he said Netherlands. Now, first of all, if you don't know where Hoth of all places was filmed, dude, you don't know fucking Star Wars. I'm sorry. And it's okay. You don't have to be the expert. You don't have to know. But if you don't know that Hoth was filmed in Norway, then you absolutely should not have the keys to Star Wars. Absolutely not. Especially in a video when before you release the video, you could Google search it. You could, oh, he's got all these books and things and free shit they send him. You can't open a fucking book and see where Hoth was filmed? Which you should know by memory here and here. You should already know this. But you can't double check and reference a fucking book. I don't own a single Star Wars book anymore. I've lost everything I've owned. He's got a whole fucking library of shit. And he can't check one of the books to see where Norway, or do your YouTube video. In 3 seconds, he could find out. Do a Google search. You could find out where Hoth was filmed. And you didn't take them 2 seconds to check where Hoth was filmed? Never mind, know that by heart. So now you're going to get more Disney, the Hera show. And it's going to have mistakes in it because, I didn't take the time to double check my facts or to look into the holocron or to reference a book because I think I know, because I got 3 million subscribers. I think I know Star Wars. No, dude, you don't. And please, everyone understand this listening to me. It's okay if you don't know where Hoth was filmed, but it's not okay to be the president and or owner of Lucasfilm if you don't know where Hoth was filmed. That's all I'm saying. Can you dig it? Filmed some scenes in Iceland, landscapes or something. No, it was filmed in Norway. Years ago, watching the making of the OT, but it slipped my mind, so I admit I had to Google it just to be sure. Okay, And again, it's okay to not know this. But if you don't know it, then you shouldn't be owning the fucking ship. Or if nothing else, before coming out of your fucking mouth with 3 million subscribers on a video, you should check. Because pretty just Lucy fans know that shit was filmed in Norway. People that just like film, that aren't even Star Wars fanatics, can tell you Hoth was filmed in Norway. Now, we all sometimes slip of the tongue. Like, you mean to say something and something else comes out. Mistakes happen. I get it. But when you are making a video and you need to go back and edit and double check your video before you put it out, then there's no excuse. And let's give him the benefit of the doubt. He knows it's Norway. It just came out wrong, Netherlands. Well, then his editing skills, his production skills suck, because he didn't catch himself saying Netherlands instead of Norway. Do you understand? So now, even if he has the good intentions and even actually has the knowledge, we're still going to get Disney fucked up Star Wars because he's not going to catch that he said Netherlands instead of Norway. Understand? That cannot happen. That's not what happened to George Lucas, and it certainly wouldn't happen under my watch. There will be no mistakes because everything will be triple checked. Not only by me, but by other people. There will be no mistakes. Why? Because there's people like me that are going to nitpick and find those fucking mistakes. And I ain't going to let that happen. Can you dig it? No way. Do I have 3 million subscribers and I'm making a video that says Hoth was filmed in the Netherlands? Holy fuck. So you see, life isn't always fair or realistic. Just because he's got a bunch of subscribers doesn't mean he knows a damn thing. Now, I'm not saying he's not a genuine fan. I'm not saying he doesn't know a lot about Star Wars, but he's very convoluted and mixed up with Disney shit. Just recently, in a live stream, he said, oh, well, Grogu's going to be the second Jedi Mandalorian. There's no such thing. The first Jedi Mandalorian is a Disney comic fan fiction bullshit. There is no Jedi Mandalorians. But in his mind, he knows that story because he's reading Disney comics. So now he's got his fucking mind all mixed up and twisted up with Disney bullshit. That's the person you want to make. Guess what? We're going to continue to get more Disney Star Wars. I want real Star Wars. I found it years ago when watching the making of the OT, but it slipped my mind, so I had to write. Yes, I have it. Correct. Oh, excuse me. I can dig it, sucker. There you go. And please know, I like the kid. If I met him at Celebration, I'd shake his hand. I think he's a good kid. He has a good heart, good intentions. He does know a lot about Star Wars. He does genuinely love Star Wars, but Nerdrotic, I think, says it best. He's the biggest Disney Star Wars fan on YouTube. But someone like me would destroy him when he doesn't know that Hoth is filmed in Norway or that Dave Filoni changed his whole view on Star Wars. I could have told you that in 1977. Never mind in 1999, dude. We saw the same sequel trilogy, and you needed Daisy Ridley to confirm to you that we've been lied to. Really? So all I'm saying is he's a good kid. I'm not jealous. I think it's great that he has that many subscribers, and I wish him success, and all that's fine. But fuck no, should you own Star Wars? Absolutely not. All the northern countries are the same. Lots of snow and no people. Well, but there's only Wampas in Norway, dude. I trust Sam Witwer and Star Wars more than absolute. See, now we're starting to cook with gas. I would get rid of Dave Filoni. Me and Sam Witwer and maybe a couple other 2-3 guys. Holy shit, are you guys going to get George Lucas Star Wars? You see, George, I don't think we want to be too involved. Although I think if we were doing it right, he'll jump in there. But I would find Katie. I would find Sam. I would hire Mahler because he's super sharp and super critical and I would have him look over all my shit so that he's like, dude, that kind of doesn't make sense story writing wise, or this doesn't fit. You see, these are the people that think, that know the property. Mahler, I don't agree with 100%. Like, he hates Jedi. He says the Ewoks are dumb, and I don't agree with that. But he's understanding and critical and objective, and he'll tell me, hey, this kind of doesn't match up, or this doesn't fit. If at the end of the day, subjectively, you want to do this in the story, fine. But at least he's going to straight up find, identify, and tell me, like, oh, this, and this. You see? And I guarantee you, if I got into a conversation with Mahler, he doesn't know the depth of lore of Star Wars like I do. I already know that. But he knows a lot. But the thing is he understands film. And he does love and know Star Wars very well. So just that combination, he would definitely be on my team, because he would be somebody in editing and post, or even during the making process, even the writing. Mahler would probably be great for writing Star Wars stuff. Those are the type of people you need, not a kid that has 3 million subscribers. That means nothing. Doesn't mean he knows the stuff. Sam Witwer, okay, I can work with that. He's not the one to own it either, but at least that's someone we know, okay, he's going to double check. He knows what he's talking about. He's concerned with George Lucas Star Wars. Yeah. Yeah, well, at least he was somewhere in the same galaxy, right? It's just that's a really important thing, man. If you don't know where Hoth is filmed, again, that's fine. It's not to say that most Star Wars fans know that, or that you have to know that. But to own Star Wars and not know where Hoth is filmed, that's a whole other different thing. Absolutely not. And I know some people are going to be out there like, well, but you can own Nike and not know anything about sneakers. Okay, well, how good are your sneakers going to come out? Don't cry for me. Don't come to me later when the shit is jacked up. Sam knows his shit. Sam's a real Star Wars fan. But for the right reasons, not fanboy. Sam knows how to be critical. Theory just wants to be neutral and like it all. And leave it open for everyone. You see what I'm saying? That's why his channel's so big, because he's being so neutral. So therefore, if you own Lucasfilm, he's going to be all neutral and be like, Dave, tell me what to do, and you make the decisions. And, you see what I'm saying? He's not. There you go. You're right. Who would be a good apprentice of George Lucas after he passes? Who should carry on the legacy? That's a tough question. I would be my first choice. Honestly. Sam, perhaps. Definitely not Dave Filoni. Absolutely not. He's more than shown us he's a liar and a cannon breaker, so absolutely not. Someone like me, if not me. There's a few of us out there. It's just not a lot of guys like me have a YouTube channel and are so vocal. But there's guys like me from 77 that know the shit, respect the shit, want true George Lucas stuff. We're out here. I never pretended that I'm the only one that knows this stuff. Fanboyism is fine and all, but it won't save a sinking ship or a franchise that's no longer true to itself. Loving something enough to criticize it when it's gone astray is what's needed. Yes, and that's the thing, is technically Star Wars Theory is a fanboy. And I'm not saying that to degrade him or diminish him. It's just that's what he is. He's not a lore expert. He's not a George Lucas expert or purist. He's a fanboy. And that's why when he saw Palpatine, his brain wasn't registering that, wait a minute, George Lucas absolutely said that he died. I saw him die in Return of the Jedi. So him of all people should have been like, oh, fuck. Everyone in that crowd should have been like, boo. But instead, all of them and him is like, like he just saw Jesus Christ. And if you're getting excited about them bringing back Palpatine in the Star Wars, in the Disney fan fiction sequel trilogy, you are a fanboy. You're just excited because it says Star Wars and because you hear a popular name like, oh, Ian, I love Ian and I love the Emperor. So even though it makes no sense and completely breaks the Star Wars OT, you're excited because Palpatine. That is the last thing you want running Lucasfilm. You need someone like me, like Sam Witwer, that the second they say Palpatine, you're like, wait. He died in Jedi. That's not an option, guys. We move along. It's time to do something new or do something else. But you can't do that. You're just going to piss off all the fans and break the franchise. That's who you need. And by the way, Witwer many times called out and corrected Dave Filoni, the apprentice. Witwer many times had to correct Filoni. Not only has Filoni admitted it, but many people have witnessed it and talked about it, and Witwer himself has talked about it. That he had to correct fucking Dave Filoni. So he's another one. He's a fanboy. He's all Ahsoka and not even thinking about fuck the canon, fuck George Lucas, fuck Star Wars. I want to make shit that's cool and it looks like Star Wars. Yay! And that's what theory technically is a fanboy. That is not who you want to run Star Wars. Is he a great supporter and cheerleader and enthusiastic and good for the franchise and a good person and genuine and all that? Yeah, by all means, I got nothing against the kid. But a fanboy is not who we need. You can't be in a board meeting and someone that's new writing says, well, what if we bring back Emperor Palpatine? And he's like, yeah, that sounds like a great idea because I love Palpatine. No, you need someone like me or Sam that's like, dude, no, he died. You can't do that. Move to the next idea. You don't even entertain that thought for a second. Your knowledge immediately says, nope. Next. You don't even entertain that thought. Sam Witwer values George Lucas wisdom a lot. There are podcasts with Rebel Force Radio where they comment the prequels. Sam always expands on Anakin's choices and how those choices can destroy your life. Yeah, I've heard a lot of Sam's stuff. He knows a ton of trivia. He loves the George Lucas and the original movies. And he understands like the story and the complexity and the importance of canon. And, like he really gets a lot of this stuff. So he's somebody that, definitely could be an asset. Now, I don't know him personally. I don't know, but from what I've seen, he's somebody that, yes. Well, and again, be careful because like I've told you guys, if you give me the keys, everything from October 31st, 2012 is getting deleted. So be careful. I'm warning you all. I would be honored and more than happy to make real Star Wars because that's what would happen on my watch. But remember,
wipe them out. All of them.
Because all this Disney bullshit, Clone Wars, Mandalorian, all of it. All those comics, High Republic, It's all getting wiped. I have no time for convoluted fan fiction. Erase it. We're making proper Star Wars from where George Lucas. Rather than trying to fix that bullshit, we start back where George left off, and we continue with real Star Wars. It's very simple. You can fix it overnight. Now, it takes time to make the films and get it all back. But as far as getting the fans back, getting back on track, getting the hype correct, putting balance into the Force, first day, I can fix all that shit. No problem. And you'll have 3,000 people that are butthurt and like, it's not fair. Ray love and Ray, and I love the sequel trilogy. And then a week later, they forgot all about it because they weren't Star Wars fans to begin with. And like 50 million of you across the globe are going to be like, hallelujah, hallelujah. So, you know. And even the little Mickey Mouseketeers are going to be like, dude, you're right. We're going to get real Star Wars? Okay. So, you know, it's not that difficult. It really is not that difficult. Fundraiser over a couple decades. Hey, what's up, red hair? Good to see you. Just goes to show how bad things are because even he is coming around. Yeah, and I want to stress, I don't have anything against the kid. I don't want anything bad to happen. I'm not trying to make him look bad. I'm just being real, you know? A 30-year-old that's just being enlightened on things that I knew since 1977 is not the one. That's all I'm saying. Real businessman to run Star Wars, someone who respects the franchise and wants to make good stories. A businessman can hire true experts to oversee all the projects. Yeah, I mean, if it was me, it would be a mix. First of all, I'm cleaning house. Half the Lucasfilm employees are out of here. I'm bringing back Ben Burt and John Knoll and those guys. First priority. Bringing back the EU, first day. Decanonizing and erasing, or at least moving to the side, all of this Disney stuff. Starting fresh, clean from George Lucas. George Lucas had it yesterday, and now I got it, and we're going to continue on with what he was doing today. None of that cleaning up, fixing, just straight. So I would be a combination if that was the case. I would try to run Lucasfilm, but on the same token, I would be very heavily involved in making sure who the right people are involved and also are hired and doing it. But also I would be on top of it every day, double checking their shit and then like, okay, you know, you got to keep in line. We're not going to play these games. I see you on Twitter talking shit to the fans. I'm going to put my foot up your ass. I see you trying to get fancy and do shit going away from George Lucas. I'm going to put my foot up your ass. Sam is a real Star Wars fan because he always acknowledged Lucas. Yeah, he does. He thinks the prequels are not nostalgic exercises like Disney, correct. Instead, those are full of creative stuff and wisdom. Yep. And he'll tell you just like me, they're not perfect. They're not the OT. But he understands them. He understands that's the Skywalker saga, that's George Lucas, that's true lore and canon and real fucking Star Wars. He gets it. Ian McDermott said that Palps died, and George Lucas said it several times, and Ian himself said it several times. And Star Wars Theory has fucking a picture of him with Ian McDermott. So you see, he's a fanboy. He's all excited. I met Palpatine. I met Ian. I'm so hyped up. So the thought of seeing Palpatine, yay! And not using the critical mind and understanding of Star Wars to say, wait a minute. No, dude. Palpatine died. We can't do this. No, this is wrong. He should have, before the movie came out, already rejected the movie. You see? And some people say, well, that's ignorant. You haven't seen the movie yet, so you can't say it's not good. No. If you're telling me that Palpatine is in episode 9, which I knew before the movie came out, then automatically that movie's going to be bad. That's called understanding canon and continuity. Because no matter how cutesy-putesy they make it, you've already broken the movie by bringing back Palpatine, who was dead in Return of the Jedi. There's no flexibility. There's none of that. The second that you're telling me that Palpatine is in Episode 9, you've already lost. The movie's trash. And if you don't instantly recognize that, and instead of being that overly optimistic, but it might be good, and maybe they can work it out, but no, dude. George Lucas and Ian McDermott specifically said that he fucking died in Return of the Jedi. There is no if, maybe, but, no. And if you don't have that kind of discipline and understanding and strictness to say, fuck no, then you should not be making Star Wars. That is why this is the thing. It's like politics, it's like the military, it's like anything. You start to, okay, we'll keep everything canon, but we'll just fudge a little bit and bring back Palpatine. It'll be okay. It's just one thing. So now you bring back Palpatine. Okay. We'll explain it. Well, now to explain the lie, you have to make up 6 other lies to fix that lie. Which then means now you're not just fudging Palpatine. Now you got to start fudging other little things. And at first, it's just 3 little things we had to fudge. But then to fix those 3 fudges, you got to make 10 other fudges. Before you know, you've got 50 little fudges. And now these little fudges have become big fudges. And before you know it, by the time you end up this film, you've made a total fucking mess. Because you just wanted to fudge a little bit. And that's the sequel trilogy. Instead of from the beginning, respecting and understanding and being disciplined, well, we'll bend a little bit here, and it's okay if Rey force heals, and she'll do this, and she'll just be able to download the Force. So then that's why she can be Kylo, and then you start to fit things to make them fit, to make this fit, to fit this, to this. And here we are. No. You must have the discipline and respect to do everything to the T by the book. So if you're getting excited about Palpatine coming back, that immediately tells me that you, A, don't know what the fuck you're doing, or B, you're just a huge fucking fanboy that's not thinking about what matters, and you're just getting excited because, oh, look, I love Emperor Palpatine. It's so awesome to see him. I love Emperor Palpatine too. But no fucking way is he going to be in the sequel trilogy when he dies in Return of the Jedi, out of George Lucas's mouth and out of Ian McDermott's mouth. It's not an option. Welcome to Not My Star Wars. Hey, at least the decent Clone Wars episodes were made before 2012, so they'd be safe for a while. I would talk to George about that, and I would say, hey, listen, specifically, is all this canon? Like, are you okay? And candidly, without any influence from outside and what he told me, I'm pretty sure he'd be like, you know what, it's all bullshit. But again, we started fudging, and then it turned into more fudge, and then big fudge, and the whole thing's a mess. So I'm pretty sure he'd say, nah, it's all fucked up. So be prepared, because the Clone Wars, if not all of it, most of it is it's getting the snap. Sam told Filoni what Anakin was supposed to say to his mother in the Mortis arc. I have a wife, you've met her. He originally said, I want you to meet her. Yeah, there's a lot of little things like that. The Filoni's like, why? Because Filoni's thinking about Ahsoka. He's just thinking of, you know. You have to think of the big picture. You got to understand everything. If you're going to run and create and do Star Wars, you need to know this so that you understand the true parameters and how things connect. If you're just going to focus on, making the Obi-Wan show and you don't know this, well, then the Obi-Wan show is going to be jacked up because you're trying to think in a bubble when this is Star Wars, not this, and definitely not this. Yeah, there's several things like that. Because we all have our blind spots with the things we love. It takes all kinds to make the world go round. Yeah. And don't get me wrong, guys, I know my shit with Star Wars. But number one, I would always be consulting George all the time. Hey, is this right? Do you agree? Would you do it this way? Number two, I would be going through all the literature, all the books, the EU, the holocron, the vault, and double, triple, 5 times checking myself on all the things. And then three, I would have guys like Sam Witwer being like, okay, dude, here's the first act of this. Rip it apart. What do you got? What's missing? What did I do wrong? Is there something I overlooked? Should we amplify something? Now, if I'm the boss, at the end of the day, I make decisions, but I'm very unselfish. So I would say, okay, yeah, you're right. That makes sense. This makes sense. Mahler is another one. Dude, here you go. Talk to me. What do you see here? And he'd be like, well, this, and this is awesome, but this story-wise kind of doesn't match with this, and you could intensify this and that. Great. Perfect. So I would have like triple checks on everything. No mistakes. Not excusable. Absolutely not in Star Wars. Not a single fucking mistake. Now, is it what everyone's going to love? Not necessarily. But you're not going to be able to shoot holes in it because there's not going to be mistakes. George Lucas has no mistakes. Not everybody loves the prequels. Plinkett found stuff that are arguments. Well, how come Anakin didn't know this? But that's not an inherent mistake. That's just Anakin being ignorant. Continuity, story-wise, there are no mistakes. Could they be better made films? Absolutely. Are there things that could have been improved on? Absolutely. But the most important thing is the continuity of the story itself does not have mistakes. It does not contradict. It does not break its own canon. That's the level of what Star Wars needs to be. No fudging. Know that the Darksaber can be handed to you by Sabine here, and then here, years later, you look as young as you did back here, and you can't take the Darksaber now because rules, because of reasons. No, you can't have that. You can't do that. Government bureaucrat, he gets paid for doing nothing. Yeah. Good dream about George Lucas in the good old days. Yeah, well, sweet dreams. Dreams can come true if you stick by them. That's all I'm telling you guys. Sam would be, I never thought about it, but it's a good idea, Roberto. I never really kind of connected and thought about reaching out to him. Maybe I could get him on what Star Wars means to us. I think Theory had him on at one point, which is probably why I didn't consider it, because I was like, But now that you mention it, I think he would probably be down. I don't know. Let me see. Maybe I'll reach out to him. It's not a bad idea. Just for the fun of it. I think we could have a very interesting conversation. It's also difficult. I know he's not going to want to say much about Filoni because, they're friends and he's still in the business. But I'm sure we could have quite a bit to talk about. Dave, something didn't make sense, and he was ashamed turning down his hat in front of the actors. Ashley Ahsoka was like, wow. Yeah, Dave Filoni doesn't know Star Wars like everybody seems to think he does. Does he know a lot of shit? Yes. Did he have access to all that kind of stuff? Yes. Did he learn some stuff from George Lucas? Yes. But one, out of his own mouth, he said, George and I didn't talk about a lot of things. He didn't discuss this. He didn't teach me that. He just basically told me what I needed to know for Clone Wars. Okay, so some people think like that was his son and he was telling them all his secrets. No. Number two, Dave knows trivia really well. Like a Trivial Pursuit, he's probably can beat most people at Star Wars Trivial Pursuit. But as far as like actual understanding of Star Wars, it's not what you think. And You're talking about little trivial specific questions. When you got Sam Witwer that has to correct you because this doesn't connect with this, Dave, that goes to show you he doesn't really understand or care about the big picture. He just knows, the name of this obscure character and the name of this docking bay, but that's a fanboy. That's not a true fan that loves the franchises and worries about the most important thing, canon. So there's a lot of guys like Sam, myself, and others that would destroy Dave Filoni because he's not even thinking like that. He's thinking about, I know this little trivia and I saw this book that nobody else saw and I've held the Boba Fett helmet, so I know little things that people don't know. But when it comes to the actual storytelling, the actual Star Wars lore, he is not the one. And a lot of people know this, that Witwer had to correct him several times on several points because Filoni fucks it up. New High Republic thing about Geode. I was immeasurably disappointed and aren't really looking forward to anything Star Wars anymore. Hey, good to see you, Bad Channel. Yeah, Disney Star Wars is solid as a rock. Don't take it for granted. Avoiding maybe Filoni questions. Yeah, that would be tricky. I think behind the scenes, he would maybe tell me some stuff, but obviously we wouldn't be able to say too much because, yeah. Disney Stars. They sure have. Oh, good one. Filoni forget Padme and Shmi had dinner. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff like that. You see what I'm saying? When you focus too much on little nitpicky bullshit and you're not paying attention to the big picture, this is the problem. This is the problem in life. So many people want to focus on little bullshit instead of what's really important. So instead of worrying about like, well, what's this character's name and who did he come from? And I know stuff that people don't know. Focus on what is your task, your trade, your story. What is Star Wars in Dave Filoni's case? And the truth of the matter is, while he knows a lot of shit and he knows more than most people, I'm very confident that me, Sam, and another handful of people would have him like a droid malfunctioning. He's a smart guy. He does know a lot about Star Wars. I don't have any personal vendetta with him. But I get tired of this. He's the apprentice and he knows so much Star Wars. And yet we see that if he knows so much Star Wars, then why does Rebels contradict the Clone Wars? And that contradicts Resistance. And the books contradict that. And the Mandalorian contradicts all of that. And the sequel trilogy contradicts all of it. And all of it contradicts the sequel trilogy. And every episode of Mandalorian contradicts the previous episode. And every part of Rebels contradicts Mandalorian and the Clone Wars. And the Clone Wars contradicts George's movies and lore, like Mandalorians and like the Darksaber. And you understand? And when you don't remember basic shit like Shmi and Padme having fucking dinner, I'm human. I do long streams. I sometimes forget little things. But guess what? Before I make a fucking TV show, I'm going to say, hey, George, Sam, somebody, Did I forget something? Did this happen correctly? I'm going to go to the vault. I'm going to open the fucking holocron and be like, let me be sure I know what the fuck I'm talking about before I put this shit out for millions of people to look at and embarrass myself and Star Wars. I don't expect me or anyone to memorize every piece, but at least I have the fucking humility to say, let me fucking double check. I've got the fucking paperwork. I've got people I can call. And instead of thinking I know so much shit, let me double check. So that when it comes to you, the fan, there aren't these holes and mistakes, and you're never going to hear stories about, well, I didn't know that me and Padme had dinner together. All right, I need to take a little break. So just a little 5-10 minute break. And we can continue on. There's 22 of you around, so I will be happy to hang out and we can continue to discuss the nonsense that is Star Wars. Let's see here. Give me 1 second. I meant to share something earlier. Let me get that out of the way. And then I can put on something. And see, that goes back to Star Wars theory. If you don't have the consciousness to, before you publish that video, double check that Hoth was, listen, the jacket that he was putting on for Hoth says Norway team on it. I can't. I just. So reminder, Tuesday, March 9th. This Tuesday coming up, 1 p.m. Eastern, Walt Disney Company's 2021 annual meeting of shareholders. I will be covering it live, and I'm sure we will get plenty of laughs. You will see a notification for it, but just a heads up. This Tuesday, 1 p.m. Eastern. If you can join me, great. If not, there's a replay. And I'll probably make some sort of highlight thing. We'll see. What the hell? Oh, man. Yeah, I'll play with that later. Okay, I'll put on a little video for you guys. Let's see. Hit rock bottom, yeah. Measure twice, cut once. Correct. Only I would measure 3 times. And with the guy that invented the fucking measuring tape and 4 other experts that understand measuring tape and cutting, and I would have 15 manuals that I would cross-reference before I fucking cut. So there's no fucking mistakes. Off to bed now. Have a good night, and may the force be with you all. Yeah, take care, Mega. Good to see you. MJ1 Media. 11K pretty quick. Yeah, it's growing, buddy. It's growing. All right, I'm gonna put on. I think I'm gonna continue the. I was just showing it the other day, so I'll play the other half of the polls video. I figure that'll be good. Simple enough selection, and for some of you to see the other half if you haven't watched it on your own. And that buys me a little bit of time. I'll be back in just a few minutes. All right, let me skip this ad. Okay. So I will put this on. I'll be back in just a few minutes. And we can continue on with the madness. Alrighty. Share audio. And I will be back in just a
One, it just
few.
stood out like it's Luke's, and that gave it some importance. Second, he constructed his own lightsaber. That was very significant. A lot of people seem to not know or forget that to genuinely become a Jedi Master, two things have to happen. You have to pass the Jedi trials, and you have to construct your own lightsaber. Those are the two requirements. For those that are going to say, but Obi-Wan never passed the trials, he killed Darth Maul, one of the only two. That's essentially beating the Jedi trials. You killed a Sith, and it's implied that he built his own lightsaber, so that's fine. I always went with Luke's green lightsaber. It's always been my personal favorite. I think that the dark saber's awesome. I think that Ahsoka's lightsabers are fantastic. I always liked Darth Maul's dual saber, the Grand Inquisitor's dual saber. I thought was always cool. Ezra, I'm not real crazy that he's got that blaster lightsaber thing. That's just my preference. And Obi-Wan's, I think that most people would cling more to because it's Obi-Wan, because again, it's just a standard blue lightsaber. Another thing to mention is that Yoda had a green lightsaber. Most people like Luke's green lightsaber. I thought that was cool. Kylo's, I don't know how many people really like that lightsaber because it's not practical. You would be cutting yourself all the time with that ridiculous cross guard. You would cut your own wrists off half the time, your own clothes. I would love to see a robot chicken, what Kylo's day would be training. He would end up with all these cuts and his clothes shredded, and it just would be ridiculous. People, I guess, because it's the new movies and it's such a distinctive lightsaber. Anyways, to each his own. Ahsoka's is third, which I think is great. Her lightsabers are awesome, and it's nice to see that she very much was a dual lightsaber wielder. Not that others hadn't done that, but that was her full time. What I did find most interesting is, well, first of all, they say Rey's lightsaber. That's Anakin's lightsaber, number one. Disney, stop giving Rey everything that belongs to everybody else. It's not even her golden lightsaber. I guess she built that because we don't see it, but that's Anakin's lightsaber, number one. And number two, she's under Luke, Ahsoka, and Kylo. So that makes me happy. And I just thought it was interesting because so many people talk about Rey like she's so great, but nobody cares that much about her lightsaber, apparently. I'm also kind of shocked that Mace's purple was under Rey's, but okay. Who is the best Jedi? Now it's starting to get juicy. This is such a hard one. I mean, there's so many arguments. Mace Windu was so awesome. Obi-Wan, he did so much. How can you not love Obi-Wan? Grand Master Yoda. Wow, Yoda. Love Yoda from the first time I saw him. I was like, wow, this guy's cool. It's really hard to say. Anakin's problem, though, is like I was saying earlier, is he was impatient and he didn't mature as a Jedi. He matured as a Sith. While he had the potential of being the best Jedi, he never got there. So that's why he wouldn't be my first choice. It's difficult because there's a lot of them. I really like Ahsoka Tano. And there's other Jedi that I like as well. Yoda is amazing, but from a utility viewpoint, short arms, funny feet, not judging him by his stature, shape, or whatever, but it's just realistic. For example, Michael Jordan was so great because of a lot of things, his will, his competitiveness, just the way he grew up, things that happened in his life, but also he was blessed with the right height and the right weight and the right body frame, and his hands were big, but not like ridiculously Shaq big. So he was blessed with the right kind of what's the word I'm looking for? The right body. I don't know how else to put it, to excel at basketball. Here's what I'm getting at is if you took Yoda's essence and you put it into, let's say, Mace Windu or anybody, Qui-Gon, whatever, imagine how much more powerful Yoda could be, because now he's got long legs, so he's got a longer stride and could jump much easier. He's got longer arms, so he could swing at you from greater distance. He would just have many advantages by being a humanoid and being much larger. Granted, he has advantages for being so small. There's no argument there. You could say that as well. Just realistically, that Yoda is cool and cute and amazing as he was, and I love Yoda, he just would have been at a disadvantage compared to other types of beings. It's a testament to Yoda that he whoops Dooku and was known as the Grandmaster Yoda, because even though he had that disadvantage, you didn't mess with Yoda. Everybody knew that. I also look at it from someone who, in my opinion, brought balance to the Force while it was supposed to be Anakin. Luke is the one that resisted the dark side. Luke is the one that turned Anakin. Luke is the one that took lightning and refused to turn. In many ways, I argue that Luke is the one that brought balance. He's not the chosen one. Anakin is always the chosen one. But the one that brought balance, in my opinion, is Luke. I look at someone that's got the right size and stature, someone that brought balance to the Force, someone that was a great pilot, was a great person, who was unselfish, who was a hard worker and trained and all that. And I know he left an empire. He didn't leave just to leave and not train. He left to go save his friends. And he did come back to train. He also turns Mara Jade. He also rekindles and restarts the Jedi Order and starts training young Jedi. He also goes on hundreds, if not thousands, of missions. Now, granted, a lot of this is EU stuff. It's books and comics and stuff that some people would say doesn't count because it's not the movies, and that's fine. But if you know about Luke in the expanded universe, Luke did a lot of shit. For me, as difficult it is, because you could just argue back and forth who, I go with Luke Skywalker. Ahsoka gets pretty good marks. Anakin, of course, naturally. I thought he would maybe be higher, but it doesn't totally shock me. Kanan, man, he's one of those characters that really tries to get your attention, and I think people like him, but he just doesn't really stick out. I don't know. Kanan just doesn't really get traction. I've never really heard of anybody ever say anything bad about Kanan, but there's not really much to say about him. Kit, you don't see much of Kit, but he's in the movies, and I guess that's why most people are going to recognize him. And Mace, I'm shocked. I'm shocked at only 4%. Yoda was the wisest Jedi. Mace was the most powerful. Mace was no joke. Plo Koon, he's cool. I always liked him. He's more of a pilot. He's a Jedi pilot, but he's cool. That could be a little bit higher, but it's not surprising. I am shocked that Qui-Gon only got 4%. I don't know why people don't give Qui-Gon love. I guess it's because he gets killed by Darth Maul. But I mean, seriously, how many people are going to survive Darth Maul in his prime? I just feel like Qui-Gon is always underrated. Was he the greatest? No, but he's up there. He was a master Jedi. He was very wise. He was very patient. He was a good teacher and father figure to Obi-Wan. Would Obi-Wan be who he was if it wasn't for Qui-Gon? So I don't know. I just feel like Qui-Gon's always underrated. I would like to have seen a little bit higher for Qui-Gon. Obi-Wan, naturally, pretty much everybody loves Obi. I do. He was great. So Luke, most people put him up there. Obi-Wan over him. I don't know. I think Luke has to go over Obi-Wan, personally. And I also think Anakin has to go over Obi-Wan. I love Obi-Wan. He's very important. But over Luke and Anakin, I don't know. Obi-Wan is the one that made Anakin Darth Vader. I give you that. If Anakin was a little bit older, a little bit wiser, a little bit more patient, would he have probably beaten Obi-Wan? Yeah, I think so. Luke, I already gave you my reasons. And Yoda, well, nobody on Earth is going to argue this. No one's going to be upset about it. That's Master Yoda. It's easy to argue that Yoda in his prime would take any one of these guys out. Anakin's the chosen one. Luke has more than proved himself, not only in the movies, but also throughout canon. It's hard to say. I think this one really comes down to personal opinion. I gave you my reasons. I say Luke Skywalker. I'm totally fine and happy with Yoda. I'm totally fine and happy with Obi-Wan and Anakin. If I'll put it to you that way, it has to be one of those four. Annie, Luke, Obi, or Yoda. I think most of you would agree it has to be one of those four. This was January 28, 2016, so it's been a while, and that's, of course, Disney's excuse. But why isn't Rey on here? If she's so great, why isn't she on here? And they're going to say, well, but that was an old poll. Well, make a new one. They're not doing it. Why? Because I don't think she's going to get very good votes. Let's keep looking. Which is a bigger military threat? These are really speculative. I said the bomber droid, high ground. You're in the air as opposed to the Octopara. Just a quick side note. Some people make fun of the Anakin, I have the high ground. Well, if you understand anything about military tactics, fighting, whether you're a SWAT, military police, a very skilled gamer, high ground is everything, guys. Yes, it is a big deal. Does it mean that you can't win from the low ground? No, but pretty much 95% of the time, if you have the high ground, you're in control of the situation. So I don't know why people make such a big tiff or joke about that when it really does make a big difference to have the high ground. Who'd you rather take it to an unfamiliar planet? I'm glad that everybody agrees. R2, while his translations would be very useful unless you're in the Rise of Skywalker and the most translation of your entire 42 years can't be used, JJ, R2 can do far more things, is far more cooler, and obviously you would want R2. He can also get into your starship. He could do so many things. This one I found interesting. Who would you rather take to a party? Salacious Crumb or Jar Jar Binks? And I would have thought, like, everybody, so many people talk crap about Jar Jar and he's so annoying, but yet you'd rather take him to a party? I think Salacious would be awesome. He'd be crawling all over the place and messing with people. He would be creepy, but they'd probably get some laughs. And he's a little stupid thing that's unintimidating. Jar Jar, he would be spilling all the beers and the birthday cake and fumbling over everything and talking stupid. He would be grabbing things with his tongue across the room. I couldn't imagine you would want Jar Jar at a party. I'm not a Jar Jar hater. I was never one of those people like, hey, it's the stupidest thing ever. Actually, I think there's other characters that are dumber. I think that Rose Tico is lower than Jar Jar Binks. Just my personal opinion. Would I want to take him to a party? No, not at all. You are getting no women. You are getting no new friends. He would destroy the whole party. I just can't imagine why you would want to take Jar Jar. Which astromech would you rather flying on your X-Wing? And unanimously R2 over BB. What is the best lightsaber duel? Again, you could have 1,000 arguments over this one. I know that most people are going to say Anakin and Obi-Wan, and I very much agree. Also, this one, I'm kind of shocked this isn't much higher. Obi-Wan with Darth Maul and Qui-Gon. This with Dooku was pretty cool. This is very much expanded universe. Yoda Dooku, I'm kind of shocked. 2%? I thought that was a great battle. A lot of these are EU. This one too, episode 3, I thought was very cool, where he gets his hands cut off. I just thought that was a cool battle. I think this is way underrated. Is it the best lightsaber battle? No, but I mean, Obi-Wan does take on a pretty ruthless 4 lightsaber wielding alien. I think that deserves a lot more credit. This wasn't really much of a lightsaber battle. Yoda and Sidious, I think, would be a little bit higher. Everybody is going to say this one, and I agree in the sense of it has the most flair and time, and they show the most skill, and they really show how they're very equally matched. They bounced off of each other. They learned off of each other. Obviously, Anakin learned more off of Obi-Wan, but I'm sure Obi-Wan learned some things from Annie. As far as like quality and length and excitement and all that, yeah, I don't think anyone's going to argue that. Some of these I'm kind of surprised, like Ahsoka versus sister and fifth brother got 0. It's just because people don't know it. Ahsoka versus Vader, 3%. I mean, really? Wow. Luke versus Vader in Cloud City. I thought that was awesome. It did get 8%, but Luke's still very much a noob here. I think people are associating it just because of the memory and, oh, I'm your father, and he loses his hand. And was that really a great lightsaber battle? This one also, I'm kind of shocked, 1%. Not that it was amazing as far as the actual sword fighting, but it was pretty significant. For me, Luke raging on Vader, I was just like, wow, I love that. I will go with Sith, Obi-Wan, and Anakin as the number 1, but the reason that I chose this one is because of significance. And yes, I know Obi-Wan turns Anakin into Vader, but really, Annie was already Vader at that point. We're just kind of associating the black suit, but Anakin was already Vader, so it's not even that he really is because of him that he turns Vader. He already went to Mustafar, killed all the separatists and the younglings. While it is a significant scene, that's how he becomes Darth Vader in the suit. His fate was already sealed, and he had made his decision, and it is what it is. Not taking anything away from that scene, and again, as just a raw sword fight, yeah, of course. But as far as like just sheer energy and emotion and significance and the whole turning of Anakin and saving the galaxy, Luke versus Darth Vader and Jedi is my number 1. It just has the most impact on everything. Anakin was already Vader. It's not that him being burnt up changed anything. It just changed his appearance. Whereas Luke defeating Vader, really pounding him down, showing Vader, showing himself, and showing the Emperor that Luke is no joke. He's grown up. While he would be an amazing asset to the Sith, he's not going there. I go with that one. That's my favorite all time. Who's the greatest bounty hunter? Okay, I've already stated Boba Fett is my favorite character of all time, so you know who I chose. But I just thought it was interesting to see what everyone else thinks. I will remind everyone that Lucas has stated this, and it's also on StarWars.com and old literature and all kinds of things. You read a lot of the canon books, or even what's called Legends now. It's clearly stated that Boba Fett is no joke. He's the greatest of all the bounty hunters. All of them feared him. All of them respected him. Did they try him all the time? Yes.
Alrighty. $11K, pretty quick. Yeah, pretty quick. I'm a bit late. What caused you to talk about measure twice, cut once? Star Wars theory. I want to stress again. I don't have anything against him. I think he's a good kid. I'm not trying to speak badly of him. But someone said that he would be good to own Lucasfilm, or that he was talking about it. And I was saying that no, absolutely not. He's not the person to own it because he doesn't know Star Wars like that. That he makes stuff that supports Disney. That when you review and are excited about Rebels and Bad Batch, that inherently makes you against George Lucas's Star Wars. So why would you want that person to be running Lucasfilm? So then I was talking about how if I owned it, I would first consult George Lucas on everything. Second, use all the lore, the holocron, the vault, and double check all my work. I would triple check my work before I made a video or a movie or anything. And then I would have people that know this shit. Sam Witwer was somebody that came up in several examples. Mahler or someone else I said, that I would have double and triple check behind me. So then, I think it was the Dreamer, yeah, was confirming what I was saying, is you measure twice so that you only have to cut once. Instead of Filoni, it's like, just cut, we'll make it fit. If it's an inch too long or too short, it's okay because we'll just make it fit. If it's too short, we'll just make some filler thing to make it solid. If it's too long, well, we'll squeeze it in there and make it fit. That's literally Dave Filoni. Whereas me, I would never do that. I would make sure everything was on point, measured out correctly, put together correctly, and then put it out there. Measure twice, cut once. Sam is the first one with Electric Playground. I've heard a bunch of them. I don't remember that one specifically, but I may have heard it. That's funny because when I went downstairs, I was thinking I would love to have Sam on. I will probably reach out to him, but I don't know that he would come on because while we could avoid talking about certain things, just my name and the post that I make, I know Dave Filoni knows about me. I know he does. For all we know, they're watching right now. And I don't know that Sam would want to put himself in a position, because for all we know, he's working on something with Disney or has talked to Dave about doing something in the future. So I don't know that he would be willing, but he's someone I wouldn't mind. I would like to talk to, and I can reach out to him, and we'll see. Maybe he would. Maybe he would, certain things we wouldn't talk about or whatever. But I'm just thinking, I don't know that, that he would feel comfortable, because I don't know how involved he is with Disney. Now, maybe I talked to him and he's like, oh, I'm not doing anything else with them. And now the conversation changes. See, that's what I was a little bit worried about with Mark Anthony. Because he was talking about doing stuff with Daniel Logan a lot on his Twitter. And apparently that's not going to happen now. I don't know the details, but Daniel apparently is taking another direction, wants to do something else. And I think he might be doing something with Disney. And it turns out that Mark doesn't want anything to do with Disney anymore. He's done with Disney. So that greatly shifted the conversation. We spoke before. And it was like, oh, okay. You know, and it's neither one of us trashed Disney in that conversation, but it changes when you have the freedom to say, I'm not worried about Disney. You understand? So I don't know where Sam stands on that right now. And I don't know. So if he does have some sort of plan or talk or something with them, or the open door of something, he may be hesitant. But I don't know. We'll see. I could reach out to him. Can't hurt. And again, maybe he's like, I'm done with Disney. I don't know. Just thinking, I don't know that he would be, not because he wouldn't want to. I would think if he knew me, he would love to talk Star Wars with me. It's just that because of the situation, I don't know how comfortable he would be. But I've heard him call out Dave Filoni. I've heard him call out Rian Johnson. So it's not out of the question. Precaution not to make lower mistakes and inconsistencies. There you go. Thank you. Someone at Disney made a specific mistake. They make a mistake every single day. Like making a rock a navigator on a fucking ship on a vessel called the Vessel. Catch the exact reason or example that was brought up. No, that was actually perfect. They'll ever upload the latest HR video. I don't know. I think they're shook. I think that they tried for like a week and they were like, yeah, this one will be okay. And it's like, nope. Because this is another thing that I don't know that people noticed. Did you notice they started uploading a lot more frequently? Like in just the past week or two, they were putting a bunch of videos out. They don't tend to put out, they tend to do like maybe once a week. But excuse me. But they were putting up a lot of videos recently. Because I know they're like, well, okay, maybe it's just that video. Try the next one. And they kept trying and they were just getting smacked all over the place. So now they're like, holy shit. They're scared. I'm kind of split on that. In a way, I think, yeah, they might get brave. And in another way, they're probably scared as shit. And I don't know. My primary instinct is no. Especially not, at least that one. They'll try something else in a week or two. But, you know, Disney's been pretty bold at this point, not giving a shit. So, but I can already tell you what's going to happen if they dare. I dare them. You listening to me, Disney? I triple dog dare you to put that video up. Watch what happens. And considering they took it down from Instagram in 3 hours, I'm pretty sure you're not going to see that video again. If Dave is watching, hi Dave, you should have consulted Lucas more on the Clone Wars so everything made sense. Yep. Thank you for subscribing. Fantastic Phantom. Cool name. Thank you for subscribing. 570 Wood. I'm sure there's some story behind that. Thank you for subscribing, Kevin VH. Speaking of which, let's take a peek. Or I'll take a peek. So I'm about to hit 11,100. I picked up at least 100 or about 100 subscribers today. I'm picking up about 100 every day. So no complaints here. No complaints here. One video. Let's see. So yeah, 6 more for 11,100, and I hit 11,000 early this morning. So about another 100 today. That's good. My latest video is at 1,000. That's good. It should be much more, but at least they're getting to 1,000 much faster. Doubt it too. If they upload the video, yeah. Well, for fun. Well, I had looked a little bit earlier, right? But I'll look again. And by the way, Star Wars Theory is not far behind the official Star Wars YouTube channel, so it just goes to show you. Yeah, they haven't uploaded it. The Razor Crest, their latest video is 1.4 up, 9K downvotes. It's pretty embarrassing. What the fuck? You named the ship the Vessel and it's navigated by a rock? How the hell did this make it to print? Let's read some comments. Oh, here's a good one. Not my Star Wars. You're a clown. That's all you will ever be. You made an entire channel to bitch about. Shaking my head. Total fucking airhead. In other words, I love Disney, and you're calling them out, and it's all true, and I hate that you're telling the truth and exposing my bullshit franchise, and everybody hates it, and everything's getting downvoted, and now I'm not going to get to see Bad Batch, and Disney's going to sell Lucasfilm, and I'm so sad. That's the translation of that bullshit. Where's the Sith Inquisition when you need them? Sounds like they stole Zahn ideas from Outbound Flight as well. Yep. Here's a recent troll I've been having. I don't mean to be offensive. I really don't. But you, in capitals, are the one who needs to wake up. Disney may have ruined many aspects of Star Wars, but they aren't Satan worshippers. Or, what does he say? Or conspirators. Please realize this. I get your posts all the time and my suggested, and it gets tiresome. Well, first of all, too fucking bad. Take that shit up with YouTube, dumbass. I don't give a fuck. That's your problem. Second, you keep coming back to my channel, so of course you're gonna keep getting notifications, dumbass. And furthermore, if you don't know that Disney is involved in fucking Freemasonry, child exploitation, subliminal messages, nudity, I don't know what to tell you, but that shit is all fact. A lot of us have known this for decades. Walt Disney was friends with freaking Nazis. I mean, dude, wake the fuck up. And here we go. Oh, I'm still boycotting Star Wars, but this is a bit of a stretch. I think it's funny they tried to avoid YouTube, though. What is a bit of a stretch? Some people think the Leox Gyasi, like I'm making it up that it's Leo X is Leo the 10th is gay, and no, it's literally that's what it is. They've admitted that they're anagrams, and I have figured out most of their anagrams. But you see how some people just have this mentality of like, no, that can't be true. And I've never been that way. I've always been like, if you show me something, okay, it doesn't mean I have to totally believe it, but at least I'm going to have the open mind to say, okay, let me look into it. And if you spend 5 minutes, half an hour, and you actually start looking around, you're going to see that, holy shit, yeah, that's an anagram. And they've admitted that they're anagrams, and all the names are anagrams, and holy shit, that is Leo the 10th is gay. It's not a coincidence. There are no coincidences with Disney. It's just like the Mickey upside down is wicked. That's not an accident. But, doesn't matter. Some people just don't want to fucking... Dan Brown levels of secret codes there, Lucasfilm. They're like the idiot that thinks they're the smartest one in the room. Exactly. Yeah, this one guy, Aaron Moyer, he's just won't stay off my page, but yet he's constantly bitching. Those are the funniest ones to me. Like, first of all, you think that your little bitching comments are going to do anything. Second of all, you keep coming back. So it's like, all you're showing me is that you actually do believe the shit that I'm telling you. And your pride is like, no, it's crazy. Here's one. Lol, right? These people just love to blow the conservative dog whistle. Where does conservative, politics, anything have to do with Disney making anagrams out of their fucking names? When, if you watch the interviews of these very authors, they say, yeah, we're making a new Star Wars, our stories, and this and that, and you're not getting it. It's because it's a conservative dog whistle. So fucking dumb. You're incredibly unprofessional and rude because I'm calling out the truth. You give those of us who missed the old Star Wars a bad name. Grow up. Meanwhile, if you actually paid attention, you would see that all I do is defend George Lucas. Dumbass. Yup, this has been all over my feed, and I'm tired of it. I don't need to be reminded constantly how toxic this fandom can get. You're the one that keeps coming to my posts. Wah, High Republic is woke. Everything Disney is woke. Wah. That's literally how I view you and everyone else, especially someone who only believes episodes 1 through 6 are canon. It's not a belief, that's fact. So I don't understand why you are having such a hate boner over shit you most likely could care less about. Right, I could care less about Star Wars. I mean, I said this the other day in a stream, and I'm going to say it again. Guys, if you get on social media, write out your post. Doesn't matter, Twitter, Facebook, whatever. Write out your post and stop. And read your post like 3 times. Really think about what you're about to hit send on. Because 9 times out of 10, these people just make themselves look like dumb assholes. Really think about the reply or the post that you're going to make. Is that something to celebrate about? Yes, it is. That they took down the video in 3 hours. It's an absolute, but you see, that's the fear coming out. That's you saying, oh shit, he's right. That shit didn't even last 3 hours and they had to take it down. So now his defense mechanism is that something to celebrate about? Yeah, absolutely. The rebellion got a big win today. Let's see. It's funny how this guy's This guy complains about the High Republic or Disney Star Wars in general, yet he only considers episodes 1 through 6 canon. Like, you just contradicted yourself. That's the point. 1 through 6 are canon. Dude has no reason to complain about a franchise he doesn't care about after the OT and prequels. No, I don't care about fan fiction. Very true. I believe that his intentions are pure, but he has drifted into the weeds. Mm-hmm. Oh, boy. Some of the comments I get are just... Listen, it's like I said before. When you're a lion, sheep don't concern you. So the fact that they're coming back and trying to make their little excuses and make their little point, like, oh, you're going to make me change my mind or scare me, or that just goes to show how shook you are. You're desperately grasping at straws to try to convince me or other people in the thread. Like the other day, this dumbass was like, you're getting destroyed in your post. And then no sooner did he say that, like 80 people fucking crushed him. And I'm like, no, I'm not getting destroyed in my own post, dude. You want to create that narrative, but that's not what's happening. Why can't they just... And I'm not saying that everyone agrees with me and everyone loves me. No, not at all. But when you're coming on my posts and claiming that everybody's destroying you, why can't they just stick to the Force? Stay away from the political agendas. They're killing Star Wars. It's like Darlene Kennedy is a Star Trek fan trying to sabotage Star Wars or something. They need to cancel the bitch. Fire KK. Yes. Absolutely. Here, the same guy from before. The vessel is called that because it is uncreative. It's supposed to be ironic. You see, like, again, when you write something, think before you post it. Now you're just desperately grasping. You're defending the fact that the vessel is called the vessel and that it's uncreative because, oh, it's supposed to be ironic. I mean, when that's your defense, you just show that it's lost. You've lost. One of Kathleen Kennedy's Star Wars creative retards has created a rock as a character. Unfortunately, these are the weirdest things you will see in one part of the world. And then that same guy, Aaron Moyer, who's bitching about everything, who catches some shit like that? And then Aaron, bored people or smart people, because you know what? You never caught it, dummy. And you're mad because you didn't realize that that shit is there. And now you're seeing that it's there and it's making you angry because, one, holy shit, I've been supporting a mouse that's dirty. And two, I wasn't smart enough to catch it. He caught it, and now I've looked stupid. That's the translation of bored people. Okay, wait. So are they homophobic? No. You may have a point. It is, if it's authentic, boldly stand behind your work. I could care less if dude's gay, but they sure seem fearful of the poor marketing backlash. And here's the one that I was mentioning way earlier. And why are you throwing around the word gay as an insult? I didn't anywhere say that it's an insult. And then, of course, my buddy Aaron, haha, very good question. That appears unanswerable by these people, you see? So he's trying to cling on to anything he can try to muster up a conversation of like, come on, guys, let's all jump in. And at no point do I say anything about anti-gay or throwing it around. I'm showing you what Disney is doing and what they're saying. That Leox Gyasi is an anagram for Leo the 10th is gay. Period. Fact. I didn't put any emotion. I didn't put any opinion. I'm not putting any bias. I'm not attacking anyone. I'm simply stating the fact that Disney's playing games. So then you got, you know, people that want to twist it. And then someone with a little bit of a brain here, at least, let me see what he says. I'm not sure it is used as an insult, but just pointing out how blatant Disney are with their diversity and hope that it will score them some points with blue check marks and other people who don't buy their products. Very good. Some people get it. What I wrote was very good. At least some of you have a brain. And I don't like to like be snarky like that, but when you're constantly in my threads and talking shit and trying to belittle me, it gets to a point where I'm going to strike you down like the fucking emperor. The last Star Wars video only had a dislike ratio of 7-1. What happened? Well, first of all, it's continually going up. And second of all, even having a 2-1 ratio is a complete and utter embarrassment. The Star Wars YouTube should not have any video with more dislikes than likes. Even if it's one more dislike than the total likes, they have failed. But when you've got videos that have 2,000 likes to 28,000 dislikes, I mean, shut the fuck up, dude. You've been lost. Toxic community. We're so toxic. And then my boy, Aaron Moyer, you aren't wrong. Everything to do with Star Wars has been toxic for a while, unfortunately. It eventually happens with everything the mouse touches. Yeah, that's true. Okay, here's one of these grasping at straws. Have you not read Into the Dark? The author made it very clear in her writing that even the main character thought the name of the ship and also the rock, which is called Geode, by the way. Yeah, I know. I made a video about it. Is weird. Okay, that's your justification that the captain of the ship and the rock navigator of the ship think that the name is weird. But it's not weird that the captain of the ship's name is an anagram for Leo the 10th is gay and that your navigator's a fucking rock. Which, by the way, if some of you aren't making the connection, do a Google search for Leo the 10th and then read his little Wikipedia. And then you're going to be like, oh, ding, light bulb. Now I understand why they're doing that. It's not just some random name. There's a story behind Leo the 10th. And yes, he was gay. Leox and Affy are supposed to be characters that stand out to Wreath. Adding on to the point that Wreath has become too used to staying on Coruscant and not out learning other things. This isn't bad writing. I have my own criticisms of High Republic so far, but honestly, this is dumb. You made absolutely zero argument in that entire thing. And then our boy, Aaron Moyer, yes, this is a fair argument. Just clinging on to whatever. Oh, boy. Aaron, he's not even close to gay. It's pretty obvious that you haven't read the books. He's a carefree islander type. His hair looks gay. What are you saying? I would say it looks too stereotypical to not gay. He literally says that he was married to a female in the book. How about you think before speaking, it really would help. Okay. And this goes back to, let me read you the post for those of you that may not know. This is literally word for word what I wrote. Disney Lucasfilm thought they could avoid the YouTube backlash by posting their latest The High Republic video on Instagram. We see you, Leox Gyasi equals Leo the 10th is gay, and he has a ship that is navigated by a rock. His vessel is literally called the Vessel. This is beyond pitiful. Okay, so number one, Leox Gyasi equals Leo the 10th is gay, and he has a ship that is navigated by a rock. His vessel is literally called the Vessel, is 100% absolute truth, fact, and honest. There's no opinion. There's no skewing. I mean, that's literally what it is. So they're getting mad because I'm pointing out the facts. Number two, did I say that Leox is gay? No. I said that his name is an anagram that equals Leo the 10th is gay. So you see, on the defensive, they're assuming that I'm saying he's gay and that I don't like gays and that I'm attacking this because he's a gay character and I'm against gays. You see how the little pea brain works? When in fact, I never said anything about Leox being gay. All I said is that Disney is twisting, manipulating, and using nefarious, hidden shit within your stuff, and that the name Leox Gyasi is in fact an anagram for Leo the 10th is gay. End of conversation. They're trying to make it more than what it is. Understand? Because I never said anything about the character being gay. All I said is that they're implanting a name that is referring to Leo the 10th, who was in fact gay. But again, when you have a pea brain, you automatically go on, you think you're smart and you go off on some dumb shit. It's like I'm playing with children. Because the thing is, when I post that, I already know that that's what they're going to think. But I know I think before I hit send. I look at what I wrote. I know what I wrote. And at no point did I say that he's gay or I'm anti-gay or the High Republic sucks because there's a gay character. None of that was part of the conversation. What I pointed out is that Disney's playing games with you and embedding shit that this character is a reference to a well-known Pope, Leo the 10th, who again was gay. If he was gay or not, I don't care. It's just the fact that he was gay and they're making that reference. That's where people aren't thinking. Why are they making that reference? Why are they being sneaky and inserting that name? That's the question you need to be asking, not looking at me and getting mad. Take that shit to Disney. But it's fear because I'm pointing it out. They say, oh shit, he's right. Disney is fucking around. Disney is doing this kind of shit. I know what I'm doing. I'm not a child. I have a very high IQ, if you all haven't figured that out already. So these little bots and trolls and don't even stand a chance. It's really pretty funny. Because I know exactly what I'm doing. Nor do I ask you guys, hey, you got to defend me and jump in. No, I don't do none of that. I appreciate it if you guys, but I don't ask anybody to defend me or to speak for me. I know what the fuck I'm doing. But I hope that you guys see my point. All I did was point out what Disney's doing, and they want to turn it into, but why? Because he's gay. That's their rationale. They're trying to figure out why I don't like it. Because he's gay, so you don't like the character. So then their defense is, but he's not gay, dude. Why are you getting on about him gay? No, it has nothing to do with that. It has to do with Disney is embedding that. Now, why does that matter? Well, go do some research. Who is Leo the 10th and why there's the connection? And two, the point here is that Disney is subliminally has been doing it forever, putting shit in your entertainment.
dildos, nudity, messages, all kinds of shit, and you don't understand it. Your brain, your eyes don't see it. But back here, it's getting embedded in your brain, making you stupid and making you biased towards certain things. That's what subliminal messages do. You don't register them. They're not conscious. They're back here, and they start to embed in deep in your brain and start making you act fucking dumb and sway you to say and do and think and act a certain way. That's the point. That Disney has all kinds of this shit all over the place. And when the smoke cloud says sex, yes, it does matter because our little kids are seeing the word sex in the fucking clouds. It does make a difference. It is important to point that out and know that it's there. Oh, but most people won't even notice it. No, your brain does notice it because your eyes aren't catching it and you're not smart enough to register it. Doesn't mean that back here or that your 3 or 8-year-old doesn't see sex in the fucking clouds. That's why it matters. I don't do hate here. I do facts. And the fact is that Leox Gyasi is an anagram for Leo the 10th is gay. I think I've made my point. I checked. It's not uploaded. Yeah, I checked too. Yeah, well, there's a lot of rock brains that come up to my comments. Let me tell you, they think they're fucking smart. Leo the 10th. Well, like I said, he's a pope. Just do a quick Google. Leo X. Be here for an hour. Hey there, James. Good to see you. I was calling you out earlier. Where are you at? There was a pope. Yes. That's the thing. It's not like it's... See, this is another thing. It shows the depth of their intelligence. Because they're just like, oh, well, you're just making up a name. You're just figuring out that Leox Gyasi, if you move the letters around, spells out Leo X is gay, and you're just making it something. But if you actually knew some history and you actually had a fucking brain, the second you hear Leo the 10th, you should know, oh, there was a Pope Leo the 10th. Let me do a 2-second Google search and educate myself. What is the connection? Why are they bringing him up? Now I can speak intelligently. But you see, it's like I always say, I play chess because I've been known about that. So when I make a post like that, guys, know that I already been thought it through. I'm not just like, oh my God, look. Nope. I know what I'm doing. I believe he did. I don't know 100%, but I'm pretty sure he did. Yep. But I don't have 100% confirmation. I can't tell you for sure. But from what I know, yeah, that would be a phony baloney macaroni. Making a milkshake, but I ran out of flavoring, so I just blended milk and ice cream. There you go. What is one of your favorite Star Wars fan theories, just for fun? And what's the most insane Star Wars conspiracy you've heard? Oh, man. Well, I kind of really like the Darth Jar Jar. I like it. I like it. I like it. It makes a lot of sense. It would be very ironic. I never disliked Jar Jar, so talk about a redemption arc. He would just pwn everybody. And all the freaking airheaded prequel haters would be like, oh. I bet they all jump on board then, don't they? So probably fan theory would probably be Darth Jar Jar. If I thought about it, maybe something else I could think of, but I mean, just very obvious off the top of my head. Totally Darth Jar Jar. Most insane Star Wars conspiracy. Well, it would definitely be Disney era. There wasn't much stuff in George. I can't really remember stuff in George Lucas era conspiracy. Well, conspiracy, to be fair, can be actually something that did happen. So there was the Attack of the Clones. Attack of the Clones, I know a lot of people, it's not their favorite movie, but well, first of all, it still made a shit ton of money and still did well. But it did less than the others because about a week before the film's release, somebody got a copy and it was on the fucking internet and a bunch of people saw it. Bootleg copies got made, and you know what I mean? So it really hurt the box office because it was already out. So not only did people already see it, but then people were talking about it and saying, oh, well, it's a shit movie, and, you know, Django Fett, and it was dumb, and it sucked, and I hate sand, and they ruined it. You know what I mean? They didn't let people just see the damn film and judge for themselves. So that indeed did happen. It was a week or two, but I think it was a week before the release, it got leaked, unfortunately. So that really hurt that movie. Now, if it didn't get leaked, I'm not saying, well, it would have made $3 billion. No, I'm not saying that. But it certainly would have done better. And I think people's opinions of it would have been different because a lot of people go off of, this is another thing in life, guys. Please don't do this. This crap where this person said this about this person, so I don't want to know about, you know. I mean, if someone is showing you straight facts of something, okay, it is what it is. But too much in life, like, you don't want to date that girl because she's this, this, and this. And all that is that guy trying to keep you from getting her because he wants him for himself. So don't, or, you know, or that person sucks. Don't be their friend. No, don't do that. You need to meet that person and judge for yourself. That could be your best friend. That could be your mate, your husband or wife, your business partner. You know, you can't let other people, you know, that's high school gossip shit. Now, if someone you know and trust comes to you and genuinely and says, hey, listen, be careful. I care about you. And here's like a list of facts of why. Okay. But if you do that high school, like, I don't like him, so don't be friends with him because. So what I'm getting at is that's a big thing that happened with the prequels, but specifically Attack of the Clones. You got people that are little bitch babies that started going out saying, the Clone Wars suck and it's stupid and don't waste your time on it. So now people are already getting the impression before they even went to see the movie or didn't even go see the movie because you got the dumbasses that influenced their decision. And it's just like the media that influenced so many people's opinion of the prequels. Some people just don't like the prequels. That's okay. That's fine. But a lot of people, it's because the media told them so. And then they've got their little friends convinced. So now they're scared to speak out around amongst their friends and say, no, shut up. I really like Attack of the Clones. That shit was great. They're not going to say that because their three friends are like, that shit was dumb. You understand? I don't want my friends to not like me. I don't want my friends to criticize me. But yet, if you like that, if you love that movie, whatever movie, then it shouldn't matter. But that's what I'm getting at, is that you had a lot of people putting their opinion before the people even saw it, and that really hurt that film. Doesn't mean it would have made 2 or 10 or 5 times more, but it certainly would have done better. So, off the top of my head, that's the biggest conspiracy. If I think about it, maybe next week I'll be like, hey, I remember this. But right now, that absolutely did happen. People conspired to fuck that film up, and they did. I don't know who came up with that dumb shit, honestly. But it had to be J.J. Camp because that didn't come till Rise of Skywalker. So, yeah, I don't know. It could have been a props guy or Kathleen or who knows who came up with that dumb shit. I don't have the answer on that one. It's a very good chance that it was J.J. though. Very high chance. Whoever it was fucking dumb. When I die, the last Jedi you shall be. Friend at school, you didn't know about Ahsoka and Ezra because he's old. Yoda's on Coruscant. Anakin's on Tatooine. Remember I showed you the map, and up here in the center of the galaxy is Coruscant, and all the way down here is Tatooine and Geonosis. Anakin is killing fucking sand people. Not even a great disturbance in the Force. He's killing sand people. And Yoda knows it. Yoda senses it. But, you know, Yoda, whatever. I've met so many people in my life that are like, I love Star Wars. I know all about it. Give me 3 minutes. I'll see right through how much you really know and love it about it. Because I've heard that so many times. And within 3 minutes, I'm like, no. What are they trying to achieve by calling Leo the 10th gay? That I don't have the specific answer. That's something we would have to ask them. But go Google his name and look at the connections. See what's there and what is being put out. On the most surface level, they're trying to normalize that there's gay characters in Star Wars. And that's okay. But one, why do you have to shove it down our throats? 2, your priority should be good characters, not if they're gay. 3, why are you trying to be sneaky about it? Why are you subliminally putting it in children's minds that he's gay? Or that Leo the 10th is gay? I know, you're going to be a lazy ass and you're not going to Google it. But let me help you all out. That's for you being lazy. Pope Leo X, born Giovanni di Lorenzo di Medici, 11 December 1475 to 1 December 1521. Was Pope and ruler of the Papal States from 9 March 1513 to his death 1 December 1521. Born into the prominent political and banking Medici family of Florence, Giovanni was the second son of Lorenzo de' Medici, ruler of the Florentine Republic, was elevated to the cardinalate in 1489. Following the death of Pope Julius II, Giovanni was elected pope after securing the backing of the younger members of the Sacred College. Early on in his rule, he oversaw the closing session of the Fifth Council of the Lateran, but struggled to implement the reforms agreed. 1517, he led a costly war that succeeded in securing his nephew as Duke of Urbino, but which reduced papal finances. Let's see. The character of Leo X was formerly assailed by lurid aspersions of debauchery, murder, impiety, and atheism. He had, I'm trying to find it. He had put,
He had someone murdered. Martin Luther. Let's see. I just really don't feel like reading all of this right now, and I can't remember. There was some. I think it was something with Martin Luther. Right now I can't find it, and I'm too tired to read all of this. But it is, I'm like 95% sure it has to do with Martin Luther. There was he set him up or had him murdered or something. I can't remember exactly what. Anyways, right now I'm too tired to look at all that. But it's there. I mean, just read it. And I know I've looked at this article before, so suggestions of homosexual attraction appear in works by two contemporary historians, blah, 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 blah. 1521 made imputations about Leo's unchastity, implying or asserting homosexuality. Blah, 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 blah. Anyways, the High Republic authors, for whatever reason, are making references to that. They're embedding that. I don't care if he was gay or not. Personally, it doesn't make any difference to me. I have nothing against that. All I'm saying is that they're making a concerted effort to put that in. And if for nothing else, if not a specific connection, they're just blatantly putting it in there, like just putting a message out that Leo X was gay. Which is dishonest. It's subliminal. It's injecting. It's sneaky. And I also don't know all of their personal histories or studies. Maybe one of them studied. This is part of the problem with the anagrams, is that a lot of them I've deciphered, but then what's the connection? Why are they doing that? So then it's some of them I found, like Cabin Scott and Keith. But some of them, it's like, well, why are you making a reference to Leo the 10th is gay? See what I mean? Anyways, right now I'm too tired to read and get all into that. But, you know, spend a little bit of time on Wikipedia or whatever. You'll see for yourself. But at the end of the day, whatever their motive, the point is they're doing it. 4 whole people, yeah. Well, that's funny too. It's like they act like, oh, we're the majority. See, you're getting... That one guy, Aaron, was like, you're getting destroyed. Which, well, I'll look at that in a minute because that was so funny. I'm like, oh, really? I'm getting destroyed? It's like saying I got 10 people on my side, so now I'm going to take down PewDiePie. Exactly. It's like, and you know, I'm just a little channel, guys. I don't claim to be. But when it's all 4 of you insisting that I'm nuts or that I'm just this, it's like, do you guys see how silly you are? Meanwhile, we'll go to any of the YouTube videos and they have 20,000 times the fucking ratio, and you're trying to argue with me that you're just a hater. Well, apparently all the Star Wars fans are haters. You're the one righteous one that knows better than all of us. You got it. You're the one that doesn't see this shit that we're all seeing, that there's a fucking rock navigating a vessel called the vessel. You're the smart one, not us. Yes, exactly. Yeah. But hey, that's what this guy, you know, that's his logic. Automated psychology created through social engineering. It's pointless to even debate with them. No, I don't with them because their mind is operating an instilled program. In other words, they can't help it. Yeah, and it's not even like I go back and forth or bother. It's just funny to me that they actually they bitch that my channel sucks. Your channel's trash. You haven't deleted it yet. But yet you're on my channel. You're watching my shit. You're increasing my algorithm by commenting. You're taking the time if you didn't care, if I wasn't a threat, you wouldn't be here and you wouldn't be commenting. Understand? Not you guys. I'm talking about these airheads, right? So all they're doing is proving to me that I'm winning because they're desperately trying to grasp to something. And I'm not even attacking anyone, or I'm just literally what I do all the time is just point out facts. And I will repeat, Leox Gyasi equals Leo X is gay. He has a ship that is navigated by a rock. His vessel is literally called the Vessel. All facts. Absolute fact. Not a stretch, not a fantasy, not conspiracy, not hate. Facts. Hello there. Can I just say that the vessel being named Vessel is the saddest attempt at subverting expectations? Yes. Sure. Anyways, those little haters, they make me laugh. It's just funny. Like, it's not like it puts my day down, or it scares or bothers me, or oh no, I'm failing. Every day my channel gets bigger and they just keep bitching and I just keep showing facts and people are like, yeah, holy shit, you're right. And like there's 3 people that are like, you're an idiot, dude. So I don't stress it. I just think it's funny. And you know, as I always say,
why? Because fuck them, that's why.
Gay person, hi. I want to make movies here. I dreamed for years to entertain people at Disney. Guys, look, a gay guy is working for me. Guys, isn't that awesome? Okay, yeah. Well, that's part of it too. Like, see, we got your back. We made one of the main characters gay. Well, he's kind of gay, but we put it in the name. So see, aren't we sneaky? Aren't we clever? If I want to cry laughing or cry of sadness. Yeah. cognitive dissonance can't be easy for them. No, it must. I mean, my boy Aaron Moyer right now is probably flipping around. He might even be in the stream just pulling his hair out, but he's probably flipping around in bed like, God, I got to come up with something to say against Not My Star Wars because I just got to prove him wrong. And he's still a human. Why does he get more treatment than us? Gay person, yeah. I am being treated like a superhero, but I'm just a guy. You homophobic? Yeah. Well, and that's, you know, the biggest part of it is like they think that I'm using it as hate and that I'm twisting it into a motive to be like, see, it's gay, so I'm against it. No, it has nothing to do with that. It has to do with calling out Disney. And again, instead of you focusing your anger in the right place, you see that. You shouldn't be wasting your time with me. You shouldn't be like, holy shit, shoot the messenger. No, what you should be doing is like, holy fuck, Disney, what the hell is this? So you should be going to their post and saying, hey, I'm a customer. I love your product. Is this true that Leo X is gay? That's where you should take your energy. And guess what they're going to say? Yeah, it's an anagram. Because they've admitted they're anagrams. Drengir is red herring. They have admitted that. But hey, don't listen to me and don't listen to Disney themselves. You know, the people that are writing the books, don't listen to them. Finding a VHS of The Little Mermaid and had a penis in the background. Sure did. Yes, Lion King. Simba, I believe, or his father. It's been a while, but he's laying on a ridge. It's a very famous scene where this like big swirl of smoke comes up from, I don't know, behind him or around him. There's a campfire or something. It's been a while, so I don't remember. But you'll know the scene. I mean, it's very, there's this swirly cloud that like comes like smoke. And in the swirl, if you pause it and you look, you're going to see that it clearly says sex in the fucking cloud. It's not even like, it's like big, obvious, it says sex. Which I think now they've edited it and taken it out or altered it. But if you look at the original Lion King, you're going to see that when that swirl of cloud, smoke, whatever, it says sex. In big, bold letters. Anything that moves because she focuses on her iPad. Yeah. Well, that's good. Roblox might have some shit in it too. Who knows? Oh, that's right. You were traveling. Aren't you lucky in Florida? I'm freezing over here. What's the thing with Disney, Star Wars, and characters with no hands? I don't know. I don't know what it is with Disney. I have all the knowledge here, but I'm going to review it anyway. Yeah. Going to review Guitar Hero 2. Didn't play it because I don't have a guitar for it. Could have wrapped it up nicely like a bow. Yeah. The famous words of Ray Skywalker. I mean, Daisy Ridley. Not like Jango Fett. Without him, there wouldn't even been Bounty Hunter. Yeah. Well, again, people that think they like and know Star Wars, but really totally clueless. No one who has your best interests in mind will try to manipulate you. That's absolutely true. And like I say on my channel all the time, I'm never going to say what you guys want to hear. Well, maybe sometimes I do, but in general, I'm not here to tell you what you want to hear. Like other channels, I won't mention any names. That's why some channels get so big, because they tell you what you want to hear. I'm never going to tell you what you want to hear. I'm going to tell you the facts. And you may get angry, you may get sad, you may get whatever, but it's the truth. I'm not here to tell you what you want to hear. Today I'm reviewing Spider-Man. Spider-Man? Spider-Man? What are you talking about, Spider-Man?
My spider sense is tingling. What's next?
I actually liked Clone Wars when it came out. I was like a little kid and found it very cool. Yeah, I mean, there's some cool. You're talking about the movie or the cartoon? I was assuming the cartoon, but I guess you mean the movie. Right, you're replying to my conspiracy thing. Yeah. Yeah, that was a big one. I really like. If you look at the box office numbers, which that'll be in some video eventually. I mean, I have so much shit I'm working on, but I've talked a little bit about the box office numbers, and that one, it wasn't like a massive drop off, but it didn't do quite as well. And people, again, they see that and they're like, see, it sucked because of numbers. No, actually, it was leaked a week before the fucking film was supposed to come out, which fucked it all up in the box office. Like any movie would be screwed up. Although it's kind of ironic because growing up in Maryland, I could get bootlegs of any movie, any CD, any, like, I could have shit. I would have shit months before it even comes out. And this is like back in the day where someone would rip it and then I would have it. Then you started getting the online stuff, right? Now you could, start downloading shit. But before that, I was getting the discs from New York. New York, you could always get that kind of stuff. And it wasn't always like the top quality or, but you could certainly, I've seen many movies months before they were supposed to come out when I was younger. And tapes, especially like, I love hip hop. I used to get all kinds of mixtapes and albums before they even came out. God of War, Kratos is by and has a son. Huh? God's in it. Don't make you feel like Batman. Kratos is by now, or are you just being silly? The correct answer to the helicopter and switchable lightsabers was, who gives a shit? Yeah, you're right. My fault. You're right. You are correct. My apologies. Black Coon was, although I do believe it was Filoni, if Plo Koon was more powerful than Yoda, the thing is, I'm not sure, and I want to be careful because for all I know, it was Katie Lucas or some other writer. You know what I mean? And I don't tell you what you want to hear, and I'm going to tell you the truth, but on the same token, I'm very fair, and I try to be careful not to misspeak. So, but you did, in fact, come up with the correct answer of who the fuck cares. If Plo Koon was more powerful than Yoda, then why wasn't he the head of the council? Correct. If Plo could also predict the future, why didn't he know about the clones that would betray him? Correct. There's only one Grand Master, and that would be Yoda, so that in itself answers your question. Yeah, well, you're friends perhaps, but I don't believe there's any logic there. And to have friends that don't have logic is pretty illogical. Was it an IGN who did the infamous Too Much Water? I don't know that one. I know IGN from when they very first started. I was like one of the first people on IGN. And what they were really famous for, they would do little reviews and little things, but the main thing that they would do is Babe of the Week and Babe of the Day and Babe of the Month. But the main thing was like Babe of the Week. And it was just they would find some girl, some hot chick, and put the picture up like, this is the Babe of the Week. They just would find hot chicks. And then they started doing like the classic Babe of the Week and, different little things. And it was just a fun thing. It was early in the internet and early on IGN. And it was just, young guy. It was awesome to see hot women. And that was like the one of, not the only thing they were about, but that was like the main big draw. In the early, it was for guys, and it was the Babe of the Week. And again, they had the Babe of the Month, they had the Classic Babe, they had Babe of the Day. But that's where IGN comes from. And then it just got popular and grew, and then they started getting little ads and doing other stuff, and then it turned into this big, like, reviewing movies and games, and then they started getting all this access, and now IGN's like this big respected site. And it's so funny because that shit was about hot girls. And it wasn't nudity or anything crazy. It was just like, you know, finding really gorgeous women and like nominating them for the Babe of the Week or whatever. Not nominating, but that would be the Babe of the Week. This one that they would find and post. And it was usually celebrities like Kathy Ireland or stuff like that. You know, models, actresses, whatever. Yep. So fresh and unique. Some years later, it's just the same game. These days, the money prints itself, so just phone it in. Yeah. Yeah, now IGN's a whole different, like, nothing to do with what it was. Still around today, he would be canceled. Yeah, he sure would. But hey, if Stanley, Dr. Seuss, and Sean Connery get canceled, so can Martin. Yeah. Ironically, probably he would be canceled by his own people. That's how fucking backwards everybody and everything is right now. I'm betting that Matthew McConaughey would look at Yaxiasi and say, "That ain't it, Chief," if he even cares, which I'm sure he doesn't. Well, I actually tweeted him today, and I was like, Disney Lucasfilm loves you. You have a ship called the Vessel with a rock for a navigator. I didn't get a reply or a like, but I sure enough tweeted him today. And I've tweeted him in the past. When they first announced Leox, I said something like, "You must be so proud. You know, you're in the High Republic." He's probably pulling his hair out like, holy fuck are these people doing? High Republic like to have a civil discussion. Okay, sure. I know all about it, and you're not going to really get anywhere with it, but feel free. If I was in my grave and I heard I'm not going to yell at you or anything. If I was in my grave and I heard someone saying I'm racist, I would try to break out of my coffin and tell everyone this person's a moron. Is canonically not gay, and I think it's probably a coincidence. Well, number one, I never said he was gay. Number two, if you think it's a coincidence, you're asleep. Isn't exactly. It's not a reference to the Pope, Leo X. It's not a coincidence. All of the High Republic characters are anagrams. They have admitted that. You don't like Jedi because you're homophobic. Do you not see me listening to Queen? Everyone who hates on the High Republic is homophobic, racist, whatever. I've seen a small number of people who definitely are, and I have to actively stop myself from generalizing. Yeah, I can assure you here that myself, and as far as I know, my reviewers, we're not anti anything outside of just plain stupid. We're anti dumbass, anti Disney shitting on Star Wars, anti fan fiction, which is the High Republic, but not because we have any issues with the characteristics of the characters, but just because the characters are really lame, like a rock being a navigator on a ship. That's pretty fucking stupid. And because the authors are proven without unequivocally, they themselves are admitted they're fucking racist. So can't get behind that. Ismphobes is thing is just an attempt to shame and bully people into unquestioning acceptance of their agenda's ideologies. Exactly. What it is this. We don't know how to write a story. So we're just going to write whatever bullshit flim-flam. And because it says Star Wars, it's got to sell. You got to buy it because it says Star Wars, no matter, even though we have no clue what the fuck we're doing. Then the second you question, but this is not correct. A Wookiee doesn't wear clothes. Oh, well, you're just, because that shouldn't be a question. You're just being... No, it's because Wookiees don't wear clothes, and you should know this if you're working on Star Wars. And again, people want to take it to some other thing just because I deciphered that Leox is Leo 10th is gay doesn't have me any kind of opinion on if he's gay or not, nor am I saying that the character is gay. I'm pointing out the fact that one, Disney's doing that shit sneakily, subliminally, and that two, there's a reference to the actual Pope. So that's where you need to question. That's where you need to look. David Bowie song. What you know about David Bowie? Okay, gotcha. Clone Wars, best part of Star Wars. I like that show too, but I wouldn't consider better than 6 movies. By the way, Attack of the Clones. Okay, there's several clones. Fine. The Clone Wars. There's only one Clone War. You fought in the Clone War? What does Luke say? Clone War or Clone Wars? I think he might say Clone Wars. He might say Clone Wars. Yeah, it was Wars. Okay, well, either way, there's only one Clone War. There's several clone battles. It's just kind of silly that I think it's just maybe just to stay consistent with Star Wars, but it's always been a kind of a silly thing because there's only one war. Anyways. I mean, there's several wars throughout history and galaxies and all that, but the clone era, there was just that one begun. The Clone War has. Can you dig it? Can you dig it? Clone War is awesome, but not without the 6 movies. Trying to find a source on them all being anagrams. Do you have Disney Plus? If you have Disney Plus, there is Disney Insider. I haven't looked recently, so I don't know now if it's the most recent one because I forget that show comes out once a month or once a week. But if it's not the most recent one, you'll see within just the past couple, there is one that's all about High Republic. You're going to see in there is a bunch of boards, storyboards, laid out with the different characters. And there's a part where they show the Drengir relatively close. It's small, but some people have zoomed it up, or if you can zoom it in, and you will see in the description of the Drengir, it literally says that Drengir is red herring. The name is literally an anagram. That's where you can find it, Disney Insider. As you are new to my channel, I don't know that you'll ever be back or care, but know when I tell you something, is because I can back it up and I can tell you where it's at. And there you go. Markion Row. Rearrange the letters. It's harmonic. Why? Because Charles Soule is into music, harmonies, rhythms. Markion Row is harmonic. Just Markion without the row. It's harmonic. Drengir is red herring. Leoxkiasi is Leo the 10th is gay. Keep looking. I just gave you 3 of them. Disney is notorious subliminal brainwashing BS. Yes. And it kind of scares me that people don't know that. But I guess most people don't bother. They just, Mickey Mouse, Disney World, the castle. They're just thinking of the magic. And it's not even like, well, I spend my life analyzing everything and trying to find the negative in everything. No. It's just that, one, Disney's so blatant about it. I mean, they've been doing this shit for a long time. All kinds of sexual shit and all the fucking cartoons. And if you don't know about this, it's like, man, you're not paying attention. And you can do a very simple Google and or YouTube search, and there's entire videos about all the hidden shit that Disney has in their stuff. That I have pictures and proof that Walt was a Freemason. And it is very common knowledge that he was involved with Werner von Braun, who was a Nazi rocket technician that created the V2 rocket that was then brought to the U.S., was part of the creators of NASA, and that's where the rockets were developed, was by Nazis. And not only was Walt Disney known to be associating with them, but there are pictures of him with von Braun, and there's several pictures of him in his Freemason clothing. So while Walt had a lot of nice and good qualities, he was also involved in a lot of bullshit. He was no saint. He always had little children, especially little girls, around him. All of his cartoons. Remember, it's not like now where you have all these divisions and stuff. Back then, Disney, everything went through Walt's eyes. He had to prove everything. He was on top of everything. He was the one. It wasn't like, oh, I've got 50 artists that are sneaking shit in like people like to. No. Walt was doing most of the creation of all that stuff, and he was in charge and overseeing all that stuff. So when little subliminal shit like titties and the rescuers is there, it's not because Walt didn't know. It's because Walt put that shit there. And when you have stuff like Mickey, the way the letters are, that's Walt's handwriting. And when it's reversed and it says Wicked, that's not a mistake or a coincidence. That is Walt himself purposely doing that shit. But some people want to deny it. It's just a coincidence. You're just crazy. And listen, if it was just one of those things that I just mentioned, then you could say, okay. But I can literally show you like 50 different things that are just like that. And when it's once, twice, 5 times, 30 times, okay, dude, stop bullshitting. It's obvious. Pretty much every Disney movie has some fucking hidden, subliminal, sexual bullshit in it. And never in life should you be like, well, but I didn't know, so now. On the contrary, when people show you shit, you should be like, well, at least let me look into it myself. That's what an intelligent person does. And no, we don't all have time to waste to check on everything and all that. But don't be so quick to be like, you're crazy, you don't know what you're talking about. Because guess who looks like the dumbass? And I'm saying this very generally. I'm not saying this specifically to you, Napan, or because I know I got my little trolls that are like to watch me too. And someone made, that reminds me. That reminds me. I wonder if I can find that comment. Oh, I know my boy Aaron Moyer loves to watch my shit. He hates me, and he's in every one of my videos. He's watching all my shit. I know Aaron. Hey, buddy. I know you're there. He's probably 13 anyway, so. See, and here's Aaron, like, he's not even close to gay. Like I said, he had a wife. Then after she died or whatever, he stopped being sexually active or whatever. Anyways, he isn't gay, so you're wrong. Have a nice day. And again, I never said that he was gay. And that just shows you have a fucking pea brain. Because you're the one. Here's the thing. Someone that's like so quick to call out, you're racist, you're homophobe, the reason you're so quick to jump to that is because you're the one that's actually thinking on that level. I'm not even thinking on that level. I'm thinking on the level of, here's what Disney's doing. See? Anyways, I wish where was that comment? Why does this channel come up on my feed all the time? You seem like the most toxic fan group possible. Well, you keep clicking on my posts, so therefore it's going to keep. Where was that? Because it was actually kind of towards all of us here, so I think it might have been this one. It was one of these two. Let me look. You guys are immature about this. Because I'm pointing out the fact that all the videos are getting ratioed. And then you got, I agree with you. Many people are enjoying the High Republic. And with those actions, the fandom is convincing Lucasfilm to stop making High Republic content. We must not repeat the mistakes of the past. When our hate is at its highest, Star Wars was sold to Disney, and look where this got us. Honestly, I'm mad for what they did. Okay, do you hear the contradictions? Again, read your shit before you post it. First of all, many people are enjoying the High Republic. No, they're not. Like 1,000 of you are. That shit didn't sell anything. It went on discount within the first few days that it was on shelves. Many people are absolutely not. Furthermore, if many people were enjoying it, the videos would not be ratioed by 30,000 to 3,000 fucking dislikes. So shut the fuck up because you're just talking nonsense. Second, the fandom is convincing Lucasfilm to stop making... Well, yeah, that's the point. Nobody wants it. We're making it very clear to Disney, stop printing that bullshit. We don't want your little subliminal shit in our kids' hands. We must not repeat the mistakes of the past. When our hate was at the highest, Star Wars was sold to Disney. So, and look where this got us. Okay. When our hate was at its highest, Star Wars was sold to Disney, and look at where this got us. So you're saying that hate was why George Lucas sold it, which is absolutely incorrect out of George's own lips, but that because of hate, it got sold to Disney, and it's crappy, and look at the state of Star Wars because look at where it got us. But yet, you're trying to defend Disney that's making the trash that got us to where we are now. Guys, read your shit before you hit send, submit, post. I mean, Disney and the Mickey Mouse Club, the Musketeers, you all make it way too easy. You're contradicting yourself. You're bitching about that if shit goes wrong, it's going to get sold to someone like Disney, and look at where we're at. But yet you're trying to defend Disney, saying that a lot of people like it. You see, you're not hurting my feelings. You're just giving me entertainment. Oh my God. Where is that comment? Ooh. Here's our boy Aaron again. You are a very stupid person. Okay, here's, I'm not going to read the whole thing because it's a whole thing, but you went on blah, 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 explaining all this shit. You're still yet to name a High Republic character who fits your description of all the females are the best. The first, the youngest, at something. Okay, Avar Kriss is the best of all the best. She is the best Jedi. And Yoda, whatever. So, again, you're arguing and you don't even know your own books because they have clearly stated that she is the best Jedi. And she, through the Force, can communicate with all the fucking Jedi throughout the galaxy. So shut the fuck up. Oops, XO. Another dumbass that shows up on my... thinks he's fucking smart. Anyways. Look at your post, and before you hit send, make sure you know what the fuck you're talking about, because you just look plain stupid. Ugh. Someone needs to inform Gina COVID isn't a fanfic. She never said it was. In fact, she was teaching people how to make masks, but that would require you to read. Yes, the only one that will echo is stop paying. Not sure what he means there. Damn it, I can't find that damn. Shoot, I can't find this damn comment right now, man. It's so many. It's probably here, actually, into the wicked. Wes, the community post is going off the rails. I'll be selling popcorn. Stay on target. Yeah, and by the way, Disney's so great. Why are they taking their own movies off of their own streaming service and censoring shit and putting disclaimers? Because all their stuff is good, right? Where's this damn comment? That's just a picture of the word Mickey being reflected by liquid. And you literally see right in front of your eyes that it does say wicked, but you know, I'm just going to pretend like it's not there. It's just Mickey upside down. Oh boy. I know, but the guy who made the post is acting like it means Disney is evil. Dude, chill. Just because you don't like the movies doesn't mean you can go insane. I'm batshit crazy because I put a picture of factual reflection. I'm insane. I love these comments. That's the thing about fanboys. That's what they do. These movies are life and death, and since this person doesn't like them, that means it's all death until they are appeased. They just need to get a life, maybe get laid too. Go see some sights or some shit. That one's almost as good as the one where the guy was like, dude, go outside. And my reply was, dude, why are you sitting inside watching my video? Commenting on my video. It's hilarious. Go see some sites or some shit. Well, what the fuck are you doing? You're sitting here commenting on my video. So, it's unbelievable. Oh, man. Where is that damn? I knew I should have screenshotted it. Damn it. This is how you spend your life. This is what you put into the world. Really? SMH, it's people like you ruining Star Wars, guy. Actually, Disney's the one that puts this shit into the world, not me. Bro, go play a game or read a book. This is a waste of time. Yeah, the sequels were ass, but we moved on. Maybe you moved on. And by the way, if you're so busy playing a game or reading a book, why are you in my comments section commenting? Because it doesn't matter to you, right? Because you don't believe this shit, right? Because it's... Oh, Lord, think before you hit the send button. Star Wars fans like this are all incels anyway. Yeah, I'm an incel. Star Wars isn't perfect. Nothing is. It is people like you who are ruining Star Wars with your negativity. Or maybe Disney's ruining Star Wars with all their bullshit, like rocks for navigators on a vessel called the Vessel. Here's a good one. Dude, get a job. And then someone replied, he's likely an antisocial teenager who doesn't have any activity in their life. So they spend all their free time doing these toxic actions. Yet, what are you doing? You're on my post commenting because obviously you're so constructive and busy doing other things. And then I commented because to the first guy, dude, get a job. And I'm like, shouldn't you be working? Why are you commenting on my posts that you don't care about? I am working. Your posts keep popping up in my feed when browsing. Shouldn't you be working or doing something more productive in life than to be cancer on the internet? Okay, obviously you're not working. You're scrolling on your phone, and that's why my post is popping up in your feed. Because you're not working, you're looking at your goddamn phone and commenting on my fucking post. Oh, boy. Oh. Chill, dog. Disney is good for kids. Just enjoy the content. Too much criticism in this world. Disney can fire and hire who they want, just like you can. They are giving us good content with Marvel and Star Wars, so... Okay. Yeah. This is the cringiest post I've seen all week. Yo, Star Wars is for kids, man. Well, then why are you on my post? Oh, here's not that one, but okay. Wasn't the throne room scene from A New Hope a shot-for-shot recreation of a Nazi propaganda film? Disney didn't do that. Or Jar Jar, for that matter, or midichlorians. There was no throne room in A New Hope. Our boy, Aaron Moyer, and not my Star Wars. Dude, I feel bad for you. You spoke your mind, and everyone is destroying you for it. I understand where the criticism is coming from, but because this post definitely sounded like you were all a part of a cult, but no one should have hit you as hard as they did. I really, capital, want to encourage you to sticking to exposing stupid plot lines and characters, not subliminal messages. Please, man, for all your subscribers' sake, maybe it would be a good idea for you to take down this post also. I don't know. Just a thought. Okay, dude, because you say so. Oh, my Lord. He was referring to the music score, which was called The Throne Room. It was the scene where Leia, can't even spell Leia right, gives the medals to Luke and Han. And then we got someone that jumps on. He goes into 11-hour deep dives into Star Wars every week or so, literally reciting the entire movie to his fans, engraving something that deep into who you are cannot be healthy. Let me read that again. He goes into 11-hour deep dives into Star Wars every week or so. Literally, this is the comment I was looking for. Literally reciting the entire movie to his fans. No, I don't recite them. We watch them together and I comment on them. Engraving something that deep into who you are cannot be healthy. We're all watching Star Wars together, but apparently I'm brainwashing you guys and engraving. Oh boy. Oh boy. It's rich. My comment section is rich, let me tell you. Oh, Let's Dance or Man Who Sold the World are probably my favorite Bowie songs. 1 through 4 for the clones. Who knows? Disney doesn't know, so I hope you guys were enjoying those comments. But finally, I found that one. So I just want you all to know that you're brainwashed drones and that I'm the cult of Star Wars and I'm manipulating you because we're watching movies that we've loved since 1977 together and commenting on them. We're not commenting on society and if this person... You see, this is the thing. When you watch real Star Wars, we don't have conversations about, is he gay? Is this person that? Are they going to kiss? What's his agenda? That's Disney Star Wars. That's the difference. That we don't have to talk about that stuff because we're consumed by the story, the characters, the special effects, the music. We're not even thinking about, is Luke gay? But the High Republic and everything that Disney does is thinking about that. They're so concerned with showing you, look, a lesbian kiss. Look, an Asian X-Wing pilot. Look, Leox is Matthew McConaughey. He's borderline gay. And by the way, his name is literally referring to Leo the 10th, who in fact was gay. And by the way, he flies a vessel called the Vessel, and it's navigated by a rock. So I just wanted you drones to know your place, okay? Operation Paperclip, correct. Disney can do no wrong. Disney in the 40s. Zippity-doo-dah. How the hell do you know all this shit? When I see her the name Ram. Sometimes I say that to you, James. First of all, I want to make something clear. It's not to say that a 16-year-old shouldn't know that stuff. And I'm not trying to say to any of you, like, you shouldn't be aware. On the contrary, that's awesome that you know a lot of this stuff. But part of that is what I'm saying is because when I was your age, we didn't have access to all that stuff. You right now, you just turn on, Netflix or Google, and like you can learn all this. Is like I was saying way earlier. Remember, like nowadays you have no excuse because you got your phone, you got YouTube, you can learn anything. How to build something, fix something, create something, learn something, or discover, an old song, an old movie. Whereas back in my day, like if you didn't have access to the VHS, you weren't going to know about it unless you heard something through someone, through the grapevine. But you wouldn't be exposed to a lot of that stuff unless you actually had the movie on tape. So nowadays, it's amazing that you know so much of this stuff, but it's also because I'm comparing to myself to your age. We didn't have that kind of access. Now you've got access to every freaking thing. So it's not that strange that you know a lot of this stuff. I just think it's funny because you make references. I'm like, how the hell? When I see her, the name Jamram, I always hear a monster truck or Slim Jim announcer, Ram Jamram. Yes. Yeah, that's one of the tricky ones. Major. That one's one of those is probably the first and last name are mixed up somehow. Right now, I'd have to look through my notes, but yeah, that's another one. They're all anagrams. Little is more disheartening than the willful ignorance of human beings. Yeah. Seems to me toxic has come to mean an IQ over 90. Yeah. You've got a lot of really good comments, Dreamer. I didn't know Walt was like that, so he wasn't. Wow. Yeah. That's a good point. Always remember in life that just because you don't know something or about something doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Sometimes people have such a fucking ego, like, I've never heard that. That's not true. Instead of being humble and being like, oh, really? Well, let me look. If nothing else, let me look into it. But you constantly got people like, no, I didn't know about that, so there's no way. Okay, well, keep living ignorant. What do you want me to tell you? I've just never been that way. If someone very calmly, intelligently says, hey, take a look at this. Okay. Now, if I know that since 1977, this is the way something is, and you come to me with this, well, then I know what I'm talking about, and I can quickly shoot down or accept or agree or whatever. But in general, when you come to me and you say, hey, I've made this observation in the world about the planet, about the government, about whatever. Okay, cool. Thank you for letting me know, and I'll look into it. I'm not ever been like, oh, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. It's so stupid. Rabbit hole goes deep. Oh, it's deep. Very. Little bunny. Don't buy my book, you racist, sexist male. Okay, why aren't you buying my book, you racist, sexist male? Exactly. The authors of the High Republic telling you, don't buy my book. I mean, what a bunch of freaking airheads. I love the content and the cause. Keep it up. Thank you so much. And thank you for becoming a member. I truly appreciate it. You now have the ability. I have to actually do it over YouTube in just a moment. You should have it unlocked. But on the bottom left, you have the little emojis, and you will be able to use custom emojis like that, like I can. So have fun. with your Not My Star Wars emojis. And there will be more. I have to have more channel members to unlock more, but there will be more in the future. Boba Fett will come, but the channel has to get bigger. That's a special one. Anyways, I appreciate you. Super. Is that Cyan? Yeah, Cyan. It's not telling me. Huh. Let me see something. That's interesting. Oh, okay. Apprentice. Gotcha. Cool. 11,100 subscribers. Woot woot. I like it. I love it. I want more of it. What's this?
Arrogant punk. If I didn't have more important things to do, I'd let Video Man put you in your place.
I love that one. You know me.
Maker of Video Man game. Location unknown.
George Lucas. Mickey Mouse. Video Man. Let's bring in the homie. My number one mascot. A little Video Man dance for you fine people. Love you too, baby Jen. Hey, Darth Sandwalker. Cool name. Tough crowd. You heard my comments. Nah, you're fine. I like when they say that I'm in my mother's basement. Yeah. Well, and again, it's like I always tell you guys. Number one, they're commenting because they're shook. A lion does not pay attention to sheep. So if I truly was not a threat, if I wasn't telling the truth, if it wasn't like, oh shit, look at that, he's right, fuck, they wouldn't be commenting. It's just that simple. And if they had a job and they had a life, then they wouldn't be commenting on my shit saying like, get a job and get a life. Get it? Oh boy. It's child's play. But hey, this is what I do. This is you know, I'm a YouTuber. My channel's growing, and if people want to entertain me with nonsense and silly comments and like, I don't make much, but at least I'm making something from my efforts. Like, I don't post Mickey's reflection for money, but I post it to educate and make awareness, and at least at the end of the day I get something out of it, more subscribers and a few pennies and more awareness and conversation. And whereas these people are like, what are you getting out of it, dude? You think you're gonna like convince me, or you're right, you're gonna enlighten me, and I'm just gonna delete my channel because, you know, you're right, you told me.
Meanwhile, you just continue pushing the algorithm and use the force. Yes, use the force on the subscribe and likes. Favorite Star movies, Empire. I've never heard of Star Wars movie like that. Whatever, it's probably not as good as The Last Jedi. No, hell no, nothing's as good as The Last Jedi. Hey, not bad. 64 likes, 1 dislike. Doing pretty good. All right, all right, all right. Oh, I haven't moved on from the sequels. I'm still hopping mad. Yeah, well. See, here's another thing. It's like, and I talked about this in a stream. A couple of you are going to know exactly. And in fact, that guy says I know was there. There was a stream. It might have been the one that was, did George Lucas have a plan for Star Wars? I think it was that one. Where I came on and I was like kind of in not a bad mood, but like a weird mood. And I kind of explained why I care so much about Star Wars, why this matters, why, you know, some people are like, dude, just move on. Why do you care? And it's like, well, that in itself is showing me that you don't love Star Wars, because if you're so quick to just be like, well, just who cares? It's just a movie, whatever. And again, I'm not saying that people have to be as into it, as fanatical, as knowledgeable, as in love as I am. That's fine if you're not. But you're getting mad at me because I love Star Wars and I'm defending Star Wars. Well, in that stream, in a much more condensed and similar way, not the exact example, but if you have a girlfriend and she like up one day is like, I don't love you, I'm out, I'm cheating on you, whatever. Okay, well, fuck her. Move on. But if you find out that she's not really behaving that way, well, first of all, let's up the stakes. She's not just a girlfriend of 6 months. She's your wife of the past 43 years. Now, all of a sudden, she's acting completely out of control, out of different behavior, acting all differently, crazy. And then you take it a step further and you find out that it's not even her that's doing that. Someone's holding a gun to her head. Somebody's manipulating and or controlling her. So her being not herself is now because someone else is taking control of her. And that's Disney Star Wars. So not only do I love Star Wars to begin with, that I would always defend it, but now Star Wars is behaving completely out of character. So I'm like, what the fuck? And then I find out that it's a dirty mouse that's manipulating Star Wars to not be herself. Goddamn right I'm going to fight for her. Because it's one thing if she on her own says, I don't love you anymore and I'm out and I'm just cheating on you. Well, then sometimes you got to take the L. But if she's behaving crazy because she's under manipulation of an asshole and or idiot, then not on my watch is Star Wars going to fucking die this way. So no, there is no moving on. Because Star Wars, we didn't change. We didn't stop loving Star Wars. Star Wars changed. And Lucasfilm are the ones that decided to stop loving us. We didn't choose that. Disney chose this path. And apparently they didn't know me too well, because not on my watch. The regeneration. Very good. You destroyed my narrative. Keep doing what you're doing. Not my Star Wars is working. Yes, I have an old saying that if you're not making waves, then you're not doing anything. You get haters because you are making an impact, because you are having an influence. If you're not having any haters, then you're not doing anything. You're not making any noise. You're not doing anything. So the fact that I'm getting I have mostly positivity. I'm not saying that, you know, for the most part it's great, but there's always that 2-3 little airheads that think they're going to make some effect on my channel, and it's funny. But I get you know where I get a lot of hate? Like Twitter, for the most part, people don't even pay attention to my Twitter for whatever reason. But Facebook, oh my God. I mean, there's a lot of, I post in a lot of groups.
So most of the groups, people are like, hell yeah, you're right, and look at this mess. And then there's a couple groups I can even specifically think of the certain people that are just like, my God, they act like I'm the devil. Like I'm so hateful and I'm so crazy. And can you believe this guy? And it's amazing how people just hate Star Wars, and these fans that pretend they're fans and they just hate Star Wars. And I'm like, meanwhile, you don't realize that the people that own and create Star Wars are the ones that hate Star Wars and you. It's amazing. Man, on Facebook, some of the shit I've heard and seen, and like people say, you should walk into traffic. I mean, wow. And I'm like, do you hear yourselves? Do you see the shit that you're saying? We're tired of you pointing out Disney stuff. And I mean, so you're seeing the literal truth, and you're getting angry at me instead of getting angry at Disney, who's the ones that are making this bullshit. Yoda, whatever. Disney should not have made that crap fest of a trilogy. Nope. Good to see you, Greg, by the way. I have to go now. All right, James. Take care, buddy. I'll see you soon. Have a good one, James. This is actually funny. They do this so you talk about them and get upset. I went through a weird prankster phase when I post random stuff online for a laugh and reaction. Yeah. And if you guys really look at my posts, I'm not like, fuck Disney, burn them down, we got to get them this time. Or I'm just grasping at blank straws. Like, look, one letter, the spacing of one letter's off, and Disney's all screwed up. I'm like showing you legitimate facts of what's going on, and people just like, Ree! It's amazing. Star Wars for kids. Come on, man. Didn't you know? Didn't you know?
Star Wars is for fucking kids.
You tell me. Well, yes, that's what he was trying to say. But you see, he thought he was so slick, running off his fucking mouth, and not even knowing what he's talking about. Then you got our boy Aaron Moore coming behind him, trying to justify, oh, that was the music. I'm trying to explain it, and it's like, oh, boy. And you're saying that I'm getting destroyed when you're destroying yourselves. It's like, maybe for kids. I was a kid when I became a fan. It's for everybody. Star Wars has always been for everybody. The core group out of Lucas's mouth is 12-year-old boys. But if you understand Star Wars and you understand Lucas, it's for everybody. Which reminds me, if some of you didn't see the post in the community tab, I did a Zoom call on another channel the other day, and it was posted today. So if you want to see it in the community tab, there's the link. You can check it out. It's about an hour interview. It was a fun conversation. So if you guys later or tomorrow or whatever miss me, well, there you go. You can see a little interview. Yeah, for kids. I hate hearing people say it's just space wizards with laser swords for kids. Lighten up, my dude. Yeah. It as if it's exclusively for kids, though, as if someone said it's not for kids. Yeah. Well, and the thing I love about the Freddie Prinze, like, he's the best. Star Wars is for fucking kids. That's the best part. And I was going to make a whole video about him, which I still probably will put him into the canon video, because he's one of the examples of people that think they know canon And just because he worked on Star Wars, people think he knows canon or that he has authority. But in reality, those people go in, they're handed a script, they read their lines, and they go the fuck home. Doesn't mean they know a goddamn thing about the show that they're making. They just come in, read their lines, and go home. But him, in his mind, he tries to convince people, well, I was a cartoon, nobody care about half-ass blind Jedi, and I know all about Star Wars because George taught Dave, and third person Dave taught me, and I know all about what George was saying. I mean, do you sound how fucking ridiculous? Do you hear yourself? Anyways, part of my research was he admits that he lies to his own children. And then you got the Star Wars is for fucking kids. So to me, it's like, is this how you speak to your children? You lie to them, you manipulate them. Hey, fucking kid over here. Hey, little fucker. You know, it just makes me think like, man, he must be a hell of a dad. Because you're saying to something that is for kids that potentially tons of kids are going to hear your justification that Star Wars is for them. And you're saying Star Wars is for fucking kids. I mean, the level of stupidity to not understand the irony of your own. Again, when you write a post, before you hit submit, think about what you're doing. Oh my goodness. Zippity doo dah. You're absolutely right. There was a time when movies were defined by story and characters. Now they are defined by their pronouns and box ticking. Dumb. Yes. And that's the irony, is that we watch the Star Wars movies because we like them, not because I'm secretly putting a message to my drones. And we're not thinking about, who's Luke hooking up with, or is he gay, or does he eat bananas, or does he like wheat cereal? I mean, we're just like, it's Major Aram. Yeah, there's also Major Mara. And I think it was Mara that I had dug down a little hole here. Let me see. Mara is a mammal, family of rodents. But you also have, and believe me, I've been digging through this stuff. It's just so much. It's an animal. It's a character, lioness, fictional characters. Doctor Who, She-Ra, Mara Jade, of course. Ethnic and cultural groupings, Mara Tagan, Mara people. So it could be a connection to that. Northeastern India. Folklore, Mara, demon, and Buddhism. Hindu goddess of death, wrath-like creature in Germanic and Scandinavian folklore. So this is one of those that could go several ways, and that's the thing. I need to find other connections, because now it's like you got to go a third tier. You got to figure out the anagram, then you got to figure out the connection with the anagram, and then sometimes it's not that obvious. Now I have to research the author that created that character and look at that author's history to then make the connection of why they're using the anagram. That's how I figured out harmonic, because I started digging around on Charles Soule and I kept finding references of how he's into music and harmonies and tones and all this. And then I started looking at Markion and I was like, son of a bitch, that's harmonic. So knowing the authors gives you a lot of insight. It's a ton of work because I'm making videos and reading these insane comments and, you know, live streams and all life. And then I'm trying to figure out all these fucked up Disney ridiculous fucking anagrams. Anyways, Mara is like a small rat. It almost looks like a miniature kangaroo, which is one of the rabbit holes I started to go down, but I couldn't make a direct connection of why a Mara. So, but yeah, I was looking at that one, Major Mara, and some stuff. A lot of them are tricky. Walt wasn't like what? I'm not sure. It was a while ago, so I'm not totally sure what you mean. If you remind me or bring up another reference. Sorry, I just joined. What's happening with Lucasfilm? Any news? Good to see you, Brain Sick. You don't have to be sorry, man. Come and go as you choose. It's good to see you. Well, do you know about the the vessel that is called the vessel that is navigated by a rock? Perhaps you're just listen to, like, you don't know anything about Star Wars. Like, you just go to like an outside person, like at the grocery store. Hey, do you know about the vessel that's called the vessel that's navigated by a rock? Huh? You're like, what the fuck? What? Now, let's reframe that. Total stranger, you know nothing about Star Wars or anything. Do you know about the spaceship that's called the Vessel, or called Omega 5? And it has a navigator that's very stoic? Well, no, I don't know about that, but at least I understand, like, there's some context, like I put my mind around it. A vessel that's called the Vessel, navigated by a rock. Dude, what the fuck are you talking about? Oh, boy. Perhaps you feel you're being treated unfairly. I think you're commenting from what I was reading in the comments. Social media has become a hive of scum and villainy for entitled trolls just looking to trigger somebody for the quick kick. Yeah. Or trying to, make you look bad. Now, why are you trying to make me look bad? Because you're threatened by the truth that I'm showing. That's why. You're desperate as to make me feel bad and like go run and hide and not do it anymore. Make me look bad. You're getting destroyed. No, actually, not getting destroyed. 500 likes, 242 comments, and I keep getting subscribers, so I'm not getting destroyed. You don't know the power of the dark side. Nope. You'll love it at Levitt's. Where did that come from? Yes, you'll love it at Levitt's. Become a Disney, Marvel, and Star Wars franchises as of late. Is it me, or are they trying to push a bad message soul? Yes, constantly. And here's the thing. They've been doing it since the beginning. It's just now they're getting bolder and bolder and in your face and just don't give a damn. They're like just blatant at this point. But, Quick question. When someone tells you to get a life, why do they seem so upset if you appear to be wanting to take theirs? It's called insecurity, and it's called fear.
because they realize they don't have a life. They realize that they're on your post, reading your shit, and have nothing to say, no defense. So therefore, they have to say something like, "Get a life, dude. Get a job, dude." Meanwhile, if you had a job, you wouldn't have the time to be sitting on my post commenting on it. There was a really good one, by the way, which let me see if it's here. I didn't read it because I try not to be too crude, and it's not that it's like super crude, but I know that I got ladies here, so I try not to, you know. But I think we're all adults, and we can all deal with it. Let me see if I can find it. It's not so insane. It's people like you ruining Star Wars. Yes, because talking about the lore and defending George Lucas and enjoying the movies, man, I'm destroying Star Wars. Oh, here we go. This one's great. So this is what zero pussy does. So that, anyways, I'm not even going to say what. So then I answer, sounds like you would know because you're here on my post. Yeah, because I'm seeing the effects of a complete lack of pussy right now from this channel. You're kind of slow, aren't you? So then I say, looks like you have a lot of free time to me. Shouldn't you be busy with some pussy right now? And then I get, oh, baby doll, come here. Let me give you a kiss. So I'm guessing this is a girl. And then I've got somebody else that wanted to jump in. Star Wars, quote unquote, fans like this are all incels anyway. But it's the same like pattern as what I showed you the other ones. So this is what zero pussy does. And it's like, okay, well, if you're getting so much pussy, then why are you on a Star Wars channel that is insignificant and that you hate and that has nothing to say? Like, you literally expose and contradict yourself. And you are also insulting Star Wars and its fans, because you're implying that, well, if you love Star Wars and you actually put your fucking mouth to your money where your mouth is about it, well, then you're not capable of having women, or I mean, it's just, anyways, I don't want to like say too much, but I've never had I'll just put it this way. I've never had a problem with women. That's all I'm going to say. Yeah, I mean, they just get crazy as if, and that's the thing, is that's what they do. They want to come into your shit and take it, destroy it, and then just move on to the next shit. Whereas we just want respect for Star Wars, that's all. Identity politics, yeah, it's a lot of things. Damn, good way to think of it for Star Wars and Marvel IPs. New episode that takes place 30 years after Return of the Jedi, and they purposely leave Luke Skywalker out of it.
Then they kill him in the next episode. We have a problem. Yeah. Well, on the surface, what you just said isn't inherently a terrible thing. I mean, should it have been less time? Yes. Could Luke have been out of it and if it's about something else? Well, that's better than what they did to him. And then they kill him in the next episode. Okay, well, if it was done properly and there were stakes and emotions and it made sense, okay, he could die. So from the outside, on a bigger level, actually none of that is really that bad. The problem is that all of that happened. It was absolutely disgustingly executed. But most important is in the process of all of that, they were just shitting all over Luke Skywalker. It wasn't even like, okay, you see him later and for whatever reason he dies. An accident, whatever. No, it's let's shit all over the face of Star Wars for an entire movie. Just shit on him. Run him over with a truck, back up, go forward, back. Just totally stomp on the face of Star Wars. Invalidate him, demasculinate him, and kill him. He's an asshole. He doesn't care. He doesn't do anything to help. He just is just in all aspects just trash. So I get what you're saying, and I'm not saying what you're wrong, but I'm just saying, you know, like anything, context. All of those things you said aren't wrong, but had they been properly executed, actually could be okay. It's not the preference, it's not the best way, but it could have actually worked. The problem is when you execute all of that incorrectly and you go the extra step of, oh, let me put my heels in his fucking throat the whole time. Just make him a fucking piece of trash. Nice to be here. No worries. Good to see you. Always happy to see you guys. People forget Star Wars was a political comment of the times. Yeah, well, but it was a comment of politics in general. It wasn't about 70s politics. Disney Star Wars is about politics right now, and this is what's going on, which not only is bullshit, and we don't want that shit, but in 5 years, people are going to look back and be like, why is this a movie from, like, this movie is 2020. It's not a timeless saga. When I first saw it in 19 something. Remember the Me Too and Time Is Up movement, powerful feminist lobby, keen to take down men in position of power in, to take over media and institutions. KK is one of the frontline. Yeah, well. KK. That's why I quoted that part. It's all about power. There's no creative interest in their agenda. Yeah. Did you repeat yourself? Damn. Dead on the money for identity. Yeah. I used to think rereading posts was a common practice, but that was before the dark times. Yeah. I'm going to say it again, and I stress to all of you, I know I've said it several times, but when you go to post something on social media, when you're about to hit that send, submit, post, stop. Read what you wrote 2-3 times. Be sure before you hit that fucking button. My question, and that's the thing, a lot of people, they come on, they see something that challenges their knowledge, what they've experienced or know. So then automatically their emotions get involved. Well, that can't be true. Oh my God, he's being hateful, because that challenges the narrative that I know or that I echo every day. So now you get, and you just and send. The rebels didn't win by just, throwing TIE X-Wings at the Death Star. They won because they were in formations. They had wingmen. They did coordinated runs, trench runs. They had some X-Wings on above the surface drawing cannon fire and ties, while others would make a run. Precision, logic, strategy, cool head. That's how you win. Not, I saw something I don't like, and I got to just say something that make him look bad. And guess what? 99% of the time, you make yourself look like the dumbass. This channel is because it's totally zero pussy. And yet, if you were so busy having sex, you wouldn't be on my YouTube channel now, would you? But that takes a little bit of foresight now, doesn't it? A little bit of thought of this before this. Or these, in this case. How soon will it be before Admiral Akbar is canceled for his line, "It's a trap"? Well, technically, they just killed him off with no record. Just who? They just offed his ass. So apparently, he was nobody. Yoda, whatever. I almost spit out my wine. I don't know which part, but there you go. Good. That means I'm making you laugh. That's how they come up with the names of Star Wars. They get a bunch of shit, and I mean like literally shit, and they just like drop it, and whatever pattern it makes on the floor, that's the names. That gives lit away, doesn't it? Wabbit hole. Nuclear Wessel or Weasel. Good morning, the Irish Simmer. The regroup is soon to come after Amidala again for cultural appropriation, Japanese culture, and beware of names used. Recently I was hearing some stuff about Padme. There's some comic or book or something about her coming out. They're going to fuck her up too. Major reason behind the social media SJW chose is because they identify with the narratives and their self-identity feels personally threatened when exposed to the inconsistency. That's part of it. Part of it is being stuck at home and bored and don't know what to do with yourself and nobody else listens to you. They all know you're full of shit, so nobody pays you any attention. So then you get online and try to look smart, try to be slick. Fade in, indeed.
Fade in.
Indeed. Get a life versus take a life was more of a joke about deleting someone. Do you think the clone army would have beat the droid army? Yeah, I would think they have to. Clankers are very stiff and clunky, and they just are a problem because there's so many of them. But the clones are much more versatile and smart. They can think on the fly. Hold on one second. I had to sneeze. I want to take a risk of like a booger flying across the screen or something. Yes, the clones should absolutely beat the clankers. I don't even know why I'm calling them clankers because I'm not a big fan of that, and that comes from the Clone Wars cartoons. But anyways, clankers. I do, however, very much like Roger. Some people would probably misunderstand and think Dwayne The Rock Johnson is navigating a vessel named the Vessel. Yes. I mixed that up earlier. Somebody asked me about The Rock. I'm like, what about The Rock? It's the Rock, the Navigator. See how fucking ridiculous that shit is? I mean, really, a rock is your navigator. And a French tickler is your mechanic. Really. I saw Curtis Lucas one time in the Century City Mall. He was with his current wife, but they weren't married yet. I recognized him immediately as I walked up, but I didn't say anything to him. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know what I would do. I would love to interview him. But I don't know how much he even wants to talk about Star Wars anymore. Plus, you don't want to intrude on someone's privacy or free space or, I don't know. I've never been the starstruck type. And ironically, where I grew up, I met all kinds of celebrities. I may have mentioned before, guys, that I met Linda Carter. Holy shit. You talk about a gorgeous woman. Holy goddess level. Jesus. Linda Carter. Holy smokies. You think she's pretty on TV? Well, up that by 10. Holy gorgeous. Wow. Now, granted, this was years ago. She's a bit older now, and, she still looks great, but I've traveled to many countries. I've been all over the U.S. I've seen some gorgeous women in my day. And Linda Carter is goddess level. Like, it's amazing how gorgeous that woman is. Anyways, I've never been the starstruck type. So I wouldn't necessarily be like, oh, George, sign this, or, But on the same token, like, I may never see him or meet him again. So I would think it would be very difficult for me to not go up to him and at least try to say thank you or shake his hand or something. Shaming tactics are like Jedi mind tricks. They only work on the weak-minded. It's a very good point. That zero pussy stuff would be cried about as sexual harassment if you said it to them. That's true. Or imagine saying to the Force's female girl that she's only acting that way because she can't get a what the hell is that damn thing called again? Oh Lord, I am getting tired. Oh Lord. Why am I going blank on this right now? Eggplant. There you go. I'm getting tired. Yeah, that's true. Number one, if I were to say that shit to you, you're not getting any dick. You're such an asshole. But, regardless of any of that, it just goes to show that where your mind is at, And I think it was a girl, which further shows me where her mind is at. She's lonely as fuck at home and trying to justify her loneliness by being like, oh, look at this loser. He's not getting any pussy. Meanwhile, if you only know, the hypocrisy is truly astounding. They were like, we'll keep the Millennium Falcon, but the rest has to go. Wipe them out. All of them. Yes. I really liked that Millennium Falcon. That was really good.
Wipe them out. All of them.
Oh, by the way, on the eggplant.
I've gone off the track.
They'll children together. They're children. Yeah. To me, the worst part wasn't necessarily that Luke died, but that Luke, Leia, Han, and the crew didn't get their reunion, and that the writing sucked ass. Yeah. For me, it wasn't a specific thing that killed it. The whole fucking thing killed it. Was just the whole thing was killed it. Yeah, it's live. I often do 12 hours live streams, so unlimited power. Yes. Borgild plays. I was on here last night. Well, yeah, same stream. I've been on for 7 hours and 31 minutes. It's about 10 minutes delay if posting versus reading are in sync. Yeah, I'm always behind because I comment, I look at stuff, so. But yeah, no, I got what you meant. It's because I've had people, like, I don't remember who it was, but like one day I was doing a stream, I think it was the Rinzler stream. They're like, I got to go to work. Then like hours later, they're like, dude, you're still live? And I'm like, yeah, I'm here. And he's like, I just worked a 10-hour shift. I went to work, worked a 10-hour shift, and came back home, and you're still on doing live. So there you go. He's been on 7 hours and a bit more than loose change. Yep. Talk about devoted. I hope he gets more subs. So do I. And I do this because I love Star Wars. I don't do it for money. I don't do it for fame. I don't do it for popularity. I don't do it because I hate Disney. I do it because I love Star Wars. And if, I mean, right now it's only 14 people. It's not a massive amount. But if a bunch of you want to hang out and talk to me about Star Wars and have fun, well, then why wouldn't I? I don't like sand. It gets everywhere. I don't like fanboys. They're coarse, they're rough, and they get all over the freaking my comments. Here's how I imagine the conversation between Ruin Johnson and Jar Jar RO and KK. Okay, he's a white male. Let's make him do something disgusting, like milking a big titty alien creature, dripping green milk from his mouth. Yeah. That's probably exactly how that conversation went. And Dave Filoni's standing right there watching and not stopping it. Dropped him a sub on his Twitter too. Cool. Appreciate it. Morning, Wes. And I can't talk right now. I'm tired and I'm tongue-tied. Retrospectiva. Lord. Hello, Private Eye. Hi, dude. I'm a little too late to repeat the "what did you got Charlie Brown" joke, but in my defense, I was sleeping. No problem. Nice to see you. And I saw that comment on the video. And that's a good call because you being in Spain, it's impressive that you know that. Was it Spain that you're in? I believe. I'm trying to remember. Did you say you're in Spain, or maybe I'm assuming that? I know you mentioned Argentina and a couple other things in your video. For some reason, I have Spain in my head, but maybe you're not in Spain. I want to say that you said, yeah, because you were saying how the books were from Mexico, but that you were in Spain, but maybe you're not from Spain, but you are in Spain. Who knows? Roger, Roger. Roger, Roger. I love when they do that. I know a lot of people are like, I hate those damn Roger, Roger droids. I love the Roger, Roger. Oh, wait, does not compute. I like them. They're dumbasses. They're worthless, but just their little dialogue, I loved it. I'm not too late to use the Captain Jack Sparrow expression, Iraq. Iraq. How has KK been around film production so long, and yet she reads "fade in" out loud at the camera? Come on, man. She's a pro. What are you talking about? That's some high quality shit.
Fade in.
Oh, Lordy. How do you navigate a ship without eyes? Yeah, well.
How do you fix a ship without arms? Oh my God, Disney's so fucking stupid. And this is the thing, like, people read this and then want to argue with you and defend it. But you didn't read the books. They're great stories. Does the story make fucking sense? That a rock is a navigator. He doesn't have fucking eyes. He can't move. How does he get in and out of the ship? So at that point, it tells me you're wanting to believe that the story is good. You're wanting, and even if it's like written, the most American piece of literature that's written, it's all for naught if it doesn't make any fucking sense. Not only does it's like everything I'd say about Disney, their own shit doesn't even make sense. Then it makes even less sense against other pieces. Like I'm sure all those High Republic books are already contradicting each other. Then you look at the bigger picture, and a rock navigator certainly doesn't make sense within George Lucas Star Wars. So instead of you being like, well, Claudia Gray's such a great writer, I love her stories, they're amazing books, does the shit make sense? Does it fit in Star Wars? Well, no. A rock with no eyes does not make sense as a spaceship navigator. And it's pretty sad that I have to say that out loud or try to explain it to some people. But I think that's the metaphor. Like they're trolling their own people because they're like, you're so fucking dumb that you'll buy a rock. And you're so blind that you'll believe it. I think they're literally trolling their own. I didn't want to bother him. What would I say to him? I love Star Wars. The Clone Wars is a good installment of Star Wars. I get it. It's a cartoon. And I loved the films before I started watching it. But it's okay to love or at least like the show. It's, well, very, very written. I'm not a huge fan of the Clone Wars cartoons. I don't hate it either. There's some cool stuff in there. It's the same thing with me, though, all the time. Those cartoons break canon. They break its own Clone Wars canon. It breaks the 6 film canon. And then it definitely contradicts Rebels and Resistance and Mandalorian. It's all a fucking mess. So that's why I'm not like, I can't really get behind it. But as far as like something fun to watch, well, first of all, the first 4 or 5 seasons are freaking like, but you know, there's some fun stuff in there. You know, it goes back to my previous argument though. If you need those cartoons to validate Clone Wars and or Sith, because I hear that's so many people's argument. That's what makes the prequels good and now understandable and enjoyable. Then you didn't really love Star Wars to begin with. If you need a cartoon that breaks canon to make Star Wars exciting for you, you never really cared about Star Wars to begin with. Those things are supposed to be supplements, not an explanation. That's Disney. Disney is where you need explanations, not in George Lucas' era. You didn't need explanations. We always wanted more because we loved it. But you didn't have to explain shit or figure it out. That's Disney. So that argument of, well, the Clone Wars cartoon made the prequels good, tells me right off the bat that you didn't understand or really love Star Wars. Because you shouldn't need that cartoon for that. Now, if you like the prequels and you like the Clone Wars cartoon because it adds more, okay, cool, no problem, enjoy it. Just saying that if that's the thing that's going to validate to you the prequels, you probably weren't a Star Wars fan to begin with. She's a wonder. She looked good still in the Wonder Woman 1984 movie. She was the best part of the movie. I saw the movie. What a piece of trash. And literally the last 20 seconds of the movie was the only logical, cool, good part of the movie.
and that was Linda Carter. Which you should have just made it about Linda Carter at that point. You went through this whole thing for the last 20 seconds of the movie to be the only thing of any value. And, you know, if you're comparing Linda Carter today, who's much older, to Gal Gadot, well, you know, any guy is going to be like, of course I'm going to take the young Gal Gadot. And Gal Gadot's a lovely girl. But Linda Carter, like, mops the floor with her. I mean, she's like, one's like cute. The other one is like goddess. Someone paid you $7,000 to talk like Yoda for 2 weeks. What is do it? What a crazy question. I could try. Now, when you say talk like Yoda, talk backwards or talk like because that would like chew your throat up for 2 weeks. Yikes, that would be tricky. I would avoid talking as much as possible. So that's the first question. Are we talking about like backwards talk or like sounding like Yoda or both? Oh shit, that would be tricky. The ketchup, pass me you will. I mean, it would be like your whole life would be backwards. That would be tricky. You'd have to make your brain, depending on the conditions there. $7,000 is a decent amount of cash. You would annoy everyone around you if you were talking like that for 2 weeks. Eggplant, yeah. For some reason, I went blank. I'm like, Jesus Christ, people talk about this damn thing all the time, and my mind shut off for a minute there. And you had to do the voice too? Oh, so it's the double whammy. Oh, shit. I don't know. That's tricky. I mean, I guess I would try. I don't know if I can pull that off, though. That's a lot. I would certainly try to avoid talking, because having to talk like that would definitely mess up your throat. I don't know that Frank Oz could do that 2 weeks straight. I've heard him on the set. He'd have to do several takes, and I'm trying to remember if he would cough or anything. I think I heard him once or twice coughing. I don't know that he could even sustain that for 2 weeks straight. That would be tricky. Aldo plant. I could have sworn it was a purple zoo bikini. The chat jumped on me. Where are we at? The damn chat jumped on me. Fuck. Okay, here we go. Zucchini. I wish there was like a way, like it might not make much sense to you, but a way so that I could mark a certain comment, like internally. So like if I walked away or it jumps, like I know, but I can't. The only way to like mark where I'm at is to do this, is to put your comment on the screen. Otherwise, it's just a list of comments and I can lose where I'm at, if that makes sense. People really should stop pretending Clone Wars isn't mainland Star Wars when it is definitely one of the most impactful parts of the saga. But if you disagree, tell me why it isn't. Well, first of all, it's not canon. Second of all, you could take it away and it doesn't affect. On the contrary, putting it in does affect and contradict things. So just had a nasty stomach bug that put me out of commission, but now I'm back. Thank you for the filmmaker advice and for your time. Yeah, absolutely. My pleasure. we don't get to see the original heroes on screen together again. They blew a major cinematic moment. Yeah, they sure did. That'll be known as actually the biggest cinematic mistake, biggest cinematic failure in history is not putting Luke, Han, and Leia on screen together. It's literally the biggest fail of all time. The biggest lost opportunity in all of Hollywood is not putting those three on screen. How stupid do you have to be? Favorite and last and least favorite. Favorite, Return of the Jedi. Least favorite, The Phantom Menace. Are we including the Disney fan fiction? Oh, okay. Favorite, Force Awakens. Least favorite, Last Jedi. We're including the Skywalker canon saga and the 3 Disney side fan fictions. Favorite, Return of the Jedi. Least favorite, The Last Jedi. Rise of Skywalker is a fucking mess, but here's the difference. Rise of Skywalker is like a total disaster. And it breaks lore and it breaks canon, but nothing was just straight up disrespectful and breaks the franchise like The Last Jedi. So, to me, more so than the technical of The Rise of Skywalker is the fact of the lore and the canon and the respect, and that's Last Jedi is what shit all over that. So, because production-wise, the structure of Last Jedi is better than Rise of Skywalker. And Rise of Skywalker is just pure stupidity, especially the Palpatine stuff. But the one that truly fractured everything, the fans, the franchise, Luke Skywalker, Last Jedi. Rian Johnson just not giving a fuck. And my favorite excuse is, and I talked about this in my very first video. It's funny, like people are starting to pop this up again. Like, see, there was no plan. I've been saying that since my very first video. But anyways, one of the arguments is Rian Johnson is like, which is funny. It shows you the empty-headedness. He's making his argument of, well, they just handed it to me. There was no plan from 7 to 8. They just handed it to me, and I was supposed to pick up and do whatever. And then my movie 8 to 9 was just handed to the next director. There was no plan or anything. It's just they were getting handed off. So number one, you just admitted that you all are a bunch of fuck ups because you didn't have a plan. You thought you were like shielding yourself because you're saying, well, I didn't know what to do because I didn't have a plan, and I handed it off without a plan. But in reality, what you're doing is admitting that y'all are a bunch of dumbasses because you didn't have a plan. But regardless if you had a plan or not, dude, go to JJ, have lunch, and be like, okay, what were you thinking of? Where are you going with this? Why did you do that? Where should I tie in? Where do you plan on going in the future? What was at least your thought? What is your line of thought so that I can not only continue what you did, but then leave the proper things in place for the next movie? But instead, it was like, okay, here's part A, I manufactured it, and then I just hand it to this guy, and okay, see you later, do whatever you want, peace. And then that guy just does whatever, and this has now become this, and well, then you're going to hand it to the next guy, and well, here you go, see you later, I'm out, peace. No instructions, no sense. This doesn't mess with this. So now you've got not just one problem, but you got a 2 compounded part problem. Disney Star Wars. Favorite and least. character. Boba Fett all day and day. Least. Rose Tico was really a worthless piece of shit. But Holdo. Hawks was fucking worthless. They bitched. They cucked Poe. Finn is a fucking janitor. Like, just worst character. Fucking Holdo. What a worthless, dumbass, trash fucking character. Boba fucking Fett. Pop-up chat is blurry on my tablet. I don't know the answer to that one. Is it a Mickey Mouse approved tablet? That could be your issue. When sand gets in an oyster, you get a pearl. Why hate on sand? There you go. Good point. Quoting Anakin. He had his reason. The whole white male hate makes the least amount of sense for white females because they don't exist without white fathers. Yeah. This is true. Or sons, or uncles, or brothers. I was planning on going on a trip. Could I borrow your rock for some navigation? Going for a trip on the ship, and I need a rock. It was all right before I went to sleep. Private eye. Paraguay, okay. Oh, I know where Paraguay is. Well, I've heard of it. My family's from Argentina, so I know exactly where Paraguay is. Someone please explain this to me. I've heard of it. It just didn't know. I just didn't know where it is. It's right above Argentina. The rain in Spain stays mainly on the plain. Unless it's a rock, then it stays on the vessel. Playing again. How do you fix a ship? You don't. That's the R2 unit's job. Yes. My router's being difficult. Throw a rock at it. Cake, it should stick to working behind the camera. She shouldn't be anywhere near anything, is what KK should be doing. How do you fly the ship without a brain? Yeah. Feels like I'd have to stay up for a week without sleep to begin to enter into the suspension of disbelief to understand this rock navigator no arm mechanic nonsense. Oh, come on. Claude is the bestest ever. The documentary became famous for accidentally having George Lucas for like a second and a half. It's hilarious. Yeah, that can happen. Plenty of the new crap with the High Republic just doesn't make sense in the lore. It just breaks everything in canon or is garbage. Yes. That bro thing assumed my gender. Please respect the pronouns. Beep bop boop. Yep. I like the Clone Wars. I don't really like the way the characters were designed. They were weird looking. I used to love Ahsoka. I've said it many times. When she was first introduced, I wasn't one of those people like, she's annoying. I always liked her. And then Filoni had to fucking keep her alive past Order 66, and now I hate her. I don't want nothing to do with that fucking Ahsoka. I didn't hate the prequels. They just had flaws. But after the Disney trilogy, all the sins of the prequels were forgiven. I always liked them, but yeah, a lot of people seem to come back to them after the sequels. My dream girl of all time, Audrey Hepburn. Not mine, but not bad. Wonder Woman 84. I missed the Linda Carter. Right at the very end. It's literally the last. I forget if there's like a little bit of credits and then jumps back, but it's the very end of the movie. Just a small little thing. It's the best part of the entire movie. Literally, I'm not even kidding. Like, that's the best part of the movie. Oh, God, I'm so sorry. You know what? I think I assumed The Rock's gender, too. I called it igneous when it was clearly sedimentary. And the chat jumped on me again. Dead girl, $7,000. Do you have to get? It was an end credit scene. Yeah, a very quick little 30 seconds top, but it's like, I think, a 15, 20 seconds. She's walking. I mean, there is a little bit of time because the baby, the mom, but at most it's like 30 seconds. It cuts to a scene. You see this very nicely shaped woman walking, and you see her long dark hair from behind. And you don't know. You kind of could think it's Gal Gadot. And she's walking, and then on the side, there's like this mother with a baby carriage. And spoiler alert, by the way, which I don't think you're going to bother to watch it or care. But the baby carriage, this sexy woman from the back is walking. And the mother, I don't know, I think she like turns to look at a fruit cart, or I forget what she's doing. Anyways, long story short, the sexy woman's walking, something like kind of falls, a pole or something, I forget, from a building or some dumb shit. And she just puts up her hand and like catches it as if it's nothing. I think it's like a telephone pole or like a light post or something. And she just like puts out her arm and catches it, no problem. And I think that the idea is that would have came down on the baby carriage, something like that. I saw it once and it was fast. But anyways, she just like stopped it right with her hand. And the mother's like, oh my God, you saved my baby. And I forget if she says something like, who are you? Or something like that. Anyways, so Linda turns around and you're like, holy shit, it's Linda Carter. And she looks really fucking good. And that's about it. She gives you a big smile, and I think then she turns and walks her little sexy ass off into the sunset. And you're like, well, that was Linda Carter. That was really fucking awesome. And it's like, wow, the real Wonder Woman. And that was cool. Like, she doesn't do anything like extra special, but it was neat. It's the best part of the movie. It was the only canon part of the fucking movie. Oh, man. Anyway, she looks damn good there. But what I'm talking about, when I met her, man, that was around 2002. So you're talking 20 years ago. And I was like, literally like this close, looking face to face at her. Holy smokes, is that woman gorgeous? Talk backwards like the voice. Yeah, man, both would be tricky. I could do the backwards. I would just have to be careful not to slip up. I'd have to think and like make sure. But the voice, I think that would be tough for 2 weeks doing that. That would be tricky. But shit, I could give it a try. What's the worst? I don't make it. I don't have the 7,000 that I still don't have anyways. It's a funny question. Sure, why not? Yoda didn't talk backwards. Yeah, it's kind of funny. There's times where it's like he talks normal. To you, money I have. Just kidding. Yeah, there's like when he's explaining the whole force and stuff, it's like, wow, all of a sudden he talks normal. It's funny. I disagree. You wrote it all backwards. Star Wars, not my wars. I really don't think that if the Clone Wars resonates other fans more, that they're still fans. It was a project supervised by George. It has the label Star Wars and in his vision. Okay, but I'll repeat. If you need that cartoon to validate the prequels, then that shows you that you didn't care about the prequels in the first place. And if you didn't really care about the prequels in the first place, then you're not maybe a Star Wars fan. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. You're a Clone Wars fan, and that's fine. You don't have to be a Star Wars fan. But if you need something to validate what is the actual Skywalker saga canon, then that in itself inherently makes you maybe not really a Star Wars fan. It means that you like other stuff that is like related to the name of Star Wars. But if you need a outside thing to make you appreciate and enjoy the actual Skywalker saga, that inherently makes you not a Star Wars fan. You have to understand that. You see a hot chick. You really like her. You want to sleep with her. You want to hang out with her. But you don't really want to spend your life with her because there's stuff that you don't really like about her. So you really lust for her. You really like her, but you don't really appreciate her or commit to her because So then now there's something from the outside that's not her. You need something outside to make you now love and appreciate her. So at the end of the day, you didn't really love her. You love the idea of her. You love this other thing that makes you now validate her. But if you truly loved her, you don't need other outside things. Understand? There are old fans and there are new fans. Now there's Star Wars fans and there's non-Star Wars fans. Original fans, Chewbacca and the droids, they would have to dust off R2. Disney fans, which I don't agree with, but that shouldn't negate that they are fans. Yeah, they're fans of Disney's fan fiction, not Star Wars fans. They just appeal to a completely different host of content. Most of them just like the special effects. Yeah, and that's fine. Star Wars is not for everyone. They don't have to love Star Wars. It's okay if what they like is the Disney fan fiction. That's fine. but it just needs to be made clear that that's not Star Wars. Just because you say you put a label Star Wars, that doesn't make it Star Wars. The Rock identified as a strong woman when auditing, when auditioning for High Republic. KK said, "You're fired." Yeah, but she couldn't get The Rock to move from her office. They were a dyad, the two of them. They will never understand what made the OT so magical. The score, the plot, the character development, the emotional dialogues between Luke, Han, and Leia. Just pandering to the physical aspects. Yeah. It was stupid of Rian Johnson to start his movie right at the end of The Force Awakens. If Finn had to go to Canto Bight, why not have Chewbacca go with him? Why create a new character? Why even go to Canto Bight? Oh, because I have zero creativity and I don't know how to fucking make proper movies, especially those within a trilogy. Fucking Rian Johnson. But I know how to make something that looks cool. Holdo, Rose Tico, Captain Phasma. The girl who gave Zori Bliss. Yeah. Well, she at least has a nice ass. Holdo is just all around worthless and a little cunt. Boba fucking Fett. Yes, sir. Night all 8 o'clock here, and sleep is for mortals. And I'm feeling quite mortal at the moment. Yes, because you don't have the power of the dark side. Ruin Johnson, Jar Jar. Why didn't KK hire female directors? That's true. Good point. Have a good night, Matt. Glad that you're here. Appreciate you. Good night. Night. She's not even behind the camera. Thing to make her. You fly the ship with the sex bot like in Solo. Ah, okay. Now that it makes sense. Thank you for subscribing. Ilya Polyakov. Ilya Polyakov. Polish? Ukraine? Belarus? You're somewhere over there. Ukrainian, maybe. Some nice Ukrainian women in this world. Thank you for subscribing. Be good. Ilya, that's a pretty name. Thank you for subscribing. Speed 124899. Thank you for subscribing, Chad Layton. Jumped on me. There we go. Thank you for subscribing. For DVDs. For DVDs. For DVDs. Fernando's DVDs. I wonder what that means. For DVDs. Thank you for subscribing, Steve Young, the football player. Thank you for subscribing, Jacob Sobsizik. Sorry. Trying my best there. Sobsizik? I've never seen Jacob spelt that way. That's interesting. That's cool. Thank you for subscribing, Chef Oreo. Chef Oreo? What do you break them apart and make double stuffs? You think you're a chef now? Or are you a mixed kid that's black and white and you're a chef? Chef Oreo. What's the story there? Joseph. Thank you for subscribing. Joseph Valenzuela. Yeah, that's pretty freaking rad. I'm willing to wager Disney Star Wars is going to use Geo to bring back the pet rock fed for merchandising purposes. Well, if they're trolling us, like it appears they are, and furthermore, the Charlie Brown thing, well, what's to say they're not trolling us with pet rocks? Maybe they're laughing like, let's just put a rock out there and see how many of them actually believe and buy this shit. And there's going to be people dying on a hill like, but he's an alien. It's Star Wars. He could be a navigator if he wants to be. You kind of have to be able to move around. You kind of have to have eyes. How can you hold a map or a chart or enter coordinates? Or furthermore, in his bio, it says that the only people that can say his name are those that don't speak. Like, you can't move your lips or speak to be able to pronounce his name. So I don't even totally know what that fucking means, but it's like, well, how are you supposed to say his name if you can't speak or use your lips? Disney Star Wars. Good thing it was free on HBO. That's how I saw, right? That's exactly how I saw Wonder Woman, because it was free from our HBO crap. She was supposedly a character they mentioned in the movie. I forgot her name. Who's she in what movie? We're talking DC now? Okay, who else likes DC superhero girls? Grew on me despite the swift animation style. Did I miss something? Satin tights, fighting for our rights. Old red, white, and blue. Yeah. Aaron Gray at Awesome Con. I was slack-jawed. Road bricks, does your name mean pink bricks? If Disney Star Wars was a cartoon character, Meg Griffin. There you go. She's the Sarlacc, though. You don't have to be prequel fan to like Star Wars. You are a fan if you're like, okay, so what's real Star Wars? 1 through 6. No, real Star Wars is not the Clone Wars. You're confused. Sorry, but that's not correct. 1 through 6 are what's real Star Wars. That's what's canon. Shut up, Meg. Disney fans like whatever Disney vomits at them, correct? Exactly. Why even go to Canto Bite? There's no reason other than to buy time and to be like, look at this cool thing we made. Return of the Jedi is my favorite too. Why is it? I think it's the best of the story. I think it's the best made. Lucasfilm was at its peak at that point, so they had the most knowledge and best cameras and best effects and best know-how of what they're doing. They had the experience of the previous films. They had the bigger budget, probably. I have to double check that, but I think they had the bigger budget. I was also oldest when I saw that one. I love the speeder bikes in the woods. I love the Ewoks. I love the AT-ATs or the AT-STs in the woods. I love Shuttle Tidarian. I love Jabba's Palace. I love Boba fucking Fett. I love Leia in a gold bikini. I love. Trying to remember. Man, it's been a while since I've seen it. I love that Luke goes back to Dagobah to complete his training with Yoda. As hard as it is to see Yoda fade away, it's beautiful as well. I love that Luke is a full-out Jedi. I love that he tells his sister that she's his sister and the whole conversation. And then, of course, the most obvious is the throne room. The whole throne room thing. Well, even when Luke turns himself in on Endor, that whole thing. But, of course, the throne room. I want to say the throne room, the dialogue, the set, the music. Of course, the fight. But, you know, the whole thing, the tension, the sound effects. And, you know, of course, Luke redeeming his father. Anakin tossing the Emperor. Imagine that. He killed the Emperor. And we all saw it. Fucking reactor lights up. I love that whole freaking movie. The pace, the timing, the effects, the story, the costumes, the planets. I like the Lando is redeemed and he blows up the Death Star, the flying through the Death Star maze sort of thing. With Wedge blowing up the core, the reactor. I love everything about that movie. You can't put the fallacy that the original content supersedes the new content. Just because it's older doesn't... Oh, boy. Everyone has their own exploits of the franchise. No, that's not how it works. And here we go into the canon. Okay. History is canon. Canon is history. This is what is established. JFK was shot here on this date at this time. It is what it is. There is no changing that, period. Star Wars 1 through 6 is this, history, canon. You cannot change that, period. Anything that even this much goes from this is now not fact, not history, and not canon. So everything you just said in that comment is incorrect. You cannot contradict 1 through 6, period, which is the true Star Wars and canon. Doesn't matter what you like. If you like the Clone Wars more, that's fine, dude. Nobody's telling you not to. But that's not true Star Wars. True Star Wars is 1 through 6. And if you need something outside of 1 through 6 to validate 1 through 6 for you, you weren't really a Star Wars fan. You're a fan of a other facet of something that is a part of that universe. But a true Star Wars fan loves the Skywalker saga because that's what Star Wars is. Not comic books and Clone Wars and cartoons and a book. Star Wars is 1 through 6. No more, no less. So if you love the EU, great. If you love the Clone War cartoon, fine. If you're a big fan of the Disney fan fiction, that's okay. But that doesn't mean you're a Star Wars fan. A Star Wars fan is 1 through 6. There's no a way around that. It's the fact of the history of what was established. You don't get to come later and change things because you like it. It's not how it works. Anything that deviates from 1 through 6 is automatically non-canon. Anything that goes from JFK got shot here on this day at this time is not history. You don't get to 30 years later say, well, but actually he was shot here at this time, in this way. That's not how it works. He was shot here at this time with this weapon and in this place. That you cannot change. Fact is fact. History is history. It is what it is. It's not a matter of taste or want or opinion. It's fact. It is what it is. Star Wars is 1 through 6. Anything that goes against that is not canon. And if what you like is something outside of that, that's perfectly fine. No one is judging you or putting you down. It's just that the fact is that unless you love this 1 through 6, you're not really a Star Wars fan. You're in love with the idea of that girl, but do you really love that girl? Not if you're insisting that Clone Wars is over the prequels. You don't even understand the girl at that point, so you can't possibly love her. You're not any less of a fan if you like the Clone Wars more, or if you like Disney Star Wars more. Yeah, actually, yes, you are less of a fan. That said, that doesn't negate you also have the right to dislike certain. No, that's not how it works. You can't just choose parts and pieces of what you like. That's not how it works. You like strawberries or you don't like strawberries. You don't get to just say, well, I only eat the bottom part because that's what a strawberry is. No, you like strawberries or you don't like strawberries. If you don't like strawberries, it's okay. Eat a banana. Nobody's mad at you. But you can't sit here and say, I love strawberries when you refuse to eat strawberries. That's not how that works. Original content can't supersede the new content. I think you meant that backwards. The new content cannot supersede the original content, unless that's what you feel. But no, you can't. What is pre-established is what's law. That's what's fact. That's what's history. That's what canon. There's not even an argument. There's not even a conversation. It is what it is. And if you're going anywhere from that, you're not really a Star Wars fan. You're an expanded, extra, other part of the galaxy to do with Star Wars fan. Am I late? How long have you been streaming? 8.5 hours. Exactly, that's my point. There isn't only one selective bit. Yes, there is. That's where you're mistaken. Of what the franchise should. No, it's not what should be. It is what it is. There are different appeals, and you can take. No, there's not. It's not an option, dude. You don't get to meet a woman and say, well, because I like this or not, then I'm in love with it. That's not how that works. That's not how that works. George Lucas is the creator. He said what is canon. It's his vision. Star Wars does not belong to you. It belongs to George Lucas. This is what he made. You like this or you don't. It's okay if you don't like this, dude. Watch something else. Enjoy something else. That's okay. But this is what Star Wars is. There's no compromise there. Period. This is what George Lucas made. There's no way around that. geode and the vessel. That supersede isn't the word you're looking for. Supersede means to replace something. Yeah, replace or be a higher hierarchy than something, yeah. And nothing outside of 1 through 6 can supersede 1 through 6. Disney wants to exploit and bleed it dry for every septon it can milk out. The new movies, in my own personal opinion, are terrible, poorly drafted, and they didn't even take time to edit narratively. Yeah. Certain vision for Star Wars. Yeah, George Lucas's 1 through 6. Not Filoni's interpretation, not KK or JJ or Ryan Johnson. None of that. All of that is irrelevant. There's only one Star Wars. That's it. And the second you go away from that, it's no longer Star Wars. Disney had the opportunity. They had the original treatments. They had George Lucas available. They have the vault. They have the holocron. They could have stayed right in line and made billions of dollars and created Star Wars. They chose to not just do this, but to do this. That's their choice. Then not supersedes, sorry. But that isn't true. There are multiple. No, there's not. There's one vision, George Lucas. There's no your opinion. There's no this, I like that. There's no, none of that exists. You cannot decide what happened to JFK because you want to see it this way. What happened to JFK happened to JFK. And what Star Wars is what Star Wars is. There's no conversation, argument, budging, changing, mixing, interpreting. There's none of that. Wrong. No, there's no interpretations. Hitler murdered millions of Jews. That's not an interpretation. That's not an opinion. You don't get to decide what you think about that. It is what it is. There's no interpretation. Sorry. Don't wanna. Yeah, well, welcome to the rebellion. Hootity. You do not get to alter or change or opinion on history. Facts are facts. History is history. Facts and history do not care about your feelings, your opinions, your taste. None of that matters. Facts are facts, and history is history. You do not get to interpret anything. What George Lucas says is what is. All of the above for me, and especially that Luke chose the light side and the way it was done. Never. I'll never turn to the dark side. Yes. It's beautiful. Just the throne room is probably the whole best thing in all the 6 movies. Now, that's my opinion. That's not necessarily the same for everyone. Most people, I think it is. And George Lucas himself said that that's, well, at least that he gets shivers when he sees that. But at the end of the day, that's my personal. If they make a movie about 4 young female Jedi's lives and loves in Coruscant and call it Star Wars in the City, doesn't make it Star Wars. Correct. Exactly. Just because it says Star Wars doesn't mean it's Star Wars. Now, if those 4 young female Jedi move to Coruscant and it fits within 1 through 6, it makes sense. It follows the continuity, and none of that Jedi's in the city breaks or bothers anything in 1 through 6, then yes, it can be part of the canon. But the problem is that Disney at every turn is breaking their own canon, never mind George Lucas's canon. So therefore, including the Clone Wars cartoon, it's not canon because it contradicts 1 through 6. That's not even like an argument. It is what it is. And you can thank phony, baloney, macaroni for that one. Rancor versus Luke, yes. Sail barge, Sarlacc, of course. I didn't say the Sarlacc because, of course, my homeboy falls in there, but of course. Very tense. R2, yeah, the lightsaber, of course. Kicking off the fight. Loved it all, yeah. The Rancor, yeah, absolutely. Love the Rancor. Oola. Problem is KK and company are actively undermining what Lucas created, his original vision. Yes. And it's okay, listen. They could have gone like 100 years in the future, done all new characters, all kinds of new shit, and done whatever they wanted. As long as what they did didn't break any pre-established laws, any disrespect any characters, they could have done whatever the fuck they wanted. None of us were stopping them or telling them not to or would have had a problem with that. But when you actively choose to shit on the face of Star Wars, when you actively choose to just throw all the rules to the fucking wind, I've said it so many times, Disney decanonized themselves. They chose that. They did it to themselves. Fucking geniuses. And in that effort, they lost millions of fans and billions of dollars for thinking they know some shit. No one said it did or didn't. What I'm saying is you can enjoy the new non-canonical or modern films without liking the old lore films, etc., and still be a fan. There is that's incorrect. You can like whatever you like, and that's fine. But you cannot say that you are a Star Wars fan if you are not a fan of 1 through 6. And by being a true fan of 1 through 6, you cannot be a fan of other shit that breaks 1 through 6. Can you like that stuff and enjoy it? Sure. But if you're using something outside to justify your love of 1 through 6, then that in itself shows you that you're not a Star Wars fan, because this alone is what exists. Everything else is fantasy, extra. EU, cartoons, all that shit. It's all fantasy extra. None of that is canon. 1 through 6. Can you love the EU? I love the EU. But if I need the EU to justify this, then you're not a Star Wars fan. You are in love with the idea of this. This alone is what you should be in love with. If you need something outside of this, then you're not truly in love with this. And if you're not in love with this, then you're not a Star Wars fan. You're a person that likes stuff that's connected to Star Wars fan. And that's fine. But just because some book that's off in the corner or some little cartoon says Star Wars doesn't validate it, doesn't mean it's Star Wars, dude. That's not how it works. This is what Star Wars is. This is a strawberry. Do you like strawberries or you don't? If you don't and you prefer a banana, okay. But you can't eat bananas all day and hate strawberries, but yet say, I love strawberries. Or you can't say that I don't like strawberries, but if I have a banana, well, then the strawberries are okay. That's not how it works. You either love the strawberries or you don't. And it's okay if you don't. It's okay. It's fine. But there's not like changing the timeline. There's not altering what is. You don't get to like say, well, I kind of love this girl, but if I have another girl, then that validates me loving this girl. That's not how that works. Maybe you're young and you just don't get it yet, but it's not how that works. It's not about it being good or bad, dude. It's about you have to understand that this is what Star Wars is. Everything else is extra. And if you need something extra to validate this, that in itself tells you that you're not a Star Wars fan. Because a Star Wars fan loves what is Star Wars. They don't need something else to prove to themselves that, oh, I like this now. If you take all that, okay, I snap my fingers. Everything goes away but 1 through 6. Are you still going to call yourself a Star Wars fan? Are you still going to, like, no matter what, spend 43 years of dedication to Star Wars? Or are you going to do what you're saying, that you need the Clone Wars because you love the Clone Wars? You see? Think. Again, it's okay if you're not a Star Wars. It's okay, dude. It's going to be okay. You can just be a Clone Wars fan. It's fine. Doesn't make you less of a person. Just means that you don't genuinely love Star Wars. That's all. It's okay. That's how it works. You don't kind of love a woman. You love her or you don't. Is George Lucas proud of everything KK has done since he turned the company over to her? I'm sure he is ecstatic. Speaking of Return of the Jedi, what do you think of Hayden Christensen being added in the end of Anakin? I personally love it. I think it makes his arc 1 through 6 even more emotionally fulfilling. As someone that saw the old way, it does stick with you. You're like used to the old Anakin, and but you also have to not be so stubborn and rigid to say, well, but because that's what I saw and that has to be that way. Again, it's just like what I was just talking about. Your opinion and my opinion don't mean dick. What matters is George Lucas, the maker. And George Lucas clearly explains it. Number 1, Sith cannot become Force ghosts. Only Jedi. And not just any Jedi. Not all Jedi fade. You must be a high-level, wise Jedi to become a Force ghost. You must be very enlightened. It's not just like anybody can become a Force ghost. That's not how the Force works. So you must be very powerful and enlightened to do so. So, the Anakin, the older Anakin that you see is a Sith. That's not Annie. So by canon, the old Anakin cannot be there as the Force Ghost because truly it doesn't fit. It fits because that's what we grew up with and that's what we're used to. And you're like, oh, but that's the Anakin. But when you are unselfish and you understand the way the Star Wars and the Force works, you say, yeah, actually, it can't be because he's a Sith, and Sith do not become Force ghosts. And Luke, when Anakin becomes Vader, he's not Anakin. Anakin's gone. This is something that not everybody realizes. It's not like, oh, there's a little piece of Anakin. No. Anakin's gone. Completely consumed. Sold his soul to the devil. There is no Anakin. It's Darth Vader. Is there deep down a little glimmer of Anakin? Okay. But for all intents and purposes, there is no Anakin. It's Darth Vader for decades, terrorizing people. He is a Sith. the old Anakin. So therefore, he cannot be a Force ghost. So to be correct to the lore, the Force, canon, he has to be young Anakin. From George's mouth. That's why you see Hayden. Because when he is redeemed in his true Anakin self. And the last time he was Anakin Skywalker was right before Obi-Wan barbecued his ass. That's Anakin. The guy that goes and kills all the younglings and the Jedi and the CIS, Trade Federation, all those guys in Mustafar, that's no longer Anakin. While he's physically Anakin, that's Darth Vader. But the last time you see Anakin, the light, the good, the guy that's Anakin Skywalker, is the young guy with the scar on his face that we know as Hayden Christensen. There's no option there. That's the only way that the Force and the canon works. Because only a Jedi can become a Force ghost. A Sith cannot. And from the moment that he starts doing bad and sells his soul, and Palpatine's like, Lord Vader, rise. He is a Sith. He's a Sith well before he gets barbecued and into the suit. So again, the last time that he's truly light, that he's a Jedi, and that he's Anakin Skywalker is, right? As we know him, Hayden. So while a part of me being a 77er is like, oh, that was the original movie, you know, but being unselfish because I want what's right for Star Wars, not what I want for Star Wars. Because it's not my story, it's George Lucas's. He makes the rules. He says what is canon. And if the maker tells me that a Sith cannot be a Force ghost, then logically, Hayden Christensen is going to be the Force ghost you see in Jedi. Because that's how the Force works. They replaced the old actor with Hayden Christensen in the end scene. They should have also replaced him in the Death Star. No. Incorrect. The guy that you see in the Death Star is the Sith. Just because internally his spirit has changed doesn't mean he's going to transform. What he had grown to become is that Sith older man. The spirit, who Anakin is truly inside, his soul, is the old Annie. So no, on the contrary, he's exactly what he should be on the Death Star. Again, George Lucas didn't make mistakes, guys. When you guys think on the surface and you're like, well, that doesn't make sense, it's because you're not now think deeper. Think harder. George Lucas does not have a single continuity mistake in all of the 6 movies. Not one. I challenge you. Not one. Darth Vader is supposed to be what he is because he is a Sith there, not a Jedi. His soul, when he is redeemed, it goes back into the Force. His true being would then be a Jedi. And that's why he would manifest as that Jedi, the young Hayden. But the body of him as wouldn't be Hayden. That's 25-ish years later of being a machine and aged and been through all kinds of wars and battles, and he wouldn't look the same. He would look completely different as a Sith, consumed by the dark. But when you see his true inner being, then you see what he is as Anakin. George Lucas doesn't make mistakes, guys.
Not those kind of mistakes. That's like saying God made grass wrong. No, God doesn't make mistakes. When you are the creator of something, there are no mistakes. It's what you say it is. And when you're not contradicting your own rules, then, well, it definitely is that. Anakin died older, like Obi-Wan. His Force Ghost should look as he was when he died. Anakin died older. No, that's where you're getting mistaken. Obi-Wan was always light side. So, as he's always light, when he finally passes, that's how his ghost is going to cross. Again, Anakin stopped being Anakin way before, even before the suit. You can only manifest as a Force Ghost in your true light form, in your true light self. It has nothing to do with age. It has to do when you went from Jedi to Sith. And the moment that he went to Sith was when he looked like Anakin with the scar on his face. So therefore, when he redeems him, gets redeemed, and comes back as a ghost, he has to be where he was in his last form as a Jedi, as light, the Anakin that we know. Obi-Wan was always good. So when he dies, the last part of when he was alive, and he was good. So obviously, him and Yoda are going to be old, as they were always light. Don't associate one with the other. Anakin was not light. He was not even Anakin anymore. He was in a different realm. He was a totally different thing. Fully controlled, fully enraged and consumed as a Sith. That's totally different. You can only pass from when you were light. And furthermore, probably any other Jedi couldn't do that. You probably wouldn't be able to become a Sith, get redeemed, but Anakin being the chosen one and redeemed the right way through his son, the Force probably, I would assume, George Lucas would say, well, but the Force made an exception in this one because he's the chosen one. Because otherwise, really, that shouldn't even work. I don't make the rules. George Lucas does. Whoever makes Star Wars should respect the original source material, not changing it to the light. Exactly. And that's the problem of what Rogue is not understanding. That the second you say, but you can bend a little bit, but it's okay that it broke lore 150 fucking times because that's what I like. Then we are now not even making Star Wars anymore. We're just making whatever. And then that the original Star Wars is not Star Wars because now whatever, you just bend and this stuff all contradicts what was this. So now this doesn't mean anything. No. This cannot be changed, broken, bent, altered. Your opinions, your feelings don't matter. This is what is Star Wars. Period. Everything else is extra. The second you try to do extra and go here and just a little bit, that little lie becomes 3 little lies that become 1 bigger lie that become 8 bigger lies. And now the whole fucking shit is all over the place, Dave Filoni. It's not how it works. People like to say there are 2 sides to every story. Well, but not in Star Wars. There's one story and you saw it. You are not a real fan. No way, dude. You're wrong. No, I'm not wrong. There can be. We are all. No, that's not how it works. You can be a real fan of Clone Wars. It's fine. But you cannot say you're a real fan of Star Wars if you need something from outside to validate Star Wars, dude. Use your brain. A liberal Democrat doesn't make your analysis of a Democrat?
I'm sorry, you're talking about politics. We're talking about storytelling. Yeah. Which it's just already showing me where your mind is at. You're trying to bring in other shit and justify shit, and you're not thinking. You're not using your brain. This is a napkin. It's a white napkin. No matter what you think or feel or opinion, this is a white napkin. Do you like this white napkin? Yes or no? No? Okay, fine. Go get you another napkin. No problem. Nobody's mad. Nobody's hurt. Do you like this napkin? Yes. Okay. This napkin is what it is. So you either like this napkin as it is or you don't. Now, I can draw on it. I can change it and flip it. But then you're not in love with this napkin. What you're in love with is whatever this is. So you cannot tell me that you love this if you need this to justify or say that you love this. It's okay if you love this. No problem. Enjoy it. But I'm sorry. You don't love this if you need it to make this. It's not how it works. You love this or you don't. And if to love this, you need this and this and this, and then you never truly loved this. Because when you take this and this and this out of it, then you have what you truly love. There's no argument. There's no opinion. There's no conversation. You either love Star Wars or you don't. Other shit that it says Star Wars is irrelevant. I could have 15 girls. They're all called Melissa. But do I truly love Melissa or do I love the other girls just because they're called Melissa? It's not how it works, dude. You either love that thing for real or you don't. You either are a true fan of that thing or you're not. And it's okay if you rather have 16 girls that look like Melissa and have the name Melissa but aren't the actual Melissa. Cool, dude. Enjoy the hell out of the 16 girls. I'm not stopping you. But you can't tell me, but I really love Melissa for sure, real. Not if you have to have 16 other fake Melissas. It's not how it works. You like the Clone Wars more than the prequels doesn't make any less of a fan than you. Of course, okay, but you're not listening. If you only like the prequels because the Clone Wars are validating the prequels for you, then you're not a true Star Wars fan. If you love 1 through 6 and you happen to also like something else, that's fine. But you're not listening. If you need something outside to validate this, you never truly loved this to begin with. I love when you say in your community post that you're wasting your time disliking a video. It only takes probably 30 seconds tops to do that. Yeah, if that. Isn't the very media of film up for interpretation? No. There are facts in the series, but I think we can interpret Vader's sacrifice or Luke's character arc or Han's motivation. No, you're choosing. Your ego is wanting you to interpret it. You can see JFK's death, and you can, if you want, interpret it. Or you can be a scientist, an investigator, and corroborate with 15 other detectives, and you all come to the absolute conclusion of that he was shot at this angle, at this time, at this place. There's no way around that. Your interpretation doesn't mean dick. What matters is we all scientifically saw and understand that he was shot this way at this time on this day. There is no interpretation. It is what it is. Because you choose to interpret something a certain way, that's on you. But George Lucas told a story. There it is. And if you want to interpret it outside of what it is, that's your problem. Because the story is very clear. We're not talking about a painting. We're talking about a very concise, specific story. George Lucas wasn't about like hidden messages or subverting expectations. You're mixed up with Disney. That's not how George Lucas works. George Lucas very cleanly laid stuff out for you. So your opinions and interpretations don't mean anything. What is canon, what he is showing you, is what it is. You can walk outside and see green grass that grows this way, and if you want to interpret it that it's orange and grows this way, well, that's your silly fault. Because the fact of the matter is grass grows this way and it's green. There's no interpretation. That's why Star Wars got fucked up to begin with, because everybody wants to interpret it. That's why we're in this mess, because everyone thinks they know better and want to fucking interpret it. Ryan Johnson and KK and everybody. That's exactly why we're in this fucking mess, because everybody wants to put their little opinion and their interpretation, and there's none of that. George Lucas made it very clear, and furthermore, he handed them the goddamn treatments, so there is no interpretation or wondering or guessing. This is what it is. This is the story. Do exactly this. But because Disney wanted to interpret it, here we fucking are. If it contradicts the lore, it's not Star Wars. That's what you need to understand. There's not like, there's this Star Wars and that Star Wars, and I like this Star Wars. That's not how it works. Anything that deviates from this is not Star Wars. Sorry. That includes EU. Now, a lot of the EU fits in with this just fine. No problem. But there's things, even in the official Revenge of the Sith fucking novel, there's 20 canon breaking points from the movie in the novel. So therefore that novel is non-canon. That's not true Star Wars. That's, if you like it and enjoy it, hey, read the shit out of it and enjoy it, dude. Nobody's stopping you. But that's not official Star Wars. What is official Star Wars? It's the fucking movie we saw. Period. Not interpreted, not opinion, not feelings. Period. The movie is what is canon. And if you want to indulge in non-canon stuff, dude, have fun. I'm not stopping you. Nobody's denying you of that. Interpret things you watch, but that doesn't make it actual meaning behind it. We interpret things all the time. People can say, a person can say something to you and you want to interpret it a certain way, but that doesn't mean that that person meant it the way you want to interpret it. That person said what they said. And all too often people are like, well, but you know, the way he said it, and because I believe that that's what he said, that's what he said. No, you have to take things for face value. If this guy says, you know, I'm Irish and I live in Arizona, then unless you know him to be a liar or you find other facts that contradict that, then you must assume that he's an Irish that lives in Arizona. There's not your interpretation. Well, but he doesn't sound right, and I don't think his hair's right enough, so no, he must not be Irish. It's not your fucking business or choice to decide what he's telling you. Now, if you catch him lying, if you see that he's constantly inconsistent, fine, that's different. But when you're on point all the time, 6 movies, not a single fucking contradiction, you have no voice. You have no interpretation. George Lucas is the fucking maker. Period. And if you aren't down with that, if you don't get that what he says is law, period, then you're not a Star Wars fan, dude. You're not getting it. And it's okay. You cannot be, it's going to be okay. If you're not a Star Wars, it will be okay. It's not the end of the world. You can love the shit out of Clone Wars or whatever you like to love. You don't get to interpret it as you want. That's not how it works. No, that's not correct. It's absolutely not correct. Wink at the end of my comment. I didn't even say you weren't real. Just understand why they didn't follow George Lucas's plan. Exactly. It's very simple. They chose themselves to decanonize themselves, to make the shit not Star Wars. They chose to make the Disney fan fiction. They didn't have to interpret anything. They chose to say, fuck you, George. And therefore, they took themselves out of the game. Disney chose this. 1 through 6 is legendary. It is canon. That is the Skywalker saga. Whether you like it or you don't. It is what it is. George Lucas decides what its actual meaning is. That's what you're not getting. Yes, when it comes to a creator's creation, you are a meaningless bot. You have no say. That's how life works. Sorry, guess what? That's what it is. If I make this cup and I tell you it's a blue plastic cup that holds 10 ounces or whatever, then you have no say. That's what it is. Now, if you measure and it's 8 ounces or it's 15 ounces and I'm telling a falsehood, then fine. That's different. But if in fact you put 10 ounces of liquid in here and it's like, oh, son of a bitch, and look, it's blue and it's a cup and it's well, you don't get to interpret anything because that's the fact. There's a huge distinction, and you can like it, but you have to come to the reality that you're a Clone Wars series fan. Otherwise, you're just deluding yourself. Correct. And there's nothing wrong with that. Don't take it as me attacking you or making you less or feel bad. It's none of that. But just because you're a Clone Wars fan, or I like Bad Batch, or I like Mandalorian, doesn't inherently say that, well, I'm a Star Wars fan. Because the truth is, all that stuff contradicts Star Wars. So that in itself tells me you're not a Star Wars fan. You're a Disney fan fiction with the word Star Wars on it fan. There is a difference. And that's okay. If that's what you like, then that's what you like. I'm not telling you you're less of a person. All I'm telling you is you don't know what Star Wars is. Because you're in love with the idea. You're not actually in love with Star Wars. If you were in love with Star Wars, you would not accept or defend all this messy bullshit fan fiction. KK, on behalf of whatever entity, is just using Star Wars as a platform for political agenda, not for storytelling. She's a liar and a hypocritical Sith Lord. Absolutely. Disney Star Wars fans, sticking feathers up your butt does not make you a chicken. Exactly. And that's something that a lot of the Disney fans like just want to insist, but I'm a Star Wars fan too. No, you're not. You're a Disney fan fiction fan. And that's okay. If that's what you like, enjoy it. But you're not just automatically a Star Wars fan because Disney puts the label on it. It's not how that works, dude. You can love the Clone Wars and be a real fan. Saying that we aren't fans is bullshit. Yeah, you're a fan of the Clone Wars. It's not to justify the rest of the saga. I love the Clone Wars. It's real. No, it's not. Sorry. Because the second that something breaks canon, it's not Star Wars. And the Clone Wars, purposely, per Dave Filoni, breaks Star Wars. And that's the difference with the EU. The EU was never perfect or totally matched up, but it never disrespected. It never went out of its fucking way to change things. It was creating stories that weren't created yet. So then they were trying to give us more beautiful Star Wars and expand the universe. But Clone Wars, where there was pre-established rules and stories, wants to come behind it and do its own little fucking thing. And that's not how that works. Whether you like it or not. And you are always welcome here. You're always welcome to learn. I'm not telling you that you're dumb or you can't hang or you can't like. None of that. But you must learn that if you have to validate 1 through 6 with something outside, then you never loved 1 through 6 to begin with. Because in reality, what Star Wars is just 1 through 6. All the other shit is extra. So unless you can have nothing else but 1 through 6 and be content and in full love, then you're not a true Star Wars fan. You're a fan of the franchise, you're a fan of the name, you're in love with the idea, but you can't say that you're truly a Star Wars fan if you need other shit to love or validate Star Wars. Everybody can have their own opinion. That doesn't always match the actual vision of the creator. Correct. And if you want to have your own little headcanon, do what you want. If you want to interpret something some way, do what you want. But that doesn't change the fact that George Lucas said, this is what it is. You wanting to see this, well, it's like this because I see it that way. That's on you, dude. But this is what Lucas gave you. Do you love this or not? Period. There's no conversation about it. This is what it is. It's not complicated. But when Vader got his redemption, he turned back into Anakin. Well, yes, because that's the redemption, is that Luke rediscovers that. He brings that back. Because, again, there's that little tiny spark inside of Vader. You know, Anakin is deep, deep, deep down in there. But, you know, for 99.99999% of his consciousness being and all that, he's long gone. He's all full Sith. There's no Anakin. It's either you love like Star Wars. Yeah, that's how it works. You love a woman or you don't. You don't kind of love her. You love a woman or you don't. That's how it works. There's no religious ideology. Nothing is talking about religious. Subscribe to a certain. Nobody's telling you to subscribe to a philosophy. No, you don't like something that makes you a fan. You love something that makes you a fan. You are dedicated to something. You're a fan. You can't call yourself a fan of the Chicago Bulls when last week you were a fan of the LA Clippers and next week you're going to be a fan of the New Jersey Nets. That's not how that works. When you've been a Chicago Bulls fan for the past 30 years and it's your life and you always have tickets and you have shit around the house and all you can talk about is the Bulls, 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 that's a fan. You don't love or you don't like a girl and be like, well, I'm in love with her. Are you going to marry a girl that you like? Some of my family members use the term, this is the way. Yeah, it's not the worst thing, but bottom line, what is wrong with you people? Truth, buddy. There's nothing wrong. That's facts. Maybe you need to think, what's wrong with me? Why am I not understanding this? Why am I arguing with what the fucking creator says, the maker says? Like when Darth Vader betrayed and murdered Anakin Skywalker, the person who was Anakin ceased to exist until he was redeemed. Like Darth Vader betrayed and murdered Anakin, right? The person who was Anakin ceased to exist until he was redeemed. Yes, and Lucas has even said that technically Vader killed, and that's why later Obi-Wan kind of interprets it that way. He said, well, remember that Darth Vader was a pupil of mine and killed, your father, blah, blah, blah. Because while, from the context and perspective, you would be like, well, but he didn't really kill him. But in reality, yes, Darth Vader did consume and murder what was Anakin. Because Anakin, again, isn't like, well, he's kind of, that's another problem, again, with the fucking Clone Wars cartoon. Season 7. Oh, well, Anakin's kind of there, and his mask is broken, and he's looking at Ahsoka, or was that Rebels? Where she breaks off the piece. Yeah, whatever. Either way, both fucking dumb. There is no Anakin. There is no conscious, no feely. He's the Dark Lord of the fucking Sith. He doesn't give two goddams about Ahsoka. If he saw her, he would cut her down like any other Jedi. She ain't shit. And that's why Obi-Wan says that, because in effect, Darth Vader does murder Anakin because that's what consumes that being. And the only thing that's going to bring him back is his son doing the right thing, being righteous. Because outside of that, there ain't no Anakin, there ain't no nothing. There's just pure hate, pure anger. Call yourself a fan, you like the OT. If you don't, then you're not a Star Wars fan. Well, no. 1 through 6. It's not about OT-PT. It's about Skywalker Saga. It's about George Lucas, what he made, his vision, the actual story. He himself says it many times that it's one story. And if you don't appreciate and love Anakin's story, then you can't sit here and say, I'm a Star Wars fan. That's not how it works. You can't be a Rey fan and say that you're a Star Wars fan, because Star Wars is about Anakin fucking Skywalker. Period. Not interpretation or opinion or I like Anakin or not. It's not how that works. The story is about Anakin. That's it. You can like it or you can't. That's up to you. But that's what it is. Made Anakin look older in the end scene when he was a Force ghost. I explained why. That wouldn't. Because you want something to be doesn't make it that. Just know that. It was like that before the re-release. Yeah, we all miss the old Anakin, don't get me wrong, but it is what it is. No, sorry, if you reject the OT, you're not a fan. The OT is a real Star Wars. Well, that's true. If you reject anything from 1 through 6, you're not a Star Wars fan. I mean, it's just that simple. Doesn't mean that the OT or the PT or a certain episode has to be your favorite and you love it to death. All I'm saying is if you don't understand that 1 through 6 is what Star Wars is, if you have any problem and totally reject any part of 1 through 6, then you're not really a Star Wars fan. You don't get to pick and choose. Either you love what George made or you don't. It is what it is. It could be argued that common sense is wrong with us. Yeah. Now, because you love 1 through 6 doesn't mean you can't love other stuff, or because you don't love 1 through 6 doesn't mean you can't love other stuff. But just know that there's an absolute rule, fact. I mean, in reality, that 1 through 6 is what Star Wars is. There's no way around that. You're going to talk yourself in circles and circles and circles, but there's no way around that. Didn't like how Vader looked when Luke removed his helmet. He looked like an egghead. Yes, he does look like an egghead. That's funny, but that's the way he looks. And I guess that's maybe just from using the helmet for so long. That was the idea, that it like oblongated his head. I don't really know why that is, but he does always thought of him as an egghead too. Some people really take it to heart to crap all over the original version. Yeah. And sometimes it's like I skipped here. Hold on, it totally jumped on me. Jeez, it totally jumped on me. I do see your super chat. It's coming up. I'm just trying to get to it. I don't remember who it was, but I did see the super chat. I will get to it. You're wrong. Before the release. Old actor. And I'll say it like I always say. I'm never going to say what you want to hear. Not on this channel. But you're going to know the truth. That you're going to know. Most. How Vader looked when he removed the helmet. Okay, egghead. It totally jumped on me. Most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. It's not that serious. I don't reject the original films, which I love, but anyone who does is not less than you and me. Like I said, well, I'm sorry that you're confused, but you literally inherently can't not like or love 1 through 6 and call yourself a Star Wars fan. I mean, think about that. Really think about it. Missed the other 8 hours. What do you think of the Clone Wars? Personally, I think it's good, but only because of 1 through 6. I'm not a huge fan of it. I don't hate it, but it breaks canon all over the place, so I can't take it seriously. The first few seasons are very slow and boring. There are some arcs and some things that I like. I used to really love Ahsoka, and then Dave fucked that up. I don't dislike it, but honestly, if it never existed, I wouldn't be that upset, nor does it matter, because it breaks canon anyway, so it's really kind of like whatever. But I don't hate it, you know. It's fun. This is the thing. This is another thing that people forget. Star Wars is not little comic books and cartoons. Star Wars is huge blockbuster films. And everybody wants to live in these realms of these little Bad Batch bullshit cartoons. Star Wars are mega films that changed the world, the film industry, people's lives, pop culture, broke the box office. That's Star Wars. All those little cartoons and stuff is cutesy add-ons. And I don't mind. I love having cartoons. I love having books and all that's awesome. But if you need that to validate your Star Wars experience, to help you love Star Wars, you never truly love Star Wars, because you should be able to eliminate all of that and love Star Wars. You don't need 10 other girls to love your main girl. And if you do, then you're not really in love with your main girl. Now, can you love your main girl, and although it's not necessarily ethically right, enjoy other women? Well, okay. But if you need other women to validate that you love this girl, then wires are a little bit off. You're not getting it. You're just not getting it. I meant because they replaced him in the second scene. They should have changed him on the Death Star. He could look all burned and disfigured, but just have Hayden. Well, as long as he's portrayed as the Sith crispy bacon guy, yeah, I mean, that's fine. So that he's consistent with Force Ghost, young Anakin, and burnt up Anakin, or old Sith bacon Anakin. I always say bacon because I imagine, like, if you peeled off that black suit, he must smell like burnt bacon. Yes, that, I mean, I'm not against that, but I guess Lucas said, well, you know, at least they still have something from the old to keep them. And to be fair, he would have aged and looked different, and, you know. I do see your point. I get what you're saying. But ultimately, that's not really a continuity problem. That's just kind of George making a choice. But I get it. You know, like Boba Fett sounds like Jango Fett, right? So I get what you're saying. That was an older Vader that went through hell. It only makes sense to look in decay. Yeah. I don't think you're getting it. I'm saying that he could. Yeah, no, I do get exactly what you're saying. That he would be old and fucked up. That he would look like the Sith Lord that we saw, but it would be Hayden. And I get it. That does make sense. But I guess George was like, I already know they're going to all flip their fucking lid when they see this. So I might as well, let me at least keep this Anakin. I think that was probably the logic. Like, okay, the other shit I got to do because that's really how the Force works. This I'll do just because I know everybody's going to flip their fucking shit. Honestly, that's what I would think happened. You know, where he could keep in the old Vader, he kept him in there. You know what I'm saying? For our sake. Yeah, that's absolutely true. And it's like anything. You can't, like, your grandmother immigrated from Israel to Brooklyn. She opened a pizza shop and died in 1982. Well, you don't get to just later be like, well, my grandmother was born in LA. She owned a clothing company and died in 1996 because I just think that sounds better. You don't get to interpret. You don't get to change. The fact of the matter is that she immigrated from Israel, went to Brooklyn, opened a pizza shop, and died in 82. Period. End of conversation. You have zero say in facts, in history. And that's where you're getting twisted, is that what George Lucas said is, is. What you feel or think don't mean a goddamn thing. Anakin looked as his younger version was a Force ghost. That makes sense. Yes, and I'm apparently way behind, so I apologize because I can only keep up so much and explain things. So if you're like way ahead, and you're like, but dude, well, but you gotta understand, you gotta be patient. If you're gonna keep typing stuff, then you have to understand I'm gonna answer shit. So you have to, and I'm not saying that you're saying anything brain sync. I'm just saying in general that remember that I'm behind you guys. So I do my best to keep up, but I can only react to what I see right now. I don't know what you're saying down here. I'm not going ahead and reading. Know that. So if I have a reaction or I say something here, it's because that's where I'm at. Kind of like Star Wars, like that. This is what it is, and that's what I'm dealing with. Not what I think or interpret or want to do later. I'm here, focused. Don't be Luke, be Yoda. Always, looking to the future, not paying attention to what you're doing. Focus. Stay here. Original Star Wars isn't all things Star Wars out there. Oh, boy. Yes, I fully understand your philosophy. It's not philosophy. It's fact. It's not pride. It's fact. Anything that goes away from this is not Star Wars. Sorry. Nothing else Star Wars would exist if there wasn't the original. Correct. And therefore, that is what establishes what Star Wars is. You don't get to pick and choose, but I like this, so it's Star Wars. That's not how it works. That's not how that works. Facts don't care about your feelings or what you like. Love the treasure the originals. They are timeless. The newer crap is a bad joke. That is so true, old guard. Just the fact that you want to argue the Clone Wars versus the Skywalker saga, that in itself is showing all of us, dude, that you're not really a Star Wars fan because you're arguing against the Skywalker saga. I mean, really? You're hearing what's being said, but you're not listening. Correct. If anyone is being prideful, it would have to be you. Facts don't care about your feelings. Correct. And it's not to diminish you. It's not to make you feel bad, dude. Just understand that I've been there since 77. And you're not going to sit here and tell me that this is Star Wars and this isn't Star Wars. That's not how it works. Star Wars is what it is. And you contradicting that in itself is showing us all that you're not a real Star Wars fan. You're a fan of stuff that has the Star Wars label on it. And that's okay. Been reading Darth Plagueis novel the last few days, and I'm really engrossed so far. Do you read the novels? If so, what's some you would recommend? I used to read a lot of them. I used to own a lot of them. Years ago, I lost all my Star Wars stuff, along with everything that I owned. So I don't have them anymore. I don't remember everything about them. But some that jump out. Shadows of the Empire, fantastic. Heir to the Empire, fantastic. Truce of Baccarat always stands out to me. Shatterpoint, Darth Maul, Shadow Hunter. I'm very much into the bounty hunters, especially Boba Fett. So Tales from Jabba's Palace, the Bounty Hunter Tales, all that kind of stuff. If you like Jango Fett, there was a really excellent, it was like a 2 or 3 or 4 issue. It's been a long time. At least 2 issues, maybe 3 or 4. of Jango Fett. They were really good. Beautiful art. He had a relationship with Zam Wessel, which was interesting. Like a physical relationship with Zam Wessel. So it brings a new dynamic into, how you see them in Attack of the Clones. Now, again, that's not canon. That's not to say that he literally was boning Zam and that's what we see in the movies. But as it doesn't conflict with 1 through 6, you can accept it and say, okay, well, that's probably what happened. Okay, that's fine. You can accept that, yeah, they had a relationship. But Clone Wars that contradicts 1 through 6 like 150 fucking times cannot. And if you like those contradictions and you love the Clone Wars cartoons, cool. Enjoy. Nobody's telling you not to. Those are some books. If I think of another one, Splinter of the Mind's Eye was pretty cool. That's the first original EU book. It's a good one. Well, I tend to have that reaction. Some people get, oh, you're telling me the truth and I don't want it. And just the opposite. A lot of people are like, wow, this is the only real Star Wars channel out there. There you go. And I don't say that to be a dick. That's not to say. It also knows something. There's a lot of channels that talk about Star Wars. I'm talking about actual Star Wars channel, not someone that talks pop culture and other stuff. But actual Star Wars channel that researches and always tells you the truth, does not exaggerate, does not have a motive, just tells you like it is. I'm not going to tell you what you want. I'm going to tell you what it is. Welcome to Not My Star Wars. Darth Bane series, yeah, that was real good. You think the problem is that George Lucas drew from a higher grade source material like Corsora's I'm a little tired. Hidden Fortress than Disney's creatives did when creating their entries? That's part of it. Part of it is when you're the creator of something, you truly know balls to bone, right, what it is. And no matter how much you try to explain that to somebody, people don't, again, want to interpret things. But yes, George was a whole other level of understanding and genius and intellect. And it's like I've said many times, that's not to say that George is perfect at everything. He could be a total fuck up at other stuff. Maybe he doesn't even know how to tie his shoes or do his own laundry. But when it came to space operas, there ain't nobody else going to touch him. So he was drawing off of a lot of different stuff, high-level stuff, deep stuff. So that is part of it. But a huge part of it is ego. Because remember that he handed Disney, here's the plan, here's the shit, just make this. Oh, and by the way, you can call me if you need my help. And Disney was like, nah. We know what we're doing. We'll interpret it as we want. You see the problem when you start interpreting shit? So a lot of that is ego. Instead of them just saying, even though we own it, and we can't say that we truly did it, well, we can respect the fans, respect the franchise, and make a whole shit ton of money. But ego, agendas, politics, bullshit, forces female, I got to prove a point. All that got in the way of Star Wars. And they can put the fucking name on it all day. Look, it's Star Wars. It's Star Wars. And we all know that it's not. And just because you're thirsty as fuck to have Star Wars doesn't mean you got to just gobble up what other bullshit they want to shovel in your mouth. On the contrary, you should be saying no and exceeding them to give you real Star Wars. The reason you're going to keep getting garbage is because you're accepting garbage. The only way that's going to change is you say no. I didn't order filet mignon to get a fucking McDonald's cheeseburger. And I know you're hungry as fuck. So to you, you're like, oh, a cheeseburger, fuck it. It's good, it's hot, it's melty cheese, and just something in my gut. But you paid for the filet mignon. You're an expert and you know what a filet mignon is. You expected and ordered a filet mignon. Why are you going to accept anything less than a filet fucking mignon? That's what I don't understand. Why is half-ass Mandalorian satisfying you and being like, well, that's Star Wars, when you all know that ain't fucking Star Wars. That's a half-ass facsimile. Is it fun? Is it one of the best things they've done? That's Star Wars to you guys? Be fucking real. Ask yourself, if George Lucas was making The Mandalorian, is that what he would make? That shit? You know he wouldn't. You know that shit would be up here. So stop groveling like, oh my God, it's a cheeseburger, so I'm going to take it. No, exceed them to give you the filet mignon. If you take the fucking cheeseburger, then they're going to be like, well, why are we going to take the time and the money and do all that when we can just give them a fucking cheeseburger? They're still going to come back because they're a bunch of dumb assholes. That's how Star Wars fans act, like dumb assholes. Oh, look, it says Star Wars, so it's Star Wars. In the meantime, is it fucking real? Is it Star Wars? Is it fucking Darth Vader? Does he breathe fucking properly? Does he respect the property? That's what real fucking Star Wars is. Not just because it says Star Wars. Anyways, I'm not getting upset with you, true story. I'm just passionate about Star Wars. And I get a little bit riled up when people try to tell me what it is when they weren't even fucking born when I was a fan of it. I've heard good things about the Darth Bane trilogy. That is probably next on my list. Yes, very good stuff. He's the one that established the rule of two. It's a lot of cool stuff there. So, absolutely. Anything Timothy Zahn, you're pretty much good. Anything James Luceno, you're pretty much good. There's a few others, but like those two guys, like you're not really going to go wrong. And I think probably universally anybody's going to tell you Timothy Zahn is the god. He's like the best, most respected Star Wars author. Now, there might be certain stories that certain people like. Alan Dean Foster was another great one. But I think pretty much universally people agree that Timothy Zahn is different. Makes something different and label it Star Wars doesn't mean it's Star Wars. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like you got to understand, you know, it's like I can make fake Coca-Cola and put it in a can and say, look, it's Coca-Cola. And then you drink it and you're like, something's not right. Because there's only the real Coca-Cola, the recipe that it is. And the second that you alter the amount of salt or sugar or soda, and you just, because, well, we want to save 0.3 cents per every case. So we're going to now put like a milliliter less of caramel in that can. And guess what? A real Coca-Cola head is going to be like, something's not right. Most everyone else is going to be like, oh, Coca-Cola. But a real Coca-Cola motherfucker is going to say, something ain't quite right. And sometimes it could be something really teeny. Or it could be Disney and it's the whole, it was Coca-Cola today and today it's pink ginger ale. But, you know, hey, it's Coke. because it's in the can. Shut up. Consume. It's not how that works. True story. Ruby. I'm not sure what that is. But thank you so much. Wow, 100. That whatever that is, even if it's $1 in here. Thank you so much. But I suspect that it's more. I'm guessing it's maybe 10 American dollars. I don't know. Do you think part of the problem is that Lucas drew inspiration from higher grade? Oh, well, you already asked me that, silly. I would have got to it. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Hopefully I answered your question thoroughly. And, you know, I always appreciate your guys' donations, but I try my best to read all your questions. And I kind of feel bad because I already read your question, but okay. Thank you anyways. I think she left. Well, I don't care. The stream is here for anyone else that comes and see it, or he, she, whatever comes back. It don't matter. It does. I'm not here to impress anybody, convince anybody. I'm here to tell the truth. Probably. Hard to accept, but there is no flaw in his logic. Well, but that's the thing. True flaw in logic is, yeah. That's you see, and that's the difference. You see where the emotion comes in, where the anger, the fear comes in. So now that adrenaline and feeling takes over this, and now you're not thinking. Now you're not even open and accepting to. Let me listen to this guy. He's been around since 77. Let me just shut up and listen. And if at the end of the day, it doesn't make sense, okay. But maybe, just maybe, I should listen. I can only lead Star Wars fans to knowledge. I cannot make you guys think. I think if Georgia 7 through 9 is ever made, they should make the wheels look like strawberries. I agree. Even though I hate fucking strawberries. But at least that way I won't eat the Force. It's a shame that some people really take it to heart to crap all over the original vision. Yeah, and some people get upset like, well, but if I'm not a real fan, then you're just being mean. And no, it's okay. It's not the end of the world if you're not a real Star Wars fan. Guess what? Most Star Wars fans really aren't to begin with. Honestly. So, and yes, there's millions of Star Wars fans out there, but there's very a lot of different varying levels of that. But that doesn't make you any less of a person or have any right to enjoy it or whatever. That's not the point. The point is you can't say that you love this woman unconditionally when in reality you just like her or you love 10 other women. That is just not how the thing works. You love her. Now, if something is a natural, real, organic extension, like, for example, you have kids with that woman, well, then you love them just as much. So if something outside of 1 through 6 is 100% part of her, from her, and respects her, then by all means, love her children to death. Maybe you even love her children more than her. That's okay. But it's different to say, well, I've got 15 of these because I really love this one. That's not how that works. And when you're humble and you think about it, you know that that's not how that works. It seems Rogue struggles accepting the Star Wars as it was created in Star Wars. Well, that's, yes. And that's because she is so stuck on Clone Wars that it threatens she that, well, maybe that's not actual true canon official Star Wars. That's the argument. That's where that's the root of it. Is that by what I just did, it kind of invalidates to themselves, like, well, shit, then what I really love isn't really Star Wars, but I thought I loved Star Wars. And instead of sticking to your guns, being like, okay, well, maybe I'm not a real Star Wars fan, but I love this. Okay. The same problem occurs with the EU. So many EU people are like, but it's canon. It has to be validated. No, it doesn't. If you love the EU, enjoy the shit out of that. But the EU often contradicts. And if it's something that contradicts the canon, I'm sorry, but it's not official. It is what it is. Doesn't mean it's not still a great story. Doesn't mean it's not worth reading. Doesn't mean that it's still can be regarded in the actual universe and respected and loved and adored and shared and passed on and repeated. And it has nothing to do with that. People want to get all feely, like, well, it's not official, so now you're just going to say it doesn't matter. It's trash. No. Trash is trash. Disney's trash. That has nothing to do with canon. Canon is a whole other problem, a whole other level. That's just plain trash. But even stuff that's great doesn't automatically mean, well, that's official. Because if you're going against what is actually official, then you can't have two conflicting officials. There's this or there's this. This was pre-established. So this, therefore, cannot. It is. But what's sad is that people always take it like you're attacking them and belittling them and that their love of something isn't real. If you love the Clone Wars, love the shit out of it. Self-claimed fans are so attached to derivative material rather than source material. And that's the thing, guys. That's what's lost on these younger generations. Not all of you, but that's the main issue here, is fucking respect. And if you're not going to respect what came before you that made you, then don't sit here and think that we're going to respect you or validate you or consider you even real. We're going to laugh at you. You must fucking respect. Disney chose to not respect. You see the situation that they're in now. It's not rocket science. Imperial walkers on Hoth. AT-ATs. They are AT-ATs. They are AT-ATs. Armored, all-terrain armored transports. If you want to know the correct name, AT-ATs. If you're a real Star Wars fan from 77, they're fucking AT-ATs. Awesome. Who loves the prequels? As someone who loves the prequels, I can't help but be worried about, I'll be very afraid. Be very afraid. No, you cannot trust Disney. Did you see a guy named Jake Skywalker? Yeah. Be very afraid. Because guess who's next that they're going to just totally shit all over? That's another thing. Everybody's like, oh, Obi-Wan, it's going to be great. It's going to do. Have you not seen Disney for the past 9 years shitting all over the franchise? But you think all of a sudden, oh, well, Obi-Wan, they'll do it the right way. Right. The only way we're going to get Star Wars is to stop Disney, period. Not allow them to make more, and they must sell it off. That is the only hope. It's the only chance. That's like, making a deal with the Empire. Well, we'll go with you not making another Death Star, but at the cost of having 5,000 Star Destroyers with Death Star guns on them. Understand? You can't pick and choose with Disney. You can't pretend that they've shit on everything, but oh, the Obi-Wan show is going to be great. It's time to come to reality. You got to shut them down. No more. They cannot be trusted. They're going to continue to destroy shit. And then later, you all are going to be brokenhearted and like, and I've been telling you. So later, I don't want to hear anybody's blood. Disney. You should have listened. There is no compromise. It's a sit. They're absolute. They have one goal: fuck up Star Wars. Period. So are we gonna blah 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 and try to convince them? And well, maybe tomorrow they'll behave. Or are you gonna come to fucking grips that they are absolute? They are Sith, and you must strike them down. You must end the game. Or that Sith is going to kill your mother, your father, your aunt, your uncle, your children, your wife, your homies, your dog, your neighbor's family, everyone in the fucking neighborhood. Then state by state, country by country, consume, destroy. So do you want to stop that fucker now? Or do you want, it's up to you. High hopes as far as what? Ravens. Yeah, no, Obi-Wan is going to be a mess. I already promise you. Raven, and I agree. If Disney touches Obi-Wan, he's gonna be a sap. Yep. Not just a sap. They're gonna bunghole him. They're gonna bend his ass over and fuck him so hard that you all aren't even gonna know who he is or what he looks like, and you're gonna be so angry. And okay, keep holding on. Keep hoping that they're gonna do something with Obi-Wan. And now they're talking about he might be in Andor and he's going to be doing all this cross shit. So then here we go again. Now he's going off planet and traveling around and doing all this extra monkey shit. Okay, I told you. Don't listen to me. Oh, but the Bad Batch. Okay. I guess my one validation is that I got all these live streams and all my videos so I can later say to all of you, I told you so. Hold on, what was that? Disney crap wasn't pandering to the, well, we would have gotten decent story. Disney Star Wars wasn't made for us. There you go. And that's not, like, they literally said that it's not made for you. This was live when I woke up 3 hours ago. Oh, yeah, we're only on the 10th hour. We still got 2 hours to go. The High Republic half-ass animations are pure indications as to what Disney thinks and feels Star Wars is. Yeah, I mean, that in itself, guys. Did you not watch my video today? But there's people that want to convince themselves, well, no, Kathy's going to go, and they're going to start to do it right, and they're in the right direction. And it's every project, everybody starts giving me excuses. Well, but the next project will be great, and it fails. Well, but the next thing is going to be great, and it fails. So then the High Republic, and you got a Rock Navigator. Then Bad Batch is coming, and guess what? That's going to be a piece of shit, but, don't listen to me. Oh, but Obi-Wan. Okay. Well, when he's a little cuck bitch, don't fucking cry to me. But not my Star Wars. What are we going to do? I can't believe it. Oh, my God. They've been punching me in the mouth for 9 years, but I thought they were going to stop. Okay. Is Rogue? Oh yeah, there is one dislike. It probably is. That's funny. That's okay. It's because it got 73 likes. So 73-1. You see what team wins? George Lucas. All day, every fucking day. The truth always wins. All day, every fucking day. There's always going to be 2, 3 little Larry. But at the end of the day, Team Lucas is always going to win. Guys, this is what I'm trying to tell you. The rebellion always wins. So stop fearing the Empire, worrying about the Empire, but I don't know, but I got to take it easy. But no. Send out all the fucking X-Wings and punish these fucking imps. No more talking, no more nice, no more thinking, no more what. No. Game over. Finish the fucking Death Star. Destroy that shit. Don't knock out innocents in the way. Don't be an asshole. Don't turn to the dark side doing it. But it's time to end that shit. A lot of what's happening in the Disney Star Wars fandom is that most, not all, don't respect their elders' history, kill it if we have to, or themselves. Exactly. And that's what I was saying earlier, is that at the end of the day, what this all comes to is respect. That's what this literally boils down to. If you are at all questioning the Skywalker saga, then you are not respecting. And if you do not respect, we are going to reject. And if we reject, you ain't got nothing. Because without me, without guys like me, without my voice influencing you, Disney ain't got shit. You got to remember that. We hold the cards, not them. Just because they own the franchise doesn't mean they can do what they want. Because if we ain't buying the shit and we're not watching the shit and we're embarrassing the fuck out of all their shit, well, then owning it doesn't do anything for them. And that's how we win, is by making them so miserable that they regret owning it. Understand? And then therefore they have to sell it. And then we pray that the next person that gets it at least has an ounce of respect and love for it. We're never going to get to Lucas level unless he buys it or someone like me controls it. But at least we're going to, maybe we can at least, if not up the game, at least stop with the disrespecting fans, shitting all over the characters, destroying the lore. Maybe we can at least do a neutral, ceasefire. I'll take that at least for now, instead of bleeding the fuck out of Star Wars all over the place. At least stop the bleeding, put a Band-Aid, and maybe we can regroup, and in a few years, something will come out. But right now, the guts are hanging out. There's like people standing over the open course and shitting on it, just like squatting. Is that what you guys want for Star Wars? Because that's what you're looking at. Bad Batch, that's what it is. Enjoy. True, it's no coincidence he wanted David Lynch to direct Return of the Jedi initially. Disney's directors, writers, and producers can't measure up to. They can't measure up to fucking goddamn anything. Story indeed. Was my favorite Star Wars author. Jedi was my favorite of his. Jolt, there you go. Was like Coke, but to the extreme, yeah. And maybe you love Jolt more than Coke. It's okay. No problem. But if you blindfold a guy that's been drinking Coke for 43 years and you give him some Jolt, he's going to be like, yeah, something ain't right here. But when you're young and you don't respect shit to begin with, then you don't even know the difference in the taste. So therefore you're like, but I like Jolt, so it's the same as Coke, so I'm a real Coke fan. I love the originals and prequels, but man, oh man, the sequel trilogy is absolutely shit. They know nothing about Star Wars or the Jedi Code. I hate when they did what they did to the original characters. Yeah, absolutely. It's heartbreaking. It's disgusting. That in itself should have all of you not accept or support their stuff. Bad Batch is a trap. Just let you know. The truth is the game was rigged from start. Yeah. Mickey has it rigged. Young Ripper says, you can't reason with someone who came to their position by emotion. Correct. And that's what usually happens. And this happens in all kinds of things. Politics, relationships, religion. You challenge someone and show them the truth, or maybe just a different angle. They're like, ah, and no, I'm not going to believe it. I'm not going to research it. I'm not going to listen. I'm just, no. So, and then the immediate is your emotions take over. You're not thinking leveled and cool-headed. You're automatically like, ah, no. And you've lost, right? It's literally Anakin. You've lost because now you've given in to the hate. You've lost it. You've given into the feelings and you're gone. And please don't misunderstand. Question everything. If you ever have a doubt of what I'm telling you, if you ever question something, by all means, I'll show you where I'm getting it from. I'll show you the link. I'll show you the source. I'll show you the video, whatever it is. Or I can give you the logical explanation. Or I can point you to where you can seek that knowledge. But it also comes to the point where you're going in circles and arguing when I'm telling you something very clearly. It's like because you're trying to convince yourself that you're right. Which doesn't do anything for any of us outside of making you look like a freaking hardhead. I go by the logic that when someone resorts to name calling, they've already lost the debate. Yeah, 9 times out of 10, when you started getting names and upset, and not, you've shown that you've lost. Someone that knows the truth doesn't have to convince you or go all that extra. It's just, I'm just telling you what it is. They took a big giant shit on Luke. He, along with Anakin, are my favorite characters, but Disney just made him seem like a coward and fool. Mark Hamill said himself from 7 to 9, that's not, yes, Jake Skywalker. Absolutely. And that's, like, we were talking about Clone Wars earlier, but that's the same exact thing. If you love 7, 8, or 9, or 7, 8, and 9, you're not a Star Wars fan. Just inherently by the fact that if you love that, then that means you're shitting over what is Star Wars. And if you're going to shit over what is Star Wars, then you never loved Star Wars. Because if you love Star Wars, you would never allow this to happen. Never mind, accept it and love it and go with it. Just because I'm hungry. You're starving to death. Can you hold out, or can I literally squat over you and shit in your mouth? Sorry to be so graphic, but that's like where we're at. So just because someone shits in your mouth doesn't mean that you're getting a proper meal or that it's real food or that it's good for you. And I know you're starving and you might be thinking, but it's something to eat. Well, okay. That's part of the plan. Make the EU go away, make them wait, give them little crumbs of bullshit. So now they're like, oh, we're dying for Star Wars. Instead of saying, well, that's nice, but that's not acceptable. Oh, really? You made this? Well, we expect this. Get back to work. Oh, that was cute. Well, but we're here. You're here. Get to work. Do better, Disney. Because this isn't going to open my wallet. When you get up here, we can have a conversation. That's where you need to put them. Grab Mickey by the nuts and remind him who the boss is. They are AT-ATs. And that right there can tell you who's a true Star Wars fan. Now, granted, if you're younger and you just don't know that, does not make you a true Star Wars fan. But what I'm saying is when you're a bit older and someone inherently says AT-ATs or may the Force be with you, then you automatically know that's a real Star Wars fan. They get it. Now, that doesn't validate everything because a younger person could just hear that and mimic it. But just saying, in general, when someone throws out an AT-AT, it's because they know. Now, if you're an official trivia competition, lives at stake, it's an AT-AT, all-terrain armored transport. AT-ST, all-terrain scout transport. It's like with people demanding a new KOTOR from Disney. No thanks. Yeah, that's the thing. On paper, it sounds good. Man, I really want a new game. I want a new KOTOR. It could be amazing. And then they're going to Jake Skywalker. If Disney made 5 movies and one of them was a fuck-up, but the other ones were okay, all right. They might make a mistake, but they've shown us that they respect, that they can do it right. Okay. We'll take a chance on the 6th one. But when they've made 5 movies that shit on everything, then how many more movies do you want to get shit on? How much convincing do you need? How many Luke Skywalkers, Mara Jades, Bosk, Throns do you want to get fucking shit on before you say no? Derivative material. High Republic is a clear example of fan fiction written by children. There's no comparison with the high quality of Lucasvision. High Republic is the worst example of fucking fan fiction. And I don't even have to say it. They themselves tell you we're making our own story. We put our own stuff in it. I mean, go watch my videos, show you this stuff. It's not. It's out of their own mouths. Yoda, whatever. Did you have the fucking gall, the stones to say Yoda, whatever, even as a joke? Now, if you're Timothy Zahn, we're in a celebration, a bunch of old fans, and he just, finally throws it in there, because Yoda, whatever, I have 3 new bosses, and they were like, Yoda, whatever. Okay, that's different. You have earned the respect. You're amongst fellow fans that understand, and we're all, having fun on this type of level of Star Wars intellect. Okay. But when your new heckle jekyll, racist piece of fucking shits motherfuckers that are coming in here and putting coded messages in the names and in the stories, and you got rocks that are fucking navigating ships, you do not, out of fucking your mouth, say, Yoda, whatever. And it's not that Disney can pull it off. It's not that I want Disney to pull it off. But 9 years of shitting on us. I'm done with giving them tries and chances. And that is the bottom line. And it's a difficult decision because who takes it? Who does it? Who's the best? Well, first things first. Anything right now is better than fucking Disney. That's the first priority. We got to squeeze Mickey by the fucking nuts so that he's like, all right, I got to sell it. I can't take it anymore. And then from there, we can start thinking about the next step. Who's going to take it? What are we going to do? Where's it going to go? Maybe Lucas is like, ha, I got you now. Here's $1 billion. Take it right back. But we've got to first get to that point. That's the key goal here. We've got to make Disney suffer at every fucking end. So that they are so fucking miserable that they're like, we got to get rid of this thing because it is just costing us money and it's so damn painful. Like everything we try to do, they just shit on us now. Now the game has changed. Now they're shitting on us everywhere. No matter what we do, we're getting shit on. Understand? And you don't have to cuss them and make death threats and be all crazy. You just got to say, nope. Throwing in a Gina Carano quote or something like that. Certainly like, tightens the screws on them. But you don't have to be all crazy. Just remind them, nope. Game's over. KK's going away voluntarily. She isn't leaving. Her curriculum is marked for life. Besides, with everything closing doors, who would take her? At the end of the day, we don't know what's going to happen. I don't have any inside source. Anything can happen. But I've been around a long time. I know Star Wars very well. I know Disney very well. I gathered the facts. And when I constantly am hearing, not just a couple days ago, but constantly over the years, them praising her. And listen, if they're going to fire her, they would have been fired her. She's lost them billions of dollars already. So that's not going to do it. So either A, George put something in the contract where they can't fire her. B, she's got fucking naked pictures of something or somebody. C, they really like this bitch. They really think she's doing good. And but all I know is that A plus B plus C means KK ain't going nowhere. That's what that means. So my point is that you must assume she ain't going nowhere and nothing's going to change. So, do you want more Jake Skywalker? Do you want little cartoons and wackadoodle hidden message comics? Or do you want Star Wars? If you want Star Wars, then you must shut down everything that Disney says, does, thinks, breathes. Nope. I don't see KK going anywhere. No, I don't think there was another Rogue. It was a Rogue Blocks Blix. Yeah, maybe it was, but it was like my head hurts from that. She's near the end of her contract. Yeah, like September probably, but I don't think she's going anywhere. Rogue Bricks. Yeah. Pretty sure that she's not going anywhere. So, y'all can stand around and wait it out and watch the little Bad Batch, which is going to be dumb, and reinforce them now. And then September's going to come and you're going to think, but she ain't going nowhere. And then you're going to be like, oh, fuck, now we got her for another 4 years. When we could have shut this shit down now. Nope. Keep going. Hope for the best. And you're going to get 2 more fucking black eyes, and you're going to come, and I'm going to be like, I told you so. You guys think that people cried for Luke Skywalker in Mandalorian? Watch what happens when Obi-Wan is all fucked. KK ain't going nowhere. They renew her contract for like 4 years. Y'all gonna be really crying then. A long time ago, originally, it was 7. Sorry, I'm getting a little tired. There was 12 episodes. That was the original Star Wars plan. Not long after, it became 9. And it's been 9 for late 80s, late 70s, mid to late 70s to early 80s. It's been 9. It's been mentioned in many interviews, video and written, and he did have an outline for all of them. It wasn't a fully written script, it wasn't 100%, but he had a plan. He had an outline. He knew the arcs. He knew where this was going. That here's where this begins, and here's where it ends, and some details in the middle. Initially, there was 12, but what became to be actual Star Wars was 9. Which he almost made, and then he sold them to the mouse. But you're here now? Yeah, the other road. Yeah, I call it 86, Operation Order 86, but yes. Rogues, yeah. I think was just stuck on the personal identity of what Star Wars is. Come along eventually. Yeah. And please know, guys, that it's not me trying to convince you, program you, push what my interpretation of Star Wars is. It's not what I do here. I defend George Lucas. What I'm telling you is what George Lucas said, not what I said, not what I like, not my opinion. What George Lucas did, 1 through 6. Remember that. I'm always about George Lucas. You hand me the Lucas Key films tomorrow, I will make some changes to put my foot up a lot of asses. But the primary goal will be the same thing as this channel. Celebrating and respecting George Lucas. Not Star Wars that I want to make. I'm going to make what George Lucas says is Star Wars. And involve him as much as I can. Not that that will ever happen. I'm just saying. Because what I think doesn't mean a damn thing. What matters, what counts, is what George says. And once we get the sequel trilogy out the way, the Lucas way, the proper way, bring back the respect and the love and the honor, and you bring, instead of the 3 fans that they got, I bring in 50 million fans, and we're back to where we're supposed to be, Star fucking Wars. Okay, well then from there, you hire other people to do other stories, and if you want something from me, I'm pretty smart and pretty creative. I could make a badass Star Wars movie, I can promise you that. But that's later, when you've saved the franchise, when you're back on track, when the fans are happy and the respect is there, and Lucasfilm has cleaned out the garbage. And you know better than to be tweeting fucking smack to your fans or putting out racist ass fucking nonsense. Then we can explore this guy, that guy. You want to see something from me? Okay, I'll come up with something. It'll probably be Boba Fett and a whole lot of fucking disintegrations. But first, you got to get on the right track. You got to respect George. You got to get the fans and the franchise back on track. And the only way that you do that is not my Star Wars, not your Star Wars, George Lucas Star Wars. Harrison Ford biography. Lucas had 0 chapters laid out. Well, that's not true because I've seen the notes. I've seen many indicators of it. He's also said it 1,000 times. And it's also corroborated by Mark Hamill and several other people that have corroborated it. So it's very strange that he had 0 chapters laid out. When? Not when the book came out. When was he what's the context? When was he referencing? In 1976? 1978? I mean, what is he? Because there's lots of evidence, lots of photos and notes and stuff from where he had absolutely a plan. And again, general outline. I'm not saying that it was all written out and hammered out, but he knew where the story, what it was, and where it was going. Did some things change along the way? Okay, but that's behind the scenes. It has nothing to do with you or me. It's none of our fucking business. What is our business is what we see on the screen. And as long as that is respectful, maintains continuity, makes sense, and is a whole lot of fun, then guess how much say you have? 0. Harrison Ford's. Okay. That makes a lot more sense. So it's like 0. You stupid to take over. Yeah, well, you know, that again turns into, well, but what's your interpretation? You know, add that shit again. Gotcha. Catch you next stream. Okay. Take care, dead girls. Always glad to see you. Tuesday, 1 p.m. Eastern. I'm doing the investor call. If not, next Friday, we'll try to do a New Hope second part. Or, who knows, some wacky shit will happen, like Lucasfilm got sold yesterday. I don't know. And we'll do a stream. How we could only wish. Have sweet dreams. I would have loved to see that. Imagine how much better George Lucas Star Wars would have been than Disney 1,000 times. And there's still going to be people that would complain that it was the Wills, that it's not what I wanted. But guess what? All 9 movies would have been one story, fit, been beautiful, respectful, fun, and Star Wars. All canon. Wrapped up all nice and neat. Little bow. Not, 6 movies, all right, and then what the hell is this? What is this 3 debacles? US, but they ruined Coke in UK with Coke Zero. Yeah, we have that crap too. Can I remind you? Yeah, well, that's what it is Star Wars Zero. We have regular Coke still, but we have Coke Zero and some other ones. But that's what Disney and Star Wars is Star Wars Zero. Disney minus Star Wars Zero. That's right, yeah. What a bunch of fucking screwballs. Pepsi. Yeah, take care. You have a great day. Dead girls. This motion is a big mess, yes. Dead girl's a little celebrity around here these days, around these parts. I like both, but I did switch it up from time to time. I'm pretty new here, so I don't know if you've been asked before, but what do you think of Star Wars games before Disney, of course, lore and story-wise at least? A lot of them broke canon, so you can't really consider them canon. There were some awesome, beautiful, fantastic, and I've played pretty much every Star Wars game except for Old Republic, which I've only played very little of, and KOTOR and KOTOR 1. I do have all on my laptop installed, but I'm so freaking busy, and I never got to play them in the past. I never played Republic Commando because I remember that was an Xbox game. But most of everything else that was Star Wars, at least excluding any PC games, I've played. Love them. They're great. They're fantastic. Some that stick out is Force Collections, probably my favorite of all of them. Force Unleashed, Bounty Hunter. The very old original. I think it was that one Super Star Wars? I'm tired and it's been a while. First one where you're just shooting the AT-ATs. Or was it just Empire? I don't remember. But they're beautiful and super fun and great. What do you think of Star Wars games before? Yeah, they're fantastic. One of my absolute favorites as well is Jedi Starfighter. I love that you had the different ships and that you could play 2-player co-op. I really like that a lot. So, hopefully that answers. There was a lot of cool games. Phantom Menace. Too much to remember. A lot of the Lego ones were a lot of cool. I really like using the Force and like grabbing the bricks. Most of the games were pretty respectful as far as breaking lore. It wasn't a huge problem. But there were some little things, especially like Force Unleashed. I mean, it's awesome to pull Star Destroyers out of the sky, but it's a little much. Disney doesn't even respect their own classic movies these days. They were never going to with Star Wars. They own it, and they're gonna do what the fuck they want. Yep. Well, and that's something I tell people all the time too. They destroy their own shit. They don't even care about their own shit, whether it's their own Star Wars or anything. The Vault, like, they didn't even give a damn. They just are shitting everything, deleting shit, changing shit, putting all kinds of warnings and advisories and all kinds of nonsense on shit that's been fine for decades. I mean, my analogies. Well, I don't know which one because I come up with so many, but I try to make shit as clear as, you know. Saying without bias that, yes.
It doesn't take a genius to know that if your vessel was called the Vessel and it's navigated by a rock, I think the problem is that today's writers aren't as good as original writers. The IP is the same, but the people creating it isn't. Ego. It always comes back to ego. Instead of focusing on what was the core of Star Wars, what is the magic, what is it that works that people connect to, I'm not going to make a character when there's 300 or however many characters just in the books that are amazing and people love. Why am I going to reinvent the wheel and do all this extra? I'm going to grab someone like Mara Jade, follow her rules to the T. It can be a new story, but follow her rules, her timeline, her age, her environment to the T, and have a ton of fun. Thrawn or whatever. And when you focus on that, first the character, then the world built properly, then any weapons, vehicles, accessories, behavior, well, that's first, that's character. You can't go wrong. But this nonsense that they try to set up like this is what it's going to be, and then you've already lost. Before you've begun, you already fucking lost. Yep, that's part of it. And that's the thing is I don't care about any other franchise. I don't give a fuck what anybody else does. But you do not get hired on Star Wars to come in and be like, all right, well, I'm going to put whatever I can of myself in there. You've already failed. A true author is going to keep themselves out of it as much as possible. That's a challenge, but that's what you do. Is you keep yourself completely out of it as much as possible. Because then that shows humility and ultimate respect for what? The story. The pre-established lore. Your feelings, your little story don't mean a goddamn thing in Star Wars. Fuck your story. Fuck your feelings. Respect what is pre-established. George Lucas. And as long as you do that, you can go 80 million directions with that. And as long as you got the core there of that, Star Wars is kind of hard to break. You really got to try and fuck it up to break it. Yep. I'm not a fan of shit. The only thing the sequel trilogy might have over the OT and PT are the memes. Wondrous, delicious memes. Some person actually named their child ABCDE. The sequels had no plan, caused division, solo bombed, and they still didn't get rid of her. It's not happening originally. Well, that's another thing that people forget. It's like Disney is one stupid brain. It's not like Disney's like, you're doing this and you're doing this. So you're completely separate. No. Now, granted, Filoni might be working on something and Joe Blow is working on something else. So they might not talk and meet every day. They're not cross-pollinating, whatever. But at the end of the day, Disney's putting their agenda on both of these things. So for people to say, well, everything's trash, but The Mandalorian's good. That's going to save things. That's going to work. That's going to go the right direction. It's not how it works, guys. Disney shits on all of it. They don't just pick and choose, well, we'll leave this alone. That's not how that works. They shit on all of it.
Ab City, AB City. That's right. Because of you guys, it was not Rogue, the fake Rogue, fake me out Rogue, Rogue 0, Rogue 15. KK was a real pro at this point. The sensible thing would be for her to step down. I believe she's serving somebody else behind the scenes. She feels protected, therefore she's ignoring all the fuss. It could be a lot of that, but I think a lot of it is ego. She's going to make sure to get every drop of blood out of us. Put her claws in things, put her names on things, touch everything, put her perfume on everything, if that makes sense. Okay, I need a quick break. Get a drink and stretch. I am getting very tired. We're at 10 hours and a half, so I'll take a quick break and we'll do another hour and a half, and we'll be hitting the 12-hour mark. Somehow I always manage to do that with you freaks. It's your guys' fault. You do this to me. Let's see if I picked up any subs. Oh, nice. These videos are getting views. I like to see that. Wow. I picked up 23 more since I said earlier. Good shit. All right, all right. Pro at this point. Okay. So I'll put the rest of the poll video again so you can continue there. Nice and easy, nice and simple. On my non-pussy channel. Oh, God. Your little feelies. Which, by the way, this is a Star Wars channel, which you all claim is for kids. And you're making fucking comments like, well, you're not getting any pussy than that man. You see how the hypocrisy, the contradiction of the same very fucking shit that they say? Because a true Jedi would not be saying that. And when you don't understand the basic fundamentals of that kind of shit, we're lost. Star Wars is lost.
Trying to get over and attack him and kill him and whatever.
Getting
Sure.
sleepy.
At the end of the day, it was no.
Hello. Did you know that God wants to help you get rid of
Did you know
all
that
your
God wants to help
problems,
you
regardless of how
get rid of
large
your
or
problems?
how small? Well, I've written a
The Boba Fett was the greatest bounty hunter.
All right,
It's
you
not
should be
even
able to
a
hear.
question. It's clearly stated. Just his aura implies that. I was very pleased that it's very unanimous. I love Asajj. I think she's
This is
awesome. I love
man, this is one of my older.
Asajj. Aura's cool with me. I
It
always
is.
really like Bosk. I really like Cad Bane. Dengar is not my favorite, but I always thought he was cool. IG, I love the IG series, 86, 87, 88. Greedo is kind of funny. Like, you forget that he actually is a bounty hunter.
See if I can
He
find.
really doesn't do anything but get shot. But it's funny. It's a funny reminder that he actually was a
Where was
bounty hunter.
that?
Django, I'm kind of shocked, is so high. And I guess, again, it's familiarity. A little bit sad that Zam is so low. Not that she was so great and had so much development. But
Okay,
I
the
thought
memes.
she was
All right.
cool.
I'll be back in a few minutes.
She's a sniper, which is pretty rare, and I just thought she was kind of neat. And she was very feminine, at least when she was acting like a woman, unlike any of the other bounty hunters. So I don't know. I always liked Zam. I just would have liked to seen her a little bit higher. Thought it was kind of interesting. Django's that high up second. I think Asajj probably should be second here, and this makes me very, very happy. I think it should even be higher, like 75. I'm just glad that people recognize that Boba is the ultimate.
It's just interesting because this video came out January 2020, and we're now March of 21. Oh man, it feels like it's been like 3 years since I made this video. 2020 was fucking long, huh? Rough. Because it feels like that was like way long ago that I made this video. Just thought that was interesting. See you in a minute. Just think of like how much that has happened, how much has changed since January 2020. It's like, holy shit.
Ultimate bounty hunter. Which droid would you want? Well, I think you all are probably going to agree and say the same thing, but who knows? There are some people like BB or Dio or some of these nonsense robots. Should be pretty obvious. R2. At least most of the community gets it. And he's got not quite double, but almost double what BB-8 has, and then everybody else just falls way off. I also thought it was interesting, as you can see, we all love 3PO, but from a usefulness, coolness, R2 all day. I mean, 3PO is just kind of annoying. And BB, just because he's the new guy on the block, but he really is pretty worthless. Honestly, what does BB do? Think to yourself, what does he do? Nothing. The most significant thing he does is he has part of Luke's map, which is not even explained why he even has it in the first place, but whatever. Why would he even have it? He doesn't even know Luke. Anyways, it is explained in comic books, whatever. There was 2 points to this. One is that I'm glad that the community still recognizes that, but it's also baffling to me. Regardless of these polls, regardless of the outcome of this Disney trilogy, everybody knew R2 and loved R2. And Kathleen and these people went into making these movies with no R2. R2 is totally non-existent. JJ had him under a tarp, and he's just like totally missing this whole time. If nothing else, put him on the island with Luke. I don't understand why they decided to just totally bury Luke and R2. It just makes no sense. It's odd to me that they first of all didn't recognize this going into the movies, but it goes to show, even after all of this stuff, R2 is still by far and large the #1 droid. And Disney just did not take advantage of him at all. They brought in this stupid soccer ball that does nothing. I just don't get it. Like, we got to make an updated droid, so we're just going to make BB, and it's fine if you want to add a couple new droids. Okay, cool. But everybody obviously wanted R2. That was the real point of why I wanted to show you this, is even to this day, it's unanimous. And Disney just doesn't get it. Something that a lot of people are talking about right now is Esquire just came out with the top 40 all-time Star Wars characters. And I'm not even going to go through this list because a lot of people already have, and it's just so ridiculous. It's obvious that they're clickbaiting and they're just desperate for attention. And I know they were sitting at the table like writing this, or like, hey, we know we're going to get these guys all riled up. Not even Disney themselves believe that General Holdo is 23, especially over, I mean, there's so many characters here. I'm not gonna, again, I don't want to go through the whole list because it's just ridiculous, but you know, it's just like C-3PO, Padme, yeah, Qui-Gon. I mean, yeah, we all want to see purple hair over Padme. I mean, come on. It's just not even realistic. Not only for like the character being attractive or interesting, but like they even didn't. Padme was a queen, a senator, fought for her planet, was Anakin's wife, gave birth to the twin. I mean, it's just ridiculous. This idiot, this is number 23, is to get people riled up. I know some people are like all bent out of shape about this, but just don't even, like, Disney trilogy isn't even canon. Well, this is just nonsense. These people obviously aren't Star Wars fans. They don't have a clue, and they're just doing this to get clicks. It's ridiculous. Anyways, the reason I'm even mentioning it is because of 2 particular ones. Holdo, okay, number 23. Really? Okay, well, at a top 40, you're putting her in 23. Okay, we're going to remember that, Holdo. And then the other obvious one, Kylo. I don't know. I was very underwhelmed with Kylo, or whatever. 21, he does not belong there, but whatever. But the obvious one, you all know who I'm talking about, is, and keep in mind here, you know, Mace Windu, Luke Skywalker is 12. Under LEET L337, which I say that because nobody seems to recognize that that's LEET. Not that he is, but just saying, Chewie, I'm the biggest Boba Fett fan on Earth. Literally, like, I love Boba Fett to death, but I wouldn't put him over Luke. Maybe second after Luke, just because I love him that much, but oh, come on. Obi-Wan. Okay, anyways, you know who I'm getting to. Number 5, first of all, that's just, it's a Esquire has ever a wet dream because it's just not even. Remember, 23 is Holdo and 5 is Rey. And that's the point, that they're so important. Here's another list that I'm not going to get into. This was USA Today. It was Count Dooku, who I think is a pretty awesome character and amazing actor, Christopher Lee. And then you got Holdo on top of him. I mean, come on. And Greedo. These lists are just, they're total clickbait. Cara Dune. Just what you got, Wedge, Mon Mothma over Dooku? I mean, come on. Darth Maul, okay, maybe Wicked, and popularity-wise, okay. Qui-Gon. What I thought was interesting is, one, you've got Holdo again, but you see here Baby Yoda at 24. To me, The Mandalorian is kind of like extended universe. It's not really quite official Star Wars. That's just my opinion. But what I thought was interesting is you got Baby Yoda here at 24, and you got Chirrut, Tarkin, and then at 20 you've got Rose Tico. Really? I think it's like, this is meant to get people upset, and I can't help but laugh. Like, really? Rose Tico's on anybody's top? Be honest. There's not a person on this earth. The only people that are going to put Rose on any list are the extreme SJWs that are like, yeah, we got to represent Asians, or literally like Vietnamese. We're proud because she's one of us and she's a Star Wars character. And there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying you can't, but being objective, like as Star Wars characters, not only is she no way in hell top 20, she's not even top 100. Number 20 over Qui-Gon Jinn and even Baby Yoda. Be honest. How many memes are there of Rose? And how many memes are there of Yoda? How many times does Rose Tico trend on anything, especially Twitter? And how many times does Baby Yoda trend? How many of those memes are negative towards Rose and all love gooey praise for Baby Yoda? It's not even like, even jokingly, a conversation. So to have Baby Yoda, what was it, 24? And you've got Rose Tico, it's just, man, are they pandering big time? I just think it's funny. Like, does she deserve to be 13 all time? Probably not. Then again, I would put her over Poe and Finn and Rey. And so here's where I think is kind of gets interesting, and it's going to prove a bunch of my point here of these polls. The Force Awakens showdown. Who would you rather have in charge? Well, Finn or Phasma? I just think it's funny. What a wasted opportunity with Finn, but man, Phasma was just trash. And I just think it was so funny that so many people were like, "Oh, Phasma's so cool," and the actress Gwendolyn. I have nothing against her. I think she's cool. I think she's an attractive woman. Some of us understand the difference between an actor and a character. So I'm talking about characters here, not the woman. But she, as the actress, was very excited. She was like, "Oh yeah, Phasma's a badass," and then she just gets her ass whooped and thrown into the flames and does absolutely nothing. I felt kind of bad for her because I think they hyped her up, like, you're gonna be Phasma and you're a commander and you're all this shiny suit, and then you're just do nothing. They did her dirty. Who would you rather take on a long journey? I mean, this one I just think is hilarious. Who do you want? BB, who doesn't really do anything, but he does have a couple little gadgets, a lighter. He's at least cute. Or do you want asshole eyes? I mean, it's just, I feel sorry again for this actress because you're permanently known as this raisin with asshole eyes. Oh boy. Who would you rather have on your squadron? I'm so glad to see that Jess got love because I don't know what it is. I don't have anything against the actor, but I just cannot stand Snapwix. I just think he's the dumbest. I'd rather have Porkins. I just think he's so stupid. I don't like this guy, and some people are like pulling for him. I just think he's the dumbest rebel pilot of all time. I just don't like him. I think he's worthless, and I'm sorry to say, I was happy to see him crash and burn in The Rise of Skywalker. I was literally like, yeah, it was awesome to see him go flying into the side of a Star Destroyer. I'm not trying to be an asshole. I'm just saying I don't care for him, and I was happy to see him crash and burn. I just think he's worthless. There's no development of him, and people were making this big deal about him. I don't remember the guy's name. I think he was like in Buffy or Angel or something. I know him from somewhere. I don't really watch TV much, so I can't remember, but I know he was in something else, and I guess that's why people were pulling for him. But to me, he was just like, this is so stupid, and I just don't care, and I was so happy to see him.
All right, now here, this is a first. I'm supposed to react spontaneously. Oh, look at that. Whoa.
Play the video.
Should I say who it is? I mean, what I'm reading? So people will know what I'm going, whoa. Hi, everybody. I'm Dennis Prager. This is Otto. Otto needs no introduction. I might, but I don't think.
Crash and burn.
Cutie, as we like to call them here, that you're looking forward to seeing in The Rise of Skywalker?
Claude. He's a giant slug guy. I mean, it just screams Star Wars. Give me Claude. I want to see Claude.
Definitely Claude, because he's so big and I think he's going to have a big impact.
The winner of our poll, which new cute creature from Rise of Skywalker are you most excited to meet?
I'm here with somebody who is very unhappy with the results of that last poll, David Collins. I'm here with Greg Grunberg, Claude's buddy. Snap Wexley. Maybe you heard of him. How do you...
I came up and I was like, what is this fireplace guy? I don't remember him in my video. It's funny. It was an ad. This Claude stuff is too good, so I'm going to let it play for... This Claude stuff is just too good.
you feel about these results?
I think that's just wrong. I mean, if you guys had met Claude, you guys would that would have been completely swayed the other way.
Claude's better one-on-one. That's the thing.
Exactly, and you don't want to get in a slug fight with that guy. I mean, he's just that guy gets on top of you. There's no getting off. Who would you want to hang out with, Babu Frick or Claude?
Well, Claude, definitely Claude.
He's about your height.
Exactly. So we could look each other in the eye.
Exactly.
And, I mean, I take it either way. Sometimes I forget to come out, but
that's amazing.
But it's so great. War carpet action coming right up.
At the premiere of Rise of Skywalker, there was people like, "Oh, Snap's back," and he was like, "Yeah, I'm back." And it was just funny to me because him knowing that he crashed and burns in the movie, he was so playing it off at the premiere at the blue carpet. He was like, "Yeah, I'm back. I can't wait for you guys to see me. I'm a resistance pilot and I'm gonna fight."
Greg, Snap Wexley's back, man.
Dude, we talked about this before. I could not be more excited. I mean, this is a bar that never gets set. Like, this is the biggest of the biggest of the biggest. I am really excited. I'm so thrilled. I mean, come on, Snap Wexley's back. That's the way it should be.
And so here's the thing that's crazy, right? Is there was a cast screening. There some people have seen a little bit of it or seen cuts of it, but you still don't know how much Snap is in there.
Yeah, I wasn't available, and JJ's my best friend, so. This time around, he hasn't even let me see anything. He's like, he'll tell me, "Oh God, greatest thing we cut today." And
Snap Wexley's back.
Returns.
Exactly.
But now you have to leave because apparently there's a tall person.
Okay, good.
No, damn well he does nothing in the movie, just gets shot down and blows up in the side of a Star Destroyer. I just think the whole thing is comical, and I was happy. I'm sorry to say I've never been happy to see a rebel crash and burn, but I was happy to see Snap Wexley go poof. Just Pavas, you have to be a little okay. Fucking lame ass Snap Wexley. Oh man. All right. Just a moment. I need to do something I've been meaning to do, and I always forget. Snap fucking Wexley. Oh Lord. JJ's buddy. Not because he's a good actor, not because he's a good character, not because he knows or loves Star Wars, but because he's JJ's buddy. Hey, come on, be in my movie. Ugh. Disney Star Wars. Just a moment. I've been meaning to do this, and of course, now I can't find you. How?
Why can't I find your channel? That guy says. Where are you hiding? Where are you hiding? Wesley. I was so thrilled to see him. There you are. I found you. I have you now. Okay. I've been meaning to do that. Alrighty, let's see where we're at. I'm pretty tired. Let's see, we're at 10:58, so I don't know. Maybe I'll make it the last hour, but I'm thinking I got maybe half an hour in me. So I'll try to go through your stuff and try to be somewhat coherent here without a bias. High Republic is very low tier. Remember, guys, I'm never going to tell you what you want to hear. I'm going to tell you the truth. I have no motive. I gain nothing. The point, the motive, the reason is George. That's all that matters, is George. No, he's not God. I don't worship him. But at the end of the day, all that matters is George. That's what it's about. It's about respecting that man that created this thing that we love so much. So when I talk to you guys, it's not ego, motive, incentive. It's Baby Jen. Okay, let's see. Well, I know you're there in the chat. I was trying to find your actual channel. Type something. That guy says anything. Are you there? Do you hear me? Something, anything. Okay. Refresh your page and then type something, anything. Or this time, type anything, something. Type, not my Star Wars is the bestest ever. There we go. I've been meaning to do that, but I just got so much stuff in my brain. I've been meaning to do it for a little while now. And there you go. Wrenchy wrench. All right. Beautiful. Looks good on you. On the contrary, my channel, what I was saying earlier, everything I do is like against me. If I was neutral and was like, yeah, the Mandalorian's great, and yeah, everything's cool, my channel would be 3 times the size right now. If I didn't insist on respecting George and the canon, my channel would be much larger right now. If I tried to make everybody happy, my channel would be much bigger right now. Nope, not gonna happen. It's not what I'm here for. All right. Man, you chitty chatter boxes. The chat got away from me. So let me see. Just so I don't miss anything. Okay, I love your analogies. I feel very comfortable saying without bias, High Republic is very, very low tier. Yes. I think the problem is today's writers aren't as good as the original writers. The IP is the same, but the people creating it isn't. Here's the thing. There's talented writers today still. The High Republic writers might write really good, but it doesn't mean they understand a goddamn dick about Star Wars. And that's what matters. And that's something I was thinking about a minute ago. This is why fan fictions or Star Wars fan films are better and more loved than actual Star Wars stuff. If George Lucas came in the room right now and grabbed 10 of us and was like, you stand here, you stand here, you stand here. You say this, you do this, you do this. And we act out what his vision is, well, then, of course, people are going to see it and be like, nah, my Star Wars sucks. He's a terrible actor. He's whiny. He doesn't like saying, ree. But at the end of the day, if we truly do what he wanted and envisioned, and we maintain that vision and the continuity, and it is his story, then people are going to love and respect it. Because at the end of the day, Star Wars is not about lightsabers and spaceships. Now, it's 2020. Yes, we expect the music, the graphics, the effects, the lightsabers, the explosions, of course. But this is, again, why these fan films are so beloved. And then you got the sequel trilogy that everybody's, what a piece of shit. If George Lucas had a budget of $1 and we all did his vision, then a lot of people would be like, Star Wars. It's not difficult. It's not rocket science. Because they hire activists, yes. Terminator, Alien, Star Trek, and some others, yes. Sequel trilogy might have over the OT and PT are the memes. Delicious memes, yes. Name their kid A, B, C, D, E. The sequel had no plans, caused division, solo bomb. They still didn't get rid of her. It's not happening over Gina. Yeah. She's like, cake is not going anywhere. They said you pronounce it right. I feel like I saw that all earlier. Rogue, not Rogue. Okay. I must be a little behind or going too far back here. A long time ago, galaxy far, far away. Just think if Star Wars didn't catch on in 77, the world would be so different now. That's true. We wouldn't all be here, that's for sure. I bet, well, we would be doing whatever it is we're doing, but we wouldn't be here on your favorite YouTube channel. I bet hashtag Fire Kathleen Kennedy would start trending today. Wink, wink. It would start trending today if the right outlets started pushing it.
especially after seeing all the people copy and pasting Gina Carano quote on the new IG only Star Wars video. Well, it has been getting a lot of people have been pushing the Fire KK hashtag, and I'm not saying not to. I'm not saying that it's not a smart thing to do, but the reason I personally don't push it much is because it's like I told you guys. If we get her out, could things get a little better and change? And okay, but at the end of the day, it's still Disney Star Wars. They're still going to have their agendas. There's still all the wackadoodles there. They're still going to just bring in someone else that's going to think and do basically what she's doing. And maybe they're even more blatant and worse. So the solution is not KK anyways. Yes, if she got fired today, it would be like, the end of Return of the Jedi, celebrating all over the galaxy, and people would be like, for like a week, we'd all be riding high and like, yeah. And then the next issue of the High Republic would come out, and we'd be reminded that rocks are navigators on vessels called the vessel. It's not the solution. The solution is getting it the fuck away from the mouse. You think Lucas would ever buy Star Wars back? A dream come through for so many people. It's possible. There is precedence. It has happened before with RIPs, and it's not impossible. Is he going to sit there and make the next 10 years of his life to make 3 more Star Wars movies? I really doubt it. But him controlling it, making sure that the canon ain't going all over the place, and that the characters are respected, and that it's back in the proper hands, and under his guidance, we get real Star Wars back? Yes, it could happen. But how do we make that happen? 1, we gotta squeeze Mickey by the nuts and make him so miserable that he's got to want to sell the shit. Literally beg Lucas to take that shit back. And 2, we gotta celebrate and remind George all the time that we love you, we miss you, you are the real Star Wars, and we need you back. No matter which way, capacity, somehow, but we need you to get control of this fucking loose train. And if you haven't heard me mention it before, Mark Fano, Disney bought Power Rangers. They started doing all kinds of new monkey shit and fucked it all up. People hated it. So then they ended up selling it back for half of what they paid for it to the same previous owner. He got it back and made a profit on it. And if that could happen with Star Wars, number 1, first most important thing is Lucas is back and we got Star Wars back. But 2, what a slap in Mickey's face, and holy fucking shit, would this be great. And then 3, from now on, everyone's going to know that Disney fucked up, of all things, Star Wars so bad that they had to sell it back to George and for half. Like, what an embarrassment for the mouse. And we can make it happen. You just get, you got to stay strong. We have the Death Star surrounded. Are we going to sit here and look and wait for them to, what are they going to do? Or are we going to press the attack? Got to press the attack. Be smart. Don't just be loosey-goosey and insane. But you got to press the attack. Only one who's annoyed by Clone Wars fans always trying to diminish the prequels. No, you're not the only one. And that was a big part of it. It's not that I hate the Clone Wars, but I'm so sick of, and I said it many times very clearly, if you're using the Clone Wars to validate the prequels and or at all the Skywalker saga, then you're lost from the beginning of the argument. Do not tell me that something that breaks canon is going to validate what is canon. It's ridiculous. George Lucas retired. Yeah, I'm not saying that he's, but if he could get it back at a discount and could just control the property, I think it would be down.
I think he ever get the company back. Why? He sold it because he didn't want to have a. That's not true. If he buys it back, he has that problem again. No, he wanted a successor. He wanted his kids to take it, and they didn't want to fucking take it, which is just insane. But maybe now, with the clarity of what has happened, maybe Jed would be like, Dad, yeah, absolutely, I'll do this, you know, or maybe Katie. And if not, well, George, I'm right here, dude. And it's not just me. There's a whole bunch of us. So, you know, don't worry. Just get control back. Let's retcon the bullshit. Start back from your ground zero, and let's do this. And if me personally, I got to help, or whoever's got to help, you got to hire whatever director, whatever, okay. You don't have to sit there for the next 10 years of your life and do it. But just get control back. And we're in the game. He owns it. He controls it. Now that a director can't come and be like, oh, well, but I'll just subvert expectations and do what I want. No, you must follow to the T what the fuck I'm telling you. On Empire, he was pretty, you know, he let Kirshner do his thing, but people don't want to listen and think. They're like, well, it was great because George wasn't involved. Bullshit. Kirshner himself said every day I was sending him dailies, and he was approving and not approving. He liked what I was doing, and he was constantly saying, okay, good, looks good, go. He gave him a lot of room, a lot of freedom, and I'm not taking nothing from Kirshner. That's very much his film. But know that Kirshner himself said every day I was sending George dailies. Okay? So anyone that tells you some bullshit that, well, George didn't have anything to do with it, that's why Empire was great. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Same thing with Jedi. But do you think that maybe, just maybe, he could, after seeing all the damage Disney has done? Yeah, see, that's the thing, too. Like, had they Disney like kind of messed up and a little bit, but to the point where they've burned down the fucking franchise, I'm pretty sure that George would be like, all right, we need to fix this. Pretty confident, guys. Especially if we force Disney out and all of us like fans say, George, come on, we need you. You know, 16 million people or whatever are like, George, come on. He's going to think about it, guys. He's going to really consider it. And you know what? I bet his wife all the time is like, George, you look really depressed. You look terrible, man. I've heard people like Mark Hamill say, wow, he's so happy, he's free and all that. But I bet you at home, his wife, not that he's miserable and making his life miserable, and he's not enjoying his daughter and his wife. Don't get me wrong. But I'm sure when your wife knows you, like you know your wife or you know your child, his wife, if she's genuine, is probably like, I know that you're hurting. Like, this is, you know. And if he had an opportunity to get it back, his own wife, I'm sure would be like, you got to do this. You got to fix it. This is your baby. And you got 100 fucking million fans around the world that care about this. He would do it. He would get involved. He would save it. Have faith. McClunky. I love Clone Wars, but I don't think they fixed the sequels. The prequels were already awesome. Yeah. Disney would probably want more than $4 billion if they ever sold it, which they wouldn't. Disney doesn't have a choice. Disney can make some money or zero money, and they can get this headache out of their hair. So again, it's up to us to remind them every 2 seconds. Nope. Every video, every post, everything you do. Nope. Strike them down. To the point where they're just so miserable. They're like, we can't do shit. No matter what we do, we can't make them happy. What are we going to do? We got to get rid of this thing. And that's why I tell you, when you got this little fan base, it's like, but the Bad Batch. Then they're going to be like, see, we still got them. We still can run in this and do what we want. So, do you want real Star Wars, or are you going to cling on to a fucking little bullshit cartoon called The Bad Batch? Your choice. They won't have a choice. If we pressure them, they're not going to have a choice to name their price. Like I said, Power Rangers, they fucked it up and sold it back for half. So there is precedent. I do wonder what George should have done to retire. Instead of selling to Disney, he picked the worst option. I wonder what he could have done different in hindsight. Okay, first he wanted his kids to run it. They didn't. What I would have done is just kept the shit under control and hired people to run it. He could have even tried Kathleen. He could have said, okay, Kathleen, you got 4 years. I'm going to let you run it and see what you do. But at the end of the day, the buck stops with George. It's still under his name. Understand? So that when Kathleen or whoever starts fucking off, Dave Filoni, the fuck are you doing? Get it? Or if nothing else, put the shit in a vault. I would have rather it been in a vault this whole time than this fucking mess that we got. Jake fucking Skywalker. Because there's nothing. Rogue One, I mean, we can all live without it. It's not that great. Mandalorian, okay, well, it was fun, but why was Luke such a big deal in Mandalorian? Because they fucking trashed Luke. So if you don't trash Luke from the beginning, then what validation does the Mandalorian have? Understand? What if he just made the Boba Fett movie? Well, then that totally validates the Mandalorian show. Understand? We're so desperate for fixes because Disney turns the fuck it all up. If it was in a vault, none of it got fucked up, then while we would all be, please make something, at least we wouldn't be like, holy shit, we got to fix this mess. Get it? He should have just kept to the fucking control of the properties, what he should have done. Regardless of who ends up later doing it, even if it sat for 10 years. Okay, you find the right people to put in place to do the direction and do it. But instead, you know, I would imagine must be very upset about it, but he decided to pass it on to someone else. Here's the thing. He wanted to retire. He could have just put it in a vault and retired. But what he had faith in was that they were going to continue the legacy because he knew there's so many people that love Star Wars. But if he would have known, like, keep it in a vault or let Disney or whoever just shit all over it, he would have just put it in a vault. Obviously, he loves it and respects his own thing, right? He wouldn't have been like, no, I just don't want it. I don't care if they shit on it. No, he understood and assumed that they were going to continue on and respect the shit. As we can see, they didn't do that. Until it's completely dead and worthless, even then they'll probably keep the rights and leave it rotting, which is better than what we get now. Well, and yes, at the end of the day, if we force them to vault it, it's better than Jake Skywalker. But Disney's a business. They're about money. We can make them suffer so bad that they're like, we got to just sell this thing. Because now we're beyond the money. Now we're every single time they post something, they're getting embarrassed publicly. Understand? Now we're at a whole other level. And the shareholders are like, dude, it's one thing that you're not going to make money till 2024, but you've got every fan pissed off at you. You get it? Now it's a different whole level of power that we have. GL was just tired. He didn't anticipate what Disney would do. Yep. I think his feelings were hurt when people trashed the prequels. Well, it's not to say not at all, but that's not why he sold it. He's made it very clear that that's not why. Lucas would have been smart enough to make Anakin show up as a ghost. Yep, possibly. Well, the sequel trilogy would have been a totally different thing anyway, so there may not have even been a necessity of Anakin as a ghost. But I feel bad for the new cast of Star Wars. They were in the worst trilogy, yeah. Love the defending of George Lucas on this channel. He wasn't perfect, but people for years were way too disrespectful to the man who gave us everything. Yes, you got people that are like, I love Star Wars, but fuck George Lucas. So again, it goes back to you really don't love Star Wars. You love the idea of Star Wars. You like the new stuff that has the Star Wars label on it. And that was kind of the point with the Clone Wars thing, that most of the Clone Wars isn't George Lucas anyways. It's Dave Filoni retconning shit. So if you're adamant on defending Clone Wars, then what you're ultimately saying is fuck George Lucas. Not in my house. I like Coke, but I drink A&W root beer. There used to be A&W restaurants. I suppose there's one or two still around, but I remember growing up as a kid, the local mall had an A&W restaurant. They had different stuff, but their main thing was curly fries and like the root beer floats. I like Coke Zero, even now and then. Boo. That's funny. This is embarrassing. No, it's all good if that's what you like. The Salt Factory did a deep dive in KOTOR 2 last weekend. Good video. Interesting. The games are fine to play, but I can never accept them as canon if they explicitly break canon. A&W fan. Rebel Assault 2 and then Dark Forces, both on my Windows 95 PC were my first Star Wars games, and then I was about 10. I got Rebel Assault 2 from the book club magazines from elementary school. Nice. Let me see if I'm caught up on this end so I can focus on the main. No, I'm a bit behind. Hey, Kathy's. Jonathan Zayas. Thank you for answering my question. Appreciated and agreed. Many of those games were amazing, and one main reason I got into Star Wars itself. Yes. See, and this is the thing. Like, people get it twisted. They think because I call out something that's not canon that I just don't like it. That's why I'm saying it. I'm against it. No, I'm just pointing out the truth. On the contrary, I love most of that, all that stuff. Just because I like something doesn't give me the right to be like, well, it's canon because I want it to be. It's not how it works. The Emperor does not share your optimistic appraisal of the situation. Fuck the Emperor. The rebellion wins. We got Luke. I'm going to refer to, but this Emperor we're not going to redeem. We're taking this fucker out. I'm going to refer to Disney Star Wars as Star Wars Zero. There you go. From now on, zero creativity, zero authenticity, extra woke. By all means, I call it by what it is. It's fan fiction. Lego Star Wars was part of why I got into Star Wars. Nice. I want to replace Shadows of the Empire for 64. Hell yeah. Been a long time since I've seen, never mind play that. Weakest of all the Star Wars games was Star Wars Masters of Kasi on PlayStation. Wow, I don't remember that at all. It was Star Wars meets Street Fighter, somewhat fun, but weakest of them all. Yeah, I don't even remember that game. Took out the Black Crows and Black Feather from the Dumbo live-action remake. Yep. Seemed rushed. Good idea, though. Bad execution. Yeah, I am. And we only got about 30 minutes left, so I'll finish up with you guys. But I try my best to answer your guys' stuff. So I was, and again, I do this because of the love for you guys, love for Star Wars, because I don't have to do this. I'm not getting paid. I don't owe you guys nothing. You don't know me nothing. Right now, I could be like, fuck you guys, I'm out. But if you guys are going to give me the time and the love to be here and talk to me and ask me questions, then I'm going to do my best to do the same back. I think you can put a little bit of yourself in the story as long as you respect the core ideas and don't put your ego above the story. Absolutely. Listen, any writer, author, creator is going to put a little bit of them. That's the point. Like a director, you hire a director because he directs in his style, right? He's going to put, right?
it's not to say that you can't be a part of it. But when the first thing out of your fucking mouth is we're making our own news stories and we're putting this in and this have happened, so that's what's affecting what I'm putting in the story. Like your first thought, the front of your brain is what's going on with my life is where I'm going to focus on what I'm writing for Star Wars. You're already fucked up from the get-go. Now you write a whole big nice story, focus very deeply on the lore, you respect the books. If you need help, you look at the reference, you talk to the people that know, and you do this whole thing, and then naturally parts of you come through, okay, and or if it's an excellent story and you got a little something you sneak in there because you want to put your little mark, okay. But when your thing is like I got to put myself in Star Wars, we all done lost. We're all fucked. Solo lost money. Lots of money. KK wants to prove herself. She will destroy Star Wars to do it. Yeah, that's the big problem. Intermission, yes. I don't even know what KK wants anymore. She doesn't either. She's so consumed by the dark that she doesn't even know. She's literally like Anakin, like, I'll make my new republic so that everything's in order. And she's so foul dark that she's a machine that doesn't even know what the fuck she's even wants or is doing anymore. She doesn't know what she wants. Outside of me. You're getting sleepy, very sleepy. Your eyes are so heavy. Yes. Are you hypnotizing? Fade out for 10 minutes. This is definitely the longest I've stayed on a stream. Yeah, well, I usually do about 12 hours every Friday. Because I hate Star Wars, I hate George Lucas. I'm just a hater. Most of us are married with kids. I think they forget it's the parents who introduce their kids to Star Wars most of the time. Yes, they sure do. I knew Rogue Bricks was full of it when how do you guys know she's a she? Said not to believe the fallacy that the OT super. Yeah, that's just like, it's like, holy fuck. Really? How lost are you? I'm building a building. I make a foundation, and then I'm going to put all this weight on it. But, fuck the foundation. That means nothing. All that matters is the top floor. And guess what? Your whole fucking building just fell down, Disney, because, the OT doesn't supersede anything. Holy shit. The Lord be with you and with you. Your all-knowing, all-powerful God doesn't need your money. Yeah, that's very true. If money is all that you love, then that's what you'll receive. Yeah, well, look at yourself. You can't stay on for too long. Seriously, take a break. Yeah. I don't know where you get your delusions, Laser Brain. Did BB-8 do anything at all in the trilogy? Not really. Looks cute and sold half the merch. R2 would have. Yeah, I argued less than half. Pilot the ATST, yeah. See you around. Yeah, take care. Bring sync. BB-8 is a lighter. Yes. Have a good rest of the day. Why is Holdo wearing that evening gown? Who the fuck knows? Because Ryan Johnson. That ship is huge. The Star Destroyers are tiny next to it. They made Mark Hamill grow a beard for TFA. They kept saying that he was going to be the Obi-Wan of the trilogy, yeah, which he wasn't. What happened to his Black Jedi claws? Yeah, he wasn't anything. He was just a piece of fucking shit. I guess Disney felt bad for Kelly Marie Tran because she did the voice for Raya and the Last Dragon. Yeah. Those lame bombers at the beginning. Yeah. Oh, the hype of Phasma, only for her to be an embarrassment. The actress must secretly hate Lucasfilm. Yeah. Oh, she was so excited. Oh, she's a badass, and I can't wait for you guys to see her. And I'm like the new bounty hunter, and all blah 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 blah. And wah, wah, wah. Oh man. Total letdown. Yeah, they tried to pre-sell Captain Phasma like she was going to be popular. Yeah, I could have saved them the time on that one. Gravity bombs. Yeah, moving at 5 miles per hour. Yeah. Does anyone actually care for a single character introduced in the sequel trilogy? Honestly, there's not. Sequel trilogy? No. The only character that from there she is. It's the only character that I really like from all of the Disney show. Well, the Kira, she's a little yum. I don't know. Maybe there's some other. K2SO was okay. I did like Chirrut. Like, as much as I want to root for Finn and say, you know, I like him for his potential because he ended up being fucking trash. And I can't really think of anybody that. I went to sleep, woke up, and you're still streaming. There you go. That's what I do. Oh, God, Prager. I remember hearing Captain Phasma armor was made of Naboo steel, yeah, and something ridiculous like that. Or something ridiculous like that. I don't remember because her story was so forgettable. Yeah, there was some nonsense like that. But you didn't explain it. You didn't make the connection to Naboo. I mean, like, that's all. But that's what they think. Like, well, in the background, we'll let them know that it's Naboo steel, and they'll be like, oh, wow. It's not how Star Wars works, Disney. Probably go to sleep soon, hopefully. Yeah. We got about 20 minutes left here on my end, so that's funny. This guy got a job because his friends. Yeah, that's why Zori Bliss exists. That's why Snap Wexley exists, because they're from the Felicity show, and JJ worked on that show. So he started bringing in just friends. Claude. Yes. Mr. Claude. Man, how come you have... Oh, okay, that wrench is you're putting a wrench. Right? That's a emoticon or whatever. Emoji. Because I'm like, how come you got that big ass wrench? Claude didn't look like a sentient being. Yeah, the wrench with the eggplant. Yeah, it would have fucking weirdo. Claude, Babu, Frick, what Emer, these names? What are these names, maybe? Yeah, okay, what are, yeah. Zori Bliss. I gotta say, Zori Bliss has a nice little tail in those tight pants. Her whole body, she looks good in that little suit. Her helmet's fucking dumb, but her body looked awesome in that suit. This guy was in Heroes. Snap Wexley, yeah. He was Ben in Felicity. Another lame attempt at Star Wars, yeah. Man, he was just a stupid character. Star Wars is weak, yep. It's the bad future, yep. They definitely used a random Star Wars name generator for that one. Probably for most. need to make up something about Kathleen Kennedy and cancel her. Laugh it up, folks. Solo because he flew alone. Yeah. Screw the rebels. The High Republic comics cemented me as a hardcore Empire supporter. There you go. Hail the rock gods. Picture of Anna. What, the girl here on my screen? This sweetness? My wife? That's baby Jen. That's Jen Urso. Anna? No. Anna's a beautiful girl, but no, that's not Anna. That would be creepy, me stalking Anna like that. That's Jen Urso. Baby Jen. Felicity Jones. My wife. Welcome. There you go. You met my wife. In my little galaxy, anyways. In my canon. Definitely use random Star Wars name. Let's see. I assume that's who you're referring to, is Jen. The picture of Anna. That's funny. Does that look like Anna to you? Order 66 was justified. Okay, you jumped on me a little bit here, but I think I'm catching up. Maybe, possibly, maybe. Okay, I think maybe I'm getting there. Answer my question. Okay, I think I've caught up, so now I can catch up to the final chats. Heroes. Picture of Hannah. Okay, there we go. Order 66. It's Jen Urso. Baby Jen. I'm not hiding. Okay, wow. I'm back far. Jumped on me again. Damn it. Something, anything. Okay. Almost there. Snap. Claude. Okay, went to sleep. Woke up, still streaming. Naboo. Claude. Zori. It's Jen Urso. I'm not hiding. I'm right here. Okay. Who's scruffy looking? We need to protest to stop bad. Yep. Odds of successfully navigating through an asteroid field. Did you say something? Anything? There you go. Bestest ever. There you go. Too funny. I forgot that I told you that. I totally get it. It's about respect for George's creation and honoring that creation. Yes. The thing is, if you go away from that in any which way, then you're not honoring Star Wars. You're just doing fan whatever. And if at the end of the day you don't love what George did and you want to do fan whatever, okay, not stopping you. But don't think that you can change shit, break shit, go all over the place and be like, but it's Star Wars. Because that's not how that works. The Lizard King. Stuck up, half-witted, scruffy looking nerf herder. Where are these good writers? I just wanted them. I just watched them peter out on WandaVision. Where? Yeah. Well, there's some guys out here. So be it, Jedi. Greetings, exalted ones. was really hyped. The series finale was kind of ho-hum. Yeah. And apparently they made this big thing like, Luke Skywalker type ending, it's coming. I remember a few weeks ago, and now I saw everybody was like, yeah, not so much. Writing indie films these days. There you go. Spell awful. There you go. Rogue, so true. I'm enjoying a lot of Korean films. Trying to read the High Republic comics made me think I was becoming schizophrenic. I honestly could tell if all these Black Mary Sue females were different characters or one and the same with different hairstyles. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's over. Yeah. You traitor. Disney Star Wars is in it for spite towards diehard fans. Yeah. That's what it's looking like. To remind George he's a traitor. Do you really think that this can work? I do. Disney's Power Rangers were fine. Yeah, I've seen you say that before. I haven't seen them. All I'm going by is the story and the understanding of what happened. Is that they bought them for X amount. I don't even remember how much it was. And they fucked it up to where the fans were like, what the fuck? Got angry. And they ended up selling it back because it was that much of a fucking mess. So if some episodes were good or what was going on there, I can't specifically say. I haven't seen them, and I'm always fair and honest. So I don't know. But I do know the story, and I know that it's true that they did something and fucked it up and sold it back for half. How embarrassing. The one who betrayed the fans, or they the ones who betrayed him? The prequels didn't deserve half the hate. First of all, when it comes to that, I don't like saying the fans betrayed him because the majority of us were fine. The majority of us still were on board. Did we love the prequels? Were they perfect? Were we excited? Okay, maybe not, but to be like, George sucks and the prequels are dry. No, that wasn't that many people. Some people just don't like them. It is a fact, but not that many. So I don't like to say the fans because it wasn't the fans. It was the 3 fucking nutballs that were yelling about it. It wasn't a popular opinion that the prequels were bad until Red Letter Media did the comedic review. Yep. Sprite doesn't pay the bills. Yeah. Well, it is a Coca-Cola company. So Red Letter Media for that hated that review at the time. Yeah. Review. We need to start a hashtag. Help us, George Lucas. You're our only hope. It's so long though. I've been trying to think of like a George Lucas thing, but a clever one that's short enough. Yeah, exactly. If we could force Disney out and then do anything, we'll get Lucas back somehow. Well, it can happen if we all believe and we maintain the hope and we stick to our guns. Thank you for subscribing, George Short. Thank you for subscribing, JC. Thank you for subscribing, Stephen Fitzgerald. Thank you for subscribing, Captain Fufu 64. As soon as the MCU goes down the tubes, Disney will seriously decide to sell. MCU will bomb, I'm thinking, at least compared to previous.
Yeah, there's a good likelihood of that. Good morning. I started watching last night. Went to sleep 8 hours. Woke up, and you're still going strong. I'm here. I don't blame George. Disney had a decent track record when he sold. He had been told, promised, or given their word that they would use his outlines and respect the property. Yeah, that's the thing. If they from the beginning were like, look, we're not going to use any of your shit, we just want to buy it, he wouldn't have sold it. I know if he had seen all this coming or read a script or outline for 789, he would have never sold it. Yeah. But they didn't do that till after. They were using this shit, and then they're like, no. Not to mention, what would you do if you had no real foreshadowing or hints? It would be ruined and hated nearly universally by the long-term fans. And we're looking at a $4 billion paycheck. Yep. Especially when you got Iger and KK like, we're going to respect it. We love your stuff. One of the last A&Ws in Lake George. Nice. Nice, Chicago. Oh, wasn't a fight. Like, share, and subscribe. Use the force. The trombone. Rose sister is the only one who did anything in Disney Star Wars. Hey, that's true. Even though they over dramatized the whole thing and drug it out, but that's true. Problem with staying up all night is that your body pumps you full of energy to make it through the day. Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna lay down and sleep for a good part of the day. When you end up with that high from it, yeah. When I first heard of the Kessel Run, that on screen should be awesome. In reality, when watching it solo, well, that was a letdown. Yeah. Oh, wow, I caught up. Woohoo. All right. And right on time, 11:49. So 10 minutes of shenanigans. If I don't pass out before that. Tuesday, 1 p.m. Eastern. Disney investor call. It's not a earnings report, but it's an investor call. Which will be basically a pitch like, hey, we're great and we're making 50,000 shows and it's going to be awesome. And don't worry about that stuff on YouTube. We've got a bunch of stuff coming, so it's going to be great. Everything's fine. Nothing to see here. Move along. But as usual, I'm probably be able to get a little tidbit of something out of them. Anything can happen. Maybe they announce the firing of KK. Anything. Who knows at this point? But I don't expect it to be too overly exciting. But there should be some little tidbit of something there. You have a good day there, Jedi Erratic. May the Force be with you as well. What happened at Disney Lucasfilm now? Hasn't it always been a mess? Yes. Are you just coming in now? After 12 hours? Literally the last 9 minutes of 12 hours. You're coming in right now. Well, there's always the replay. It's always been a mess, but they're really in the Bantha Poodoo right now. They are really in the poodoo.
It has always been a mess from the second they got it. I remember when they did the EU to Legends thing. I love EU, but I'm not like an EU fanatic, so I wasn't pissed off like some people. I know all the EU people were like, what the fuck? But I tried to look at it very objectively, like, okay, well, it sucks. It's pretty fucking dumb, but none of it was truly canon. And the main thing for me was they're not like, okay, we're deleting that shit because it's just gone. It's a mess, some shit like that. They at least said, well, we're just moving that stuff over. So while again, I was like, oh, this is fucking dumb. You're going to piss a bunch of people off, and it's just dumb because it's always been expanded universe, but okay. So I didn't panic because at least they're just moving it. But, I definitely was like, oh boy, here we fucking go. Why are you messing with that? That's lore. And of course, Force Awakens. It's like, oh man, where's Luke? Where's Luke? Where's Luke? Where's Luke? And then literally like the last 3 seconds. Oh, look, it's Luke. See you next movie. What the fuck, dude? So you got Luke, Han, and Leia. You don't have them together. Luke you see for 10 seconds. You've just wasted an entire film with the potential of all of them doing something. And they did nothing. And you didn't even have them in the same room. Holy fuck balls. At least George is at peace now. Well, yeah, you put it that way. It's somewhat true. But then again, maybe he's all broken up because all the fucking mess he sees. 11 hours, 53 minutes, and 43, 44, 45 seconds. So in the next 7 minutes, 6 minutes, I'm going to be cutting out because I can barely keep my eyes open at this point. Whew. Always remember, we control this game. Disney does not. It's just that's the reality. So always remember that in the back of your mind. When it comes to 12-hour plus streams, you're up there with the best. Is there anyone else by themselves doing 12-hour streams? I'm sure there's somebody.